Chapter 16. After successfully annihilating all the dark creatures within the den of evil, the three adventurers took time to sweep the surrounding areas of the cave to ensure no lingering threats remained. It wasn't until the night of the fourth day that they finally returned to the rogue camp. Ethan had been considering his options ever since arriving in this world. After some thought, he decided to continue hunting Blood Raven with Zul and Isendra. Blood Raven, once known as Morina, the heroic rogue archer from Diablo 1 who defeated Diablo and saved the world, was now a fallen legend. Unfortunately, after Diablo's defeat, Morina, the idol of the rogues, began to succumb to darkness. As the influence of evil spread, she completely fell into corruption and became one of Andriel's most loyal minions, tasked with hunting down her former allies. The only way to help this hero now, Zul had said grimly, is to free her from the grip of the dark forces. Everyone knew there was only one way to do that. After a night's rest, the mage, necromancer, and apprentice mage set out once more on their journey against the darkness. This time, however, the task proved far more challenging than anything Ethan had faced before. Blood Raven was not only a powerful hero in her own right but had grown even stronger in her corrupted state. Her fall had granted her the ability to summon and control undead creatures. An endless tide of skeletal soldiers surrounded her, creating an impenetrable barrier. From within her layers of defense, Blood Raven could unleash devastating attacks, fully displaying the skill and precision of a top rogue archer. Ethan found himself completely outmatched during this crusade against Blood Raven. Though he avoided injury thanks to the protection of Zul and Isendra, the battle still took its toll. He ended up losing a magical bracer he had recently crafted. The bracer's primary purpose was to serve as a last resort shield, capable of blocking critical strikes in emergencies. During the fight, one of the incidents occurred when Ethan had to block the slash of a skeleton soldier after his shield was destroyed. Thankfully, Charcy's craftsmanship held up. The blacksmith's sturdy work prevented the blade from severing Ethan's hand. However, the impact completely destroyed the delicate magical formation embedded in the bracer. The second incident was even more harrowing. Amid the chaos of battle, Blood Raven herself took notice of Ethan and fired a deadly arrow aimed directly at him. At that moment, a sudden sense of danger surged in Ethan's mind, sharpening his focus to an almost unnatural degree. Time seemed to slow as his heightened mental awareness allowed him to see the incoming arrow with perfect clarity. He managed to raise his bracer in time, deflecting the arrow. Even so, the arrow pierced through the bracer and nearly shattered his wrist. It only missed a fatal blow because Ethan turned his head at the last second and twisted his arm to redirect the arrow's trajectory. The near miss left him shaken, his wrist throbbing in pain, but he survived. From that point on, Ethan could only stand back and watch as Zul and Isendra unleashed their formidable powers, turning the tide of battle. His role had been limited to taking out a few skeleton soldiers early on. Clearly, I still have a long way to go, Ethan muttered bitterly as he treated his wounds after the battle. Once the battlefield was cleared and their wounds tended, Ethan turned to Zul and Isendra with a helpless smile. It seems this is as far as I can go with you. Though our time together has been brief, Zul said, I'll always remember it. Isendra followed up with a question, what will you do next? Will you stay at the rogue camp? They both understood that Ethan's current strength wasn't enough for the increasingly dangerous battles ahead. Blood Raven had pushed him to his limit, and the demons that lay beyond her would be even more formidable. Continuing the journey would almost certainly result in his death, a death that would serve no purpose, as Ethan lacked the power to truly harm the forces of darkness. However, staying at the camp wasn't without its merits. Ethan could help Akara by gathering herbs or brewing simple potions. He could also assist the rogues with basic healing or first aid, skills he had picked up from the nuns. Even patrolling the surrounding areas and clearing out minor dark creatures could be valuable. With careful preparation, the creatures in the Blood Moor wouldn't pose a significant threat to him as long as he remained cautious. As for returning home, that wasn't an option for now. Ethan had previously claimed to have come from the east, but the fortress leading to the eastern regions was still occupied by Andriel's forces. The only way for him to return would be for Zul and Isendra to either defeat or seal Andriel, allowing the Sisters of the Sightless Eye to reclaim the eastern gate. What they didn't know, however, was that Ethan only had 2 days left in this world. Even if he had the strength, his time here was running out, leaving no chance for him to join them in their fight against Andriel. For the past few days, Ethan had been crafting a suitable excuse, and now it was finally time to use it. Actually, Ethan said, feigning casualness, my teacher has located my position through special magic and plans to use teleportation to bring me back in the next 2 days. Isendra's eyes widened in shock. Ethan swore it was the first time he'd seen such an exaggerated expression from the normally calm and collected mage. To be able to do something like that, your teacher must be an exceptionally powerful mage, Isendra said, her voice tinged with awe. Neither of them doubted Ethan's claim. In fact, they seemed to take it in stride. As experienced practitioners, both Zul and Isendra had long since realized that their understanding of magic was but a fraction of its true scope. They were used to encountering phenomena that seemed impossible at first glance. Of course, some mages, those arrogant enough to believe they had reached the pinnacle of knowledge, would dismiss anything outside their own understanding as nonsense. But fortunately, neither Zul nor Isendra fell into that category. They accepted Ethan's words without hesitation. Even if they had harbored doubts, those would surely vanish when they saw Ethan vanish into thin air 2 days later, courtesy of the space-time magic circle. After packing their belongings, the trio made their way back to the rogue camp. Ethan's impending departure wasn't kept a secret, so it wasn't long before word spread throughout the camp. By the time they returned, both Akara and Cassia were already aware of his plans to leave. Before his departure, they came to bid him farewell. Thank you for everything you've done for us during your time here, Akara said warmly. You will always be a friend of the Sisters of the Sightless Eye. If you ever have the chance, we hope you'll return as our guest. As a parting gift, Akara gave Ethan several herbs. They had been processed into powders for easy transport. Though simple in appearance, Ethan suspected they would prove invaluable. Cassia, on the other hand, presented Ethan with a refined longsword. The weapon could be wielded with either 1 or 2 hands. Its design was understated, the hilt and cross guard were devoid of intricate engravings, and the blade seemed ordinary at first glance. But when Ethan unsheathed the sword and swung it experimentally, he noticed faint magical fluctuations emanating from it. Is this magical equipment? Ethan asked, his curiosity piqued. Cassia nodded. The sword has no special abilities beyond being reinforced with magic. It's far stronger than a typical longsword. Hearing this, Ethan couldn't hide his excitement. While the enchantment sounded simple, it was precisely what he needed. One of the biggest drawbacks of weapons was their tendency to dull or break after prolonged use, especially in high-intensity battles. The durability provided by the enchantment was far more practical than flashy effects like fireballs or lightning. Cassia wasn't finished. Aware that Ethan had little experience with longswords, she also handed him a small manuscript. This contains basic swordsmanship techniques and training methods, she explained. I've also included some of my personal insights and experiences. I hope it will be of use to you. Ethan accepted the codex with both hands, bowing his head in gratitude. This was exactly what he needed. He never expected Cassia to give him something so precious. In a world like this, where resources and knowledge were scarce, such gifts weren't handed out lightly, especially to someone who wasn't a rogue or a disciple of the Sisters of the Sightless Eye. Even Akara, with whom he had spent far more time, had only given him herbal powders, not an instructional guide on potion making or magical theory. Maybe, it's because my actions indirectly helped save more rogues, Ethan speculated. After Cassia and Akara's farewells, other camp residents came to bid Ethan goodbye. However, both Zul and Isendra were conspicuously absent. Ethan assumed they were busy with other matters and planned to see him off closer to his departure. But his assumption was proven wrong. Early the next morning, as Ethan stood in an open field with his packed belongings, waiting for the teleportation magic to activate, Zul and Isendra finally appeared. To his surprise, they weren't alone. They had brought Charsi, the camp's blacksmith, with them. I thought you weren't going to see me off, Ethan said with a grin. How could we miss it? Zul replied. You're leaving so suddenly that we needed time to prepare a gift. Fortunately, we made it just in time. Zul stepped forward, opening his hand to reveal a small, unassuming copper ring resting on his palm. Ethan stared at the ring, his expression shifting between curiosity and incredulity. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" He doubted Zul would present him with something as mundane as a plain copper ring. It was better to ask directly than waste time guessing. "This is a ring, Ethan," Zul said with a playful smirk. "But I've enchanted it with a curse." Ethan immediately took a step back, his face a mixture of disbelief and mock betrayal. You're giving me something cursed. Are you trying to kill me? Zul remained unfazed, his expression stoic. It's an active spell, he explained. You can use your mental power to trigger it. It'll help you deal with enemies. Realizing Zul was serious, Ethan stepped closer again, his interest rekindled. The necromancer began detailing the ring's function. As he explained, Ethan learned that the ring allowed him to cast a curse of weakness on enemies by channeling his mental energy. The curse would reduce the target's strength, agility, and durability, with the exact effects depending on the target's capabilities. Weakness was a fundamental curse from the Rothma priest's arsenal, and its simplicity made it an ideal match for Ethan, whose mental power and magical abilities were still in their infancy. Additionally, the ring had an auto-replenishing mechanism. It could absorb ambient magical energy from its surroundings, eliminating the need for Ethan to supply the curse's energy himself. This feature, Zul explained, was the most technically complex aspect of the ring's creation. This is amazing, Ethan said, inspecting the ring more closely. Does it have a name? Zul grinned. I came up with one last night, Zul's blessing. Fitting, don't you think? 10 comments 0 vote. Chapter 17. Ethan looked at the ring now snugly sitting on the index finger of his left hand and briefly tested its function. The ring was incredibly straightforward to use. More importantly, the enchanted magic circle inscribed on it was exceptionally stable. It wouldn't lose its effectiveness from a mere bumper scrape. Ethan thought back to the pair of bracers he had crafted previously. Despite surviving direct hits without much physical damage, the engraved magic circles on those bracers had been completely destroyed after minor impacts. In comparison, this ring was on an entirely different level. Thank you, Zul, Ethan said sincerely. Zul accepted the thanks with a calm nod, stepping back to make room for Isendra, who was standing nearby with an expectant look. I made this for you with Charcy's help. Didn't your old pair of bracers break? To Ethan's surprise, Isendra handed him a new set of bracers. At first glance, they looked similar to his previous ones, but they were far more refined and delicately crafted. The moment he held them, Ethan noticed that the bracers were crafted from a metal alloy mixed with mithril, a material far better suited for conducting magic and channeling mental energy. Additionally, the precision of the engraved magic circles was leaps and bounds ahead of his own amateurish work. These bracers have multiple enchantments, don't they? Ethan asked. He put them on and channeled a bit of his mental energy into them. Almost instantly, he realized how extraordinary the bracers were. The one on your left hand, Isendra explained, not only imbues the 6 short arrows it carries with frost damage but also allows you to summon an ice shield. She guided him through the process, and Ethan, keen to try it out, focused his mental energy in the way Isendra described. He activated the magic circle in the left bracer, issuing a silent command. Almost immediately, icy cold air radiated from the bracer, forming a translucent circular shield about a meter in diameter. In addition to offering decent defense, the frost shield will have an effect on anything that gets too close to you, Isendra continued. Ethan noticed the surrounding temperature drop significantly. While the icy chill would weaken anyone nearby, he remained unharmed within the shield's protective radius. At most, he felt a refreshing coolness. The only downside to the ice shield was that it required a constant flow of mental energy to maintain. For now, Ethan lacked the mental strength to keep it active for an extended period during battle. Even so, the shield was an incredibly effective defensive tool, especially considering it was paired with 6 frost-imbued arrows. To test the arrows, Ethan fired one at a nearby stone. Upon impact, a layer of frost instantly spread across the rock's surface. If this hits a person, Ethan mused, even if it doesn't freeze them completely, it'll cause severe frostbite and immobilize them. Compared to his old bracers, which could only fire 3 arrows with minimal effects, these new ones doubled his offensive capability. What about this one? Ethan asked, pointing to the bracer on his right hand. Ah, that one is designed primarily for offense, Isendra replied. The right-hand bracer was inscribed with a fire attribute magic circle, a much more advanced version of the fire magic Ethan had attempted to engrave on his previous equipment. When Ethan launched a fire-imbued arrow from the bracer, it struck the ground with a fiery explosion, leaving a small crater in its wake. The power was leagues beyond the minor flames his old bracers had been capable of producing. In addition to that, Isendra continued, this bracer can also fire 5 fireballs. Ethan's eyebrows shot up. Fireballs. Yes, Isendra said with a faint smile. Even though it's a basic spell, its power can vary greatly depending on the caster, or, in this case, the enchanted item. The fireball spell inscribed on the bracer wasn't a weak entry-level version. Considering the flame arrows it already had, there was no need for another minor offensive capability. Instead, the fireballs it produced were powerful enough for area of effect damage, though not as devastating as the ones Isendra could cast herself. Isendra had clearly considered Ethan's current strength and potential for growth while crafting the bracers, likely putting a great deal of thought into striking the right balance. "Thank you," Ethan said earnestly, thoroughly impressed by the bracers. The two bracers even had names, as Isendra cheerfully informed him. The left-hand bracer, capable of summoning the ice shield and firing frost arrows, was called Isendra's Passion. The name symbolized the warm and protective care Isendra had imbued into the equipment. The right-hand bracer, with its fireballs and flaming arrows, was named Isendra's Ruthlessness. It represented the merciless destruction it could unleash upon enemies. Together, the pair of bracers was collectively referred to as Isendra's Guardian. Ethan couldn't help but laugh. Shouldn't the names be reversed? He joked. But upon hearing Isendra's reasoning behind the names, he had to admit they made sense in their own way. After explaining the bracers' features, Isendra stepped aside, allowing Charsi to step forward. Though Ethan hadn't interacted much with Charsi, the blacksmith had left a strong impression on him. When he'd asked for help crafting his old bracers, Charsi had dropped everything to assist, even when Ethan insisted there was no rush. "I didn't have much time to prepare," Charsi began, "and I didn't have the right materials to make anything that would match what these mages use. But I had this light armor I made earlier by mixing some unusual metal particles. I think it'll suit you well." She handed him a set of lightweight armor, consisting of a breastplate, gauntlets, and greaves. The design was minimalist, focusing only on protecting vital areas, the chest, hands, and legs, parts most likely to engage in direct combat. Despite its simplicity, the armor was surprisingly well suited to Ethan's needs. What surprised him the most, however, was how light it was. Even the breastplate felt no heavier than a piece of leather armor. Once he put it on, it felt as though he were wearing ordinary clothing. "I don't fully understand the effects of those strange metal particles," Charsi admitted, "but I do know that this light armor is lighter than common cloth and can even float on water. Hopefully, that will be useful to you." Ethan's excitement soared when he heard that. Moments ago, he'd been jokingly imagining himself as some kind of bronze saint, but the idea of floating armor left him genuinely thrilled. His grin nearly stretched off his face. "Useful. This is beyond useful, it's incredible. In a world dominated by endless oceans, the ability to float could very well be a lifesaver. No one could guarantee they'd never fall into the water, whether from exhaustion, accidents, or unforeseen events. A life jacket, like this armor would add a vital layer of security to his survival." If Zul and Isendra weren't watching, Ethan might have thrown caution to the wind and hugged Charsi in gratitude. Of course, with Charsi's towering physique, it was hard to tell who would be hugging whom. "I also repaired your weapon for you," Charsi offered, clearly pleased with Ethan's enthusiasm. She reached behind her and pulled out the iron rod Ethan had used during the Den of Evil's expedition. After defeating Blood Raven and returning to camp, Isendra had asked to borrow the weapon. At the time, Ethan had handed it over without a second thought. Now, he realized Isendra had passed it to Charsi for repairs. The blacksmith had polished the rod to a silver sheen, cleaned off the grime, and even etched intricate decorative patterns onto its surface. The broken connection where the hammer head had once been was fully repaired, leaving the weapon looking brand new. "This weapon doesn't have a name yet," Charsi said. "Maybe you can come up with one." Naming weapons seemed to be a tradition in this world, but Ethan struggled to think of something fitting. One ridiculous name after another flashed through his mind, but none of them felt quite right. "I'll think of something later," Ethan said at last, laughing at his own indecision. Before he could dwell on it further, the space-time energy within his body began to surge violently. A glowing magic circle appeared beneath his feet, radiating an intense brilliance. "My teacher's teleportation magic is activating," Ethan said, quickly collecting the scattered packages at his feet. He remembered from experience that only items he physically carried with him would travel through the teleportation. The food and water he had were useful, but far less important than the books and manuscripts Sakara, Isendra, and Kashia had gifted him. He made sure none of them were left behind. Seeing the magic circle intensify, the group instinctively stepped back. None of them knew the exact range of the spell or what would happen if they were caught in it. Even with the best intentions, being accidentally dragged into a teleportation spell could have disastrous consequences. If they were torn apart by the sheer force of magical energy, it wouldn't matter how much they'd wanted to say goodbye. "It's been an honor to fight alongside you all," Ethan called out as the light enveloped him. "I'll always remember this time we've shared." The glow intensified, drowning out the world around him. Ethan's form became a silhouette, and even his parting words grew indistinct, swallowed by the overwhelming fluctuations of magic. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 18. Back on his familiar ship, surrounded by the familiar endless sea, and under the familiar warm sunshine, Ethan exhaled deeply. Though it had only been a month, the feeling of the sun on his skin was something he had almost forgotten. "Sure, I gained a lot and made some good friends, but I'd really rather not go back to that cold, dark world again," he murmured to himself. Still, Ethan knew that if he ever became powerful enough in the future, he wouldn't hesitate to return and repay those who had helped him. Maybe their world really does deserve to be saved, stuck as it is between heaven and hell. After living in the dark world for a month, Ethan had learned quite a bit from Akara and Zul about its deeper truths. Strictly speaking, the dark world consisted of 3 realms: hell, home to the demons; heaven, ruled by divine beings; and the human world, caught in the middle of their eternal struggle. The human world was the place Ethan had been thrown into. The Rothma priests, to which Zul belonged, had long understood a harsh truth about their world: balance was key. If either heaven or hell gained the upper hand, humanity would face annihilation. This belief formed the core teachings of the organization, which saw its role as maintaining that precarious balance between the two powers. "It's such a harsh world," Ethan sighed. He now understood why the demons in that world could never be eradicated entirely, because complete destruction of one side would only allow the other to dominate unopposed. If the angels held absolute power, humanity might be reduced to nothing more than enslaved worshippers, a fate no better than being ruled by demons. Heaven and hell, Ethan realized, were like rival nations ruled by higher beings. Humans, trapped between the two, had no choice but to play the role of pawns. The fragile balance between the two sides was the only thing allowing humanity to survive at all. Ethan sighed again, thinking about Isendra and Zul, who were heading off to confront Diablo. He knew their fates likely wouldn't be happy. Like the heroes of Diablo 1, their paths seemed destined to end in tragedy. Looking down at his gear, the bracers on his wrists, the ring on his finger, the light armor on his body, and the long sword and iron rod beside him. "I owe them a lot," he muttered. Resolving to repay his debts someday, Ethan began to sort through his newly gained treasures. There were several books: an introductory guide to magical potions, a basic text on magic circles, a beginner's guide to elemental magic, and a swordsmanship training manual filled with detailed handwritten notes. Then there was his equipment: the bracers, the ring, the light armor, the iron rod, and the long sword, all imbued with magical properties. Even without considering the knowledge he had yet to fully digest, Ethan could confidently say he'd become far stronger than the man he'd been a month ago. "And I've gained plenty of combat experience, too," he added. A month ago, Ethan had still been nothing more than the son of an ordinary fisherman. Now, he felt like a legitimate adventurer. "Unfortunately, I didn't find any space equipment," he lamented, glancing at the large pile of bags and gear scattered across his small ship. Ethan couldn't help but worry about his future travels. If he continued collecting resources and books like this, his boat would soon be overflowing. And that didn't even account for food and water storage, which were essential for survival at sea. "Books are the real problem," he muttered, frowning at the pile. "They're bulky, fragile, and in this humid, salty air, they're bound to get damaged if I don't take them out to dry regularly." For a moment, Ethan thought back to the clerk at the Adventurers Guild who had used a magic stone to store information. Glancing at the white wristband hidden beneath his bracer, he remembered that it contained his own data, which the guild could read. "Wait," he said to himself. "Doesn't that mean the magic stone can store data from paper? That's exactly what I need." Ethan groaned in frustration. Why hadn't he thought to ask for a tool like that earlier, back when he had plenty of resources to barter with? Well, there's no point regretting it now. If I want something like that, I'll have to find a floating island. His curiosity about the floating and sinking islands of this world hadn't waned. The thought of an empty sea suddenly giving rise to a lush, resource-rich island in a matter of days was fascinating. It must be a spectacular sight, he thought. Before entering the dark world, his island pointer had already locked onto a nearby target. What he didn't know was how much time had passed in this world during his month away. Was that same island still there? Glancing at the pointer, Ethan saw it still firmly indicated a direction. Whether it was the same island or a new one, the fact that something was nearby was enough to spur him into action. Wood did say the islands vibrate before they sink, Ethan recalled. The shorter the intervals between vibrations, the closer the island is to disappearing. He remembered asking guild staff for more details about these mysterious islands. Once a floating island emerged, life began to flourish at an astonishing rate. Plants grew rapidly, and in rare cases, animals appeared as well. The lifespan of these islands varied. Some lasted mere days before sinking back into the sea, while others remained for months or even years. Interestingly, islands that hosted animals always lasted at least a year before disappearing. How do animals even appear out of nowhere? Ethan wondered, shaking his head. The logic of this world continued to defy his understanding. Sitting at the bow of the Goddess of Dawn, he let the spray of the ocean wash over his face. Back in the Sea of Calm, Ethan resumed his daily routine of practicing spiritual techniques and water-gathering spells. This time, however, his training regimen had expanded to include melee combat and the basic swordsmanship techniques Cassia had taught him. The exercises were dull and repetitive, but with nothing else to do on his small boat, Ethan embraced the monotony. Alone at sea, with no one to talk to, training and reading were the only ways to pass the time. Perhaps it was this environment that had allowed his mental strength to improve so quickly before. With no distractions, he had been able to focus entirely on his development. Now, Ethan filled his days with endless practice, gradually refining his skills. Though the progress was slow, he could feel himself improving bit by bit, which kept him motivated. Still, there were moments when he longed for a break in the routine. Even a strong wind and some choppy waves would be a nice change of pace, he muttered. Maybe being too idle is what makes people suicidal, he added sarcastically, laughing at his own joke. As he spoke, his gaze caught sight of a small black dot on the horizon. Ethan froze, staring at it for a long moment before reaching for his telescope. Peering through the lens, he felt a surge of excitement. It's an island. Ethan stood at the bow of the boat, staring intently for over 10 minutes, half afraid that the island was just a mirage conjured by his desperate mind. Only when he was absolutely certain it was real did he lower the telescope and breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced at the pointer. Sure enough, the direction it indicated perfectly matched the island now visible ahead. After 10 days of endless sailing, it seemed his journey was finally coming to an end. Ethan couldn't help but smile, his mood brightened by the prospect of something new. As long as it's not more open sea, it's already worth celebrating, he muttered. An island meant food and resources. Although Ethan had started this voyage well stocked with provisions and had even supplemented them with rations from the Diablo world, his supply had steadily dwindled over the long days at sea. Fishing and scavenging seafood had helped stretch his food supply, but his reserves were now dangerously low. If he hadn't found this island, he would have had to adjust course and head toward the next space-time energy point, hoping to restock along the way. If that clerk wasn't lying, there's a good chance I'll find a magic stone here, Ethan thought to himself. Even a mediocre quality one would be enough to trade for food, water, and maybe even a tool to store data. He wasn't aiming for a high-quality magic stone. Something average would be perfectly fine, it could at least buy him what he needed to make the next leg of his journey easier. The possibility of acquiring an item to record his growing collection of books and materials was particularly enticing. Lost in thought, Ethan barely noticed as the island grew clearer and more distinct. Its lush, green vegetation painted a vibrant contrast to the endless blue of the sea. From this distance, he couldn't see much beyond the dense foliage, so it was impossible to tell if the island supported any animal life. Carefully, Ethan adjusted the boat's speed and altered its course slightly. Instead of heading directly toward the island, he angled the boat so it would graze the island's perimeter. This allowed him to circle it, observing the surrounding waters and scouting for a safe place to anchor. It didn't take long for him to find an ideal spot. The island boasted a small natural harbor, partially concealed by a narrow entrance flanked by a few large, jagged rocks. The channel wasn't particularly wide, but it was just large enough to accommodate his boat. Looking into the water, Ethan saw smooth, sandy shallows below, free of reefs or sharp rocks. Even during low tide, there would be little risk of damaging the boat. Perfect, he said aloud, a note of satisfaction in his voice. Not only was it a secure place to dock, but the nearby coastline also seemed like an excellent location to establish a temporary camp. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 19. After docking the boat, Ethan surveyed the beach carefully. Initially, he considered setting up camp directly on the sand near the shoreline, but after some thought, he realized it wasn't a practical idea. The rising tide could easily submerge his hard-built resting spot, forcing him to move further inland. This looks better, he muttered to himself, stopping at a small dirt slope farther from the water. The spot had a few clear advantages. It wasn't too close to the woods, reducing the risk of being ambushed by anything lurking in the trees, and its slightly elevated position ensured it wouldn't be flooded by high tide. Now I just need to build a shelter, Ethan said, glancing up at the sky. Dark clouds had crept in while he worked, and it looked like it might start raining at any moment. If he couldn't finish a shelter quickly, he'd have no choice but to retreat to the boat for the night. But after so many days at sea, Ethan craved a good night's sleep on solid ground. Exploring the island could wait, he needed to deal with the immediate concern of staying dry. Good thing I learned how to make tents with simple materials in the Diablo world, Ethan said with a wry smile. With his current strength, he wasn't capable of chopping down large trees or building a proper wooden house from scratch. His best option was to gather sturdy branches, about as thick as his wrist at most, along with some large leaves for the roof. He stripped bark from the branches and twisted it into makeshift rope, using it to bind everything together into a crude but functional tent. After hours of back-and-forth adjustments, Ethan stepped back and assessed his work. The tent was oddly shaped and far from elegant, but it would serve its purpose. Well, it's not pretty, but it'll keep the rain out, he said, patting the side of the tent. The structure held firm under his touch, and Ethan nodded in satisfaction. At least it won't blow away in the wind. Crawling inside, Ethan stretched out on a bed, made from large leaves and began planning his exploration of the island. I'll start with a quick survey of the perimeter, he decided. His ideal plan was to systematically map out the island, starting at the edges and working inward in ever-tightening circles. That way, he wouldn't miss anything and would maximize his chances of finding a magic stone. But he also knew this approach might not be practical. It would take too much time, and many adventurers believed the most valuable resources were often located near the center of an island. If that were always true, though, everyone would know about it, Ethan reasoned. Wood would have mentioned it, or the guild would have made it common knowledge. He decided on a compromise. He'd divide the island into sectors, establish key reference points in each direction, and focus on one sector at a time. It's slower than heading straight for the center, but at least it's manageable, Ethan thought. The work ahead seemed daunting, and Ethan couldn't help but think how much easier it would be if he had a partner. Too bad finding a reliable teammate isn't exactly easy in my situation, he sighed. The loneliness of solo adventuring was starting to get to him. When he first set out to sea, he hadn't minded being alone. He'd spent most of his life surrounded by people and was eager for independence. But now, after working alongside Isendra and Zool, Ethan had grown accustomed to having allies by his side. The return to solitude felt stifling. As the rain began to fall, the rhythmic sound on the leaves above lulled him into an uneasy sleep. In his dreams, Ethan found himself aboard a grand ship filled with lively companions. Together, they laughed, explored uncharted waters, and eventually discovered the fabled endless land. When Ethan awoke, sunlight was streaming into the tent. The rain had stopped, and the air smelled fresh and clean. Stretching and stepping outside, Ethan used the rainwater he'd collected the night before to wash his face. The vivid memory of his dream lingered in his mind, but one detail irked him. Why were there only men on the boat? He muttered in frustration. Not even one girl. What kind of dream is that? Shaking his head, Ethan threw a leaf he'd used as a washcloth onto the ground and began suiting up. The light armor Charsi had given him felt stiff after days of disuse. When he first returned to the Sea of Calm, Ethan had worn it frequently, but he'd soon grown tired of its discomfort. Still, it was better to be prepared. As he buckled the armor into place, he finally understood why medieval knights wore tunics and cloaks over their armor. I always thought the cloaks were just for show, he mused, grimacing as the metal plates absorbed the morning sunlight. Without a barrier, the armor would turn into a walking oven in warmer weather. In winter, the metal would absorb the chill from the cold air, turning into a mobile freezer. Without a thick cloak to cover it, wearing armor in such conditions would be unbearable. Charcy's armor gift, while excellent, lacked such accessories. Ethan quickly realized how uncomfortable it was after only a short time wearing it. In the end, he had to take it off during his voyages. But today, he wore it anyway. He had no idea what dangers lurked on this small island, and it was better to be fully equipped than caught unprepared. Moreover, once he entered the densely forested areas of the island, the canopy of leaves would block most direct sunlight, preventing the armor from heating up like an oven. Maybe I should consider engraving a temperature-regulating magic circle on this thing, Ethan muttered as he adjusted his route, sticking to shaded paths to minimize the heat radiating from the armor. Fortunately, the island wasn't particularly large, and Ethan's endurance and walking stamina were solid. He managed to circle the entire perimeter in just half a day and returned to his camp in the late afternoon. The island's small enough. Since there's still time before dark, I can start exploring the forest, Ethan decided, glancing toward the lush greenery. He also needed to gather food. Along the way, he had noticed several fruit trees bearing a unique kind of fruit he recognized. It was one of the resources he had seen at the Adventurers Guild during his early days at State Island. The fruit, aptly named fruta, was a staple for sailors and adventurers in this world. It resembled a small coconut, with a blue-green shell that was surprisingly fragile. Inside was a hollow core filled with fragrant, plant-infused water. This water-rich fruit was a key survival resource for adventurers. Unlike fresh water, which could quickly spoil without a purification magic stone, fruta could be stored for a long time without degrading. It also seemed to contain essential vitamins, sparing adventurers from the scurvy-like ailments that plagued sailors in Ethan's previous world. Ethan usually relied on his water creation spell, so he hadn't brought much fruta with him. But now, he realized this island had a bounty of them. Enough, in fact, to fill his ship's cargo hold. I wonder what else this island has to offer, Ethan murmured, eyeing the forest again. Over the next few days, Ethan fell into a routine. Every morning, he would wash up, eat, and then head out to explore the island, sticking to his planned sector-by-sector approach. Along the way, he gathered fruits and other familiar foods, carefully sampling any unknown plants to bring back for identification at the guild later. It was a mistake not to buy a field guide to edible plants, Ethan muttered one afternoon as he studied an unfamiliar berry. Would have made things so much easier. Ethan was still inexperienced in many areas. While he was steadily adapting to this world's unique rules, he sometimes overlooked practical details. Still, he took care to learn from each mistake, making a mental note to avoid similar oversights in the future. As the days passed, his exploration brought him closer to the island's center. However, the closer he got, the less remarkable the landscape became. The heart of the island was dominated by a small, barren dirt slope. In stark contrast to the lush greenery around it, this area was devoid of grass or any visible life. Ethan had visited this spot several times but hadn't found anything noteworthy. Could it be underground? He wondered, frowning at the lifeless soil. If so, it would be a problem. Ethan hadn't brought any digging tools, and using his sword as a makeshift shovel felt like sacrilege. He could already imagine Kasha appearing across dimensions to scold him for abusing a fine weapon. As he debated whether to start digging or explore other areas first, a sound broke through the quiet, footsteps, coming from the woods ahead. Ethan tensed, instinctively lowering his body and scanning the direction of the noise. Moments later, a small group of people emerged from the trees. Among them was a face Ethan immediately recognized, Rodney. Of all people, it had to be him. Rodney was one of the sailors Ethan had rescued during his first sea voyage. But Rodney's suspicious behavior back on State Island had prompted Ethan to leave earlier than planned, sensing that the man bore him ill will. And now, here he was, grinning like a predator that had cornered its prey. Well, what are the odds? Rodney sneered. Fancy bumping into you here, kid. Today's your unlucky day. Rodney turned to a larger man standing beside him, clearly the leader of the group, and jabbed a finger in Ethan's direction. Captain, that's him. He's the one who got the combat magic stone from Wood. 7 comments 0 vote. Chapter 20. Ethan eyed Rodney and the burly man, fully anticipating their next move. "Hand over the magic stone, kid," the burly man demanded, his voice rough and laced with greed. Ethan almost rolled his eyes. It was just as predictable as he had imagined. "Have you been tailing me all this time?" Ethan asked, ignoring the leader's barking orders. Instead, he focused on Rodney, his tone calm but with a hint of mockery. "You were on State Island with me," Ethan continued, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned helplessness. "You must know that I exchanged everything I had for supplies in my boat. Do you really think I still have the magic stone?" His meaning was clear: whatever you're looking for isn't here. Now what? But as Ethan expected, his words didn't matter. The group closed in on him, ignoring his explanation entirely. Two of the men moved to block his retreat, weapons drawn, while Rodney brandished a machete with a malicious grin. "Doesn't matter," Rodney sneered. "Even if you traded the stone, you won't be leaving here alive. Everything you've got is ours now." The realization struck Ethan like a slow tide: it wasn't just about the magic stone. His light armor, the fine sword at his hip, and even the iron rod strapped to his back, all of it had painted a target on him. "Like attracts like," Ethan muttered under his breath, shaking his head in dismay. Rodney was the kind of man who could only fall in with those just as rotten as him. People like this weren't just thieves, they were the kind who'd kill first and loot later. Though he had suspected Rodney's true nature before, confirming it now left no room for doubt. For Ethan, there was no hesitation. He had lived through the horrors of the Diablo world, battling unholy creatures that wanted nothing but destruction. These people, by comparison, were nothing more than petty, violent scavengers. As the group drew closer, Ethan made a decision. There would be no talking his way out of this. Words were useless in situations like this, and he wasn't the type to beg for mercy. Without warning, he spun on his heel, raised his right hand, and fired a short arrow from his bracer at one of the men behind him. Boom! The explosion was sudden and deafening. Flames erupted from the impact point, sending the unfortunate man reeling. The others froze in shock, stunned by the unexpected chaos. Ethan wasted no time. He drew his sword in one fluid motion and lunged at another attacker, his blade flashing as it slashed across the man's throat. The strike was clean, efficient, textbook perfect. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as blood poured from the wound, and he collapsed to the ground, twitching. Ethan didn't pause to admire his handiwork. His expression remained cold as he stepped forward and delivered a final, merciful thrust to end the man's suffering. It was only then that the others seemed to snap out of their stupor. The leader cursed loudly, his face twisting with anger as he turned to Rodney and backhanded him across the face. "You told me he was just some rookie from State Island." The burly man roared, his voice laced with fury. "You said he'd be an easy mark." Rodney staggered back, clutching his cheek, his confidence crumbling. The leader glared at Ethan, his previous arrogance replaced with the wariness of a man who had clearly underestimated his opponent. He wasn't a fool, he could see the young man before him wasn't some naive kid. The precision of Ethan's movements, the cold efficiency of his strike, and the magic-enhanced weaponry he wielded, all of it screamed danger. "This kid's a killer," the leader muttered under his breath, his earlier greed now mixed with caution. Ethan, of course, couldn't hear the man's inner thoughts. But if he could, he'd have found it ironic. This was the first time he had ever killed someone, and while he was no stranger to life or death situations, he certainly didn't see himself as a ruthless killer. Ethan glanced at the burly man and Rodney, noting their greedy expressions, and already knew exactly what kind of people he was dealing with. "Man, this is actually a misunderstanding. I'm willing to give you half of all the supplies on my ship if you let me go," the burly man said, attempting to negotiate. Hearing this, Ethan nearly burst out laughing. "If I had offered my supplies earlier, would you have let me leave safely?" he asked mockingly. The burly man hesitated, his silence speaking volumes. He could lie, of course, but what would be the point? From Ethan's response, he understood the young man's stance clearly. "Then there's nothing to talk about," the burly man admitted. "There was never anything to talk about," Ethan replied coldly. From the very beginning, Ethan had no intention of letting them go. Rodney was someone he had saved, only for him to harbor murderous intent against his benefactor. To spare such a person would be to invite trouble upon himself. As for the others, they had already crossed the line by ambushing him and attempting to kill him. Did he expect them to forget everything and leave peacefully after this? Cut the weeds, eliminate the roots. Without a second thought, Ethan raised his hand, pretending as if he was about to fire another short arrow. The sudden motion sent the group into a panic, each of them scrambling to dodge what they assumed was an attack. However, this time, Ethan only faked the movement. Instead, he cast a frostbolt with his left hand. Frostbolts didn't have the sheer damage of firebolts, but their utility in battle was undeniable. Ethan aimed the frostbolt at the ground near two of his opponents. The freezing air quickly spread, forming a slick layer of ice on the flat ground. What happened next was almost comical. The two men, caught off guard by the sudden ice, lost their footing and fell hard. Before they could regain their balance, Ethan was already upon them. With his sword in hand, he delivered two swift strikes, one for each of them. One of the men tried to roll away in a last-ditch effort to avoid the blade, but his companion's corpse hindered his movement. Ethan's sword came down, ending his life with brutal efficiency. The remaining members of the group, now terrified, scattered in different directions. The burly leader, however, decided on a different approach, running for his life. Desperate to ensure his escape, the big man shoved Rodney toward Ethan, using him as a human shield to buy himself time. "As long as I can reach the boat," he muttered to himself. The leader's landing spot was in a different direction from Ethan's, and he had deliberately cleared the path earlier. If Rodney could delay Ethan for just a few moments, he was confident he could escape to safety. But his plan was laughably naive. The moment Rodney stumbled toward him, Ethan drew the iron rod from his waist. A bright arc of electricity sparked across the rod, crackling menacingly. The arc leapt to Rodney, engulfing him in an electrified shock. Rodney's body convulsed violently as the electricity coursed through him. He fell to the ground, twitching uncontrollably, completely incapacitated. Ethan didn't even spare him another glance. Turning his attention to the fleeing leader, Ethan calmly sheathed his sword and raised his right hand. The magic circle engraved on his bracer activated as he cast the fireball spell. In an instant, a watermelon-sized ball of fire materialized in Ethan's hand. He hurled it forward, the spell whistling through the air as it pursued the burly man. The leader, oblivious to the attack at first, felt a sudden surge of heat behind him. Realizing something was wrong, he didn't dare turn around. Instead, he sprinted toward a large tree, hoping to use it as cover. "If I can just get behind the tree." The plan wasn't bad. The leader's combat instincts were sharp, and using the tree as both cover and a way to obscure himself from Ethan's view was a sound tactic. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't enough. The fireball didn't need to hit him directly. The moment it came close, it detonated with a deafening boom. The shockwave sent the big man flying, slamming him against the very tree he had hoped to use as cover. The impact was so powerful that the trunk split in two, the top half crashing down in a shower of splinters. The burly leader crumpled to the ground, his body limp and lifeless. Ethan scanned the area, his gaze lingering on the unmoving figure of the leader. Satisfied that the man was dead, he finally lowered his hands. His first real battle in the Sea of Calm had ended. 6 enemies dead, no injuries on his side. The only resources he'd expended were 2 short arrows. "It's a perfect fight," Ethan muttered, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 21. In this skirmish, Ethan, armed with the overwhelming advantage of his equipment, utterly dominated his opponents, leaving no room for resistance. The enemy lacked the courage to fight to the bitter end, leaving Ethan no opportunity to test his other equipment. Even so, the battle served as a good chance for him to gauge his combat capabilities. Against regular bandits in the future, not only will they be unable to harm me, but I'll also be able to counter them with ease. This wasn't mere overconfidence, it was a solid conclusion. Ethan retrieved 2 short arrows from the battlefield. These arrows were not easy to replace. If he could recover them, he would. He rummaged through the fallen bodies again, collecting bits and pieces of value. Among his findings, the weapons were by far the most useful. "Maybe I'll get lucky and find some low-grade magic stones," he thought. Even the tattered clothes on these bandits could potentially be bartered for something, but Ethan chose to leave them untouched. It wasn't because he lacked the means, he was far from desperate for money. Rather, he felt a vague sense of discomfort at the thought. Though he wouldn't call himself a noble person, desecrating corpses he had already killed felt unnecessary and distasteful. Because of this principle, the robbers were left with their clothing intact, a final shred of dignity as they were laid to rest. Speaking of which, These guys have a boat docked by the shore. I wonder what kind of vessel it is. There were 6 of them, and it wasn't clear whether any crew remained on board. But even if the ship was unguarded, a vessel capable of carrying 6 people was bound to be significantly larger than his own. It didn't matter whether the robbers had discovered other islands before this one or how much food and water they had stashed on board. The ship alone made this encounter worthwhile. Ethan's voyage hadn't been in vain. As dusk fell, Ethan decided not to return to his camp. Instead, he chose to investigate the bandits' ship. If there were crew members aboard, he planned to deal with them under cover of darkness. If not, he could tally his spoils and inspect the vessel. Following the path Rodney and his crew had carved earlier, Ethan quickly located the ship. It was a brig, roughly 15 meters in length, with a design reminiscent of the caravel ships he used to sail in a grand strategy game during his previous life. However, this one was slightly smaller. It was far superior to his own humble craft. This brig boasted 2 decks. Unlike his makeshift double-decked boat, this ship's interior deck was spacious enough for an average-height person to move about comfortably. The main sail was a fore and aft rig, resembling a jib. While less stable than a traditional square sail, it excelled in speed and maneuverability, particularly in calm seas where such advantages were invaluable. However, such a sail design also required greater effort to operate. For a lone sailor like Ethan, managing this ship at sea could easily become an exhausting ordeal. Should I sell it? That idea felt wasteful. It wasn't every day one came across a better ship without having to buy it. Selling it only to purchase another vessel later seemed absurd. Maybe it's time to find a crew, Ethan mused. Sailing solo feels more and more unreliable. By now, the sky had darkened completely, and the ship remained unlit. It looks like no one's on board. Ethan cautiously explored the cabin, but no signs of life emerged. Still, he refrained from lighting any lamps, choosing instead to remain hidden in the shadows. He stayed alert throughout the night. When the sun rose once more over the horizon, he finally confirmed that there were no other threats nearby. He thoroughly searched the ship again, this time inventorying the remaining supplies. To his surprise, the situation was better than expected. The ship was well stocked with food and fresh water, indicating that Rodney's gang had recently resupplied before finding the island. Could these bastards have been following me? Ethan muttered. The thought wasn't far-fetched. When he had set out to sea, Rodney had seen the direction he was heading. Although tracking someone across the vast ocean was no small task, the existence of floating islands and navigational pointers made it entirely possible. Once the course was set, it was simply a matter of sailing straight and heading to the first island indicated by the pointer. The odds of finding him were over 70%. I've still got a lot to learn, Ethan admitted. Next time, I'll need to make my route more erratic. At the very least, I need to completely avoid any obvious paths that could be traced. Having learned this hard lesson, Ethan mentally added it to his growing list of survival strategies. After securing the ship, Ethan left to comb the nearby shore once more. There were no signs of a camp. Rodney's group had likely rushed straight to the island's center upon landing. Perhaps, in their minds, whether Ethan was present or not, their priority was to secure the island's most valuable resources as quickly as possible. In their eyes, if Ethan was indeed on the island, he would likely be exploring the central areas. So no matter what, heading there first was the most time-efficient option. With all potential threats eliminated, Ethan resumed his exploration of the island. It took him another 2 months to fully uncover its secrets. Ethan searched every corner he could, and his most significant find was a hidden mine. While he couldn't identify the specific type of ore, he knew that any kind of mine held immense value. The raw materials extracted from it could be exchanged for a wealth of resources. Thanks to the extra cargo space provided by the newly acquired larger ship, Ethan was now able to transport a substantial amount of ore. Before long, rough chunks of ore were piled high in the ship's hold. To make room for them, he moved all the fruits and fresh water he had previously stored onto land. For his voyage, he only planned to bring along a small amount of fruit to meet his vitamin needs. As for fresh water, he decided to rely entirely on his water creation spell to supply him during his travels. With the ship suddenly laden with heavy cargo, its draft became noticeably deeper. It took considerable effort for Ethan to maneuver the vessel into slightly deeper waters and anchor it there. Just as he was about to resume his exploration, a sudden tremor nearly caused him to lose his balance. An earthquake. Earthquakes often served as early warnings for a sinking island. Looks like my time here is running out. This particular island had no wildlife, which meant it wouldn't remain afloat for long, maybe a few months at best, or as little as a few days. Ethan had already been living on the island for 2 months, so it had likely persisted for quite a while. It's a shame I couldn't find a magic stone, he muttered, disappointed. Ethan had always kept in mind the advice he'd received from the guild. His top priority on any new island was to locate a magic stone. When he first discovered the mine, he'd hoped it might contain what he sought. Perhaps the ore was buried deep, and with some luck, he could stumble upon a magic stone among the veins. But the reality was far from ideal. The mine turned out to be shallower than he had anticipated. No matter how far he ventured into it, he couldn't find anything remotely resembling a magic stone. The walls were lined with ore, sure, but none of it was what he was looking for. Unwilling to give up, Ethan decided to put the longsword Cassia had given him to use, employing it as a makeshift mining tool. For hours, he dug and hacked away like a miner. Yet, despite exhausting himself and dulling the blade, all he managed to collect were more useless chunks of ore. As the tremors became increasingly frequent, starting at intervals of half a day and now occurring roughly every 2 hours, Ethan realized he couldn't delay his departure any longer. The tremors were also growing in intensity, and the ground was beginning to show visible signs of damage. Cracks formed, and the hillsides started to collapse into deep craters. Every sign urged Ethan to leave immediately. Fortunately, Ethan had begun preparing to evacuate as soon as he'd felt the first tremor. He'd packed all his belongings, and to avoid wasting time navigating out of the bay in a hurry, he'd already relocated his ship to a more accessible spot. As another tremor hit, Ethan felt the ground beneath him quake violently. The increasing frequency of the shocks left no room for hesitation, but just as he was about to head for the shore, he noticed a flash of white light in a nearby crater. What's that? At first, Ethan thought it was just his imagination, or perhaps sunlight reflecting off some ore. But the faint, unmistakable ripple of magical energy told him otherwise. This wasn't ordinary ore. A magic stone. Without a second thought, Ethan sprinted toward the crater. Sure enough, nestled within the dirt was a white stone, faintly glowing with a soft light and radiating waves of magical energy. A white magic stone. I wonder what attribute it holds. He quickly assessed the terrain of the crater, analyzing the safest way to retrieve the stone. In mere seconds, he made his decision and leapt into the pit. In that moment, adrenaline coursed through him, and he moved with a speed and agility that far exceeded his usual limits. As the ground quaked beneath him, he managed to snatch the magic stone midair as it bounced loose from the shifting earth. Clutching his prize tightly, Ethan scrambled back out of the crater with the nimbleness of a monkey, following a pre-planned escape route. The moment his feet hit solid ground, he bolted for the beach like a man possessed. The distance to the shore wasn't far, but Ethan couldn't believe how close the magic stone had been to the very spot he had chosen as his departure point. Buried beneath the surface, it had remained hidden until the tremors exposed it. If not for a series of lucky coincidences, he would never have found it. Back at the shore, Ethan wasted no time. He hauled himself onto his small boat, raised the anchor, and set sail toward the larger ship he'd anchored farther out. Once he reached the brig, he turned to look back at the island. Although the tremors were growing increasingly violent, it hadn't sunk yet. Reassured that he had some time, Ethan allowed himself a moment to examine the white magic stone in his hands. What attribute does this thing have? He stared at it intently. The magical energy it emitted felt strangely familiar. Ethan hadn't encountered many magic stones before. The one he had seen was red, a fire-attributed stone. The only white magic stone he could recall seeing was the one the guild had used when helping him fill out his personal information. 4 comments 0 vote. Chapter 22. Am I really this lucky? Ethan examined the white magic stone in his hands for a long time, turning it over and scrutinizing it carefully. However, he couldn't determine whether it truly matched the type he was hoping for. Despite his doubts, the sheer magical fluctuations emanating from it filled him with cautious optimism. Even though I know good luck doesn't last forever, I really hope this streak holds out a little longer. It was a shame, though, that his cheat ability didn't come with something like an attribute panel or stats screen. If it did, he might have been able to measure his luck directly or at least figure out its grade. Placing the magic stone securely on him, Ethan began to assess his overall gains from this expedition. Between the stone, the hidden mine, and the larger, faster caravel, which he had named after its resemblance to caravel sailing ships from his previous life, this trip had been far more rewarding than expected. He felt confident that these finds would help him make significant strides in improving his strength. I still know too little about this world, Ethan admitted to himself. I don't even fully understand how to grow stronger here. As for his new ship, he decided there was no need to consider getting an even larger one for now. Operating a vessel of this size was already challenging alone, and unless he could recruit reliable crewmates, upgrading to anything bigger was completely out of the question. His original boat, the smaller Goddess of Dawn, could probably be sold back to the guild, but he planned to keep the name for his new vessel. And then there was the question of the ore. Would it be possible to craft something useful from it? Or would it be better to simply exchange it for finished products? Ethan didn't even know what kind of ore he had collected, let alone what it could be used for. I wonder, does this world have things like cannons or steam engines? From what he had observed, this world seemed to still be in the age of sailing ships powered by wind and manpower. He hadn't come across any steam-driven vessels or other mechanical propulsion systems. Then again, with something like magic stones around, maybe they've developed magic-powered cannons or engines instead. Recalling the magic stone-fueled stove he had seen before, Ethan felt his guess wasn't far off. If that's the case, will I need to start collecting all sorts of rare materials and studying magic stone technology? As his thoughts wandered toward the future, Ethan began tying his original boat to the new caravel using several thick ropes. He let the larger ship tow the smaller one along. With the cargo hold now packed with heavy ore, the caravel's speed was noticeably reduced. While the ship should have been much faster than his original boat, the added weight made its pace slower than before. Thankfully, I've got plenty of food, and I can make clean water on my own. I'll just take my time. The slower pace gave Ethan the opportunity to focus on consolidating what he had learned during his time on the island. Life on the ship soon fell back into its usual rhythm. Every morning, Ethan would wake up and prepare breakfast. After eating, he would rest briefly before practicing swordsmanship. At midday, when the sun was high, he would read. He still had a stack of books he had brought with him. His mental strength had steadily grown over time, and with it, his reading speed had increased significantly. For example, he had already finished the thick pile of textbooks given to him by the Ancient One. Choosing the path of a mage really comes with some unexpected perks, Ethan mused with a sense of satisfaction. With his space-time orb, he could sense spatial energy and travel between different planes. Based on his experience in the Marvel world, he figured similar worlds would likely appear again in the future. All of this comes down to my choice to train spiritual energy as a mage, Ethan reflected. If I'd chosen the warrior path and focused on physical strength instead, I would have run into endless problems just trying to communicate. He also remembered that there were spells that allowed one to quickly master a foreign language. If he ever ended up in a world like Diablo or Warcraft, where the languages weren't Earth-based, those spells would save him a lot of trouble. Of course, that would only be an option after his strength improved significantly. He'd need to become a full-fledged mage first. For now, he could only work toward that goal one step at a time, though there was still so much he needed to learn. After his midday reading session, Ethan would eat some fruit to replenish his energy. Afternoons were reserved for light exercises to consolidate his morning training. Depending on his mood, he might also catch some seafood for dinner or the next day's breakfast. As evening approached and the sun dipped below the horizon, Ethan would anchor the ship for the night. Without a crew to take shifts, he avoided sailing after dark for safety reasons. Dinner marked the final meal of the day, after which Ethan would begin his spiritual power training. This nightly practice would continue late into the night before he finally went to sleep. His schedule was set in stone, with only occasional interruptions for minor tasks like airing out his books to prevent mildew or maintaining his weapons and armor. Whenever he maintained his equipment, he couldn't help but think back to the novels he used to read in his previous life. The protagonists in those stories never bothered to maintain their gear. A gun stays brand new after thousands of rounds without so much as a cleaning. In swords, they're either divine artifacts or legendary weapons crafted by master smiths, and somehow they're still pristine after years of neglect. I, on the other hand, have a pile of equipment that all needs cleaning and maintenance. It's such a hassle to take care of it all. Despite his complaints, Ethan handled his gear with utmost care. He knew these items were his lifeline, and his survival depended on them. As much as he grumbled about the effort, he was meticulous in his work, ensuring every weapon and piece of armor was in top condition. Damaged equipment could mean the difference between life and death. In truth, Ethan's habit of talking to himself was born from the crushing loneliness of life at sea. With no one to speak to for extended periods, he feared that his ability to hold a conversation might deteriorate over time. Whenever the opportunity arose, he would eagerly take it just to keep his mind sharp. Occasionally, the isolation made him realize how dire his situation was. If things went on like this, he'd either lose his mind or become completely numb. The solution was obvious: he needed to find a partner, someone to share this journey with. But finding the right partner isn't that simple, is it? Trustworthiness aside, could he even share his secrets with them? What if they learned about his ability to travel between planes? Could they be trusted with that knowledge? Ethan wasn't inherently distrustful, but recent events had reminded him of the dangers of misplaced faith. Maybe I should look for companions in the worlds I've already traveled to. The advantage of this plan was clear. If he brought someone along from another world, the secret of his ability would already be out. Additionally, he could carefully choose individuals with proven character from familiar settings. At least then, he'd have a better idea of who could be trusted not to stab him in the back. He couldn't help but recall the countless plane travel novels he had read in his previous life. Recruiting allies from other worlds was practically a staple of the genre. Back then, he used to imagine what he would do if he ever gained a similar ability. He'd fantasized about recruiting a few likable characters and building a team. I wonder if this thing can actually bring people back with me, he murmured, glancing at the time-space pointer. He remembered the conditions for bringing objects between planes. Did bringing a person work the same way? Did he need to pick them up in a specific manner? Curious, Ethan summoned the time-space orb and poured his mental power into it, hoping to uncover more of its secrets. When he first activated the device, the burst of spatial energy had injected basic instructions into his mind, teaching him how to use it. Back then, his mental strength had been far weaker, likely limiting the amount of information he could process. Now that he was stronger, perhaps he could unlock more knowledge. Unfortunately, no matter how he directed his mental power into the orb, whether gently or forcefully, the device remained silent. The only visible effect was that the pointer's form seemed to stabilize slightly under his influence. Beyond that, it gave him nothing. Do I really have to figure this out myself? He muttered, feeling a pang of frustration. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed something strange. The orb's display wasn't searching as it usually did. Instead, it showed an arrow, a clear direction. Spatial energy, Ethan guessed at first, but something felt off. He realized the arrow wasn't just signaling the presence of energy, it was pointing somewhere specific, toward the left side of his ship. As the vessel continued to move forward, the orb subtly adjusted, maintaining its focus on the same target. Not too far away, excitement surged through him. Ethan quickly adjusted the ship's course, steering toward the direction indicated by the pointer. That's right, there's something I've been meaning to figure out. A question had lingered in his mind ever since he first began traveling between worlds. Did time in this world run parallel to the other planes he visited, or did it flow differently? He had considered this before but had never been able to test it. Now, thanks to scavenging the bandits' supplies, he had an hourglass on hand, something he could use to measure the passage of time in this world while he was away. One day might not be enough to draw a conclusion, but at least I'll know if time here stops completely or keeps moving. After donning his gear, Ethan double-checked his preparations. He even secured several bottles of health potions in his belt pouch, just in case. Satisfied after confirming everything multiple times, he set the hourglass on the deck, watching as the sand began to flow. Taking a few steps back, he activated the time-space teleportation circle. I wonder what kind of world I'll end up in this time. 5 comments 0 vote. Chapter 23. The all-too-familiar sensation of shifting planes struck Ethan once more, accompanied by a blinding brilliance that rendered him temporarily sightless. As the light faded and the world settled, he instinctively scanned his surroundings, his right hand already gripping the hilt of his sword. For once, he wasn't immediately surrounded. This was a rare occurrence. In his previous 2 plane jumps, he had landed smack in the middle of groups of hostile individuals. In the dark, grim world of Diablo, he'd been greeted by a cluster of rogues with bows trained on him, ready to turn him into a pincushion at the slightest misstep. Finally, no ambush for a change, he muttered under his breath, loosening his grip on his sword. Still, Ethan couldn't shake his wariness. The landing site chosen by the teleportation circle never seemed to be reliable, at least, not by conventional standards. Then again, he thought, perhaps being thrown into safe areas despite the initial chaos was its way of being dependable. "Don't be alarmed, mage from another plane," a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Startled, Ethan spun around to face what seemed to be a steep, barren mountain wall. The voice had clearly come from there, but no one was in sight. An illusion, he wondered aloud, focusing his senses. Concentrating, Ethan probed the area with his mental power. Though he lacked the ability to project his spiritual energy outward, his heightened senses detected something off, a subtle incongruity. Yet, without additional means at his disposal, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Before he could delve deeper, the answer revealed itself. Like rippling water, the mountain wall shimmered and dissolved, revealing a hidden passage. From within, a white-bearded old man stepped forward, accompanied by a blond boy. The older man was dressed like the quintessential mage from legend, leaning lightly on a long staff as he approached. "Greetings, traveler from another world," the old mage said, his voice slow and calm. His tone was warm and inviting, devoid of malice. Yet, the overwhelming magical energy radiating from him, like a vast, unfathomable ocean, was anything but comforting. The sheer power on display, unhidden and unapologetic, was enough to put anyone on edge. "Please, don't misunderstand," the old mage continued, quickly suppressing his magical aura. "As a fellow mage, I'm sure you understand that sometimes, precautions must be taken for a proper conversation." The oppressive atmosphere faded as he spoke, leaving behind only his gentle demeanor. In fact, the old mage added with a faint smile, "To break through the dense energy barrier and reach you, I may have overexerted myself in making initial contact." It was then that Ethan realized the mage wasn't speaking in a language he recognized. Instead, the words resonated directly in his mind, an act of mental communication. Ethan's annoyance flared. Seriously, again? Though he understood his own weakness compared to the mages he encountered, having his mind invaded without consent still grated on him. "This is getting old," he muttered. "I really need to figure out a way to block these psychic intrusions." "Ah, young man, you're perfectly right to feel that way," the old mage said, his tone tinged with understanding. "I hope you'll allow me to make amends." The elder mage's demeanor exuded wisdom and morality. He bowed slightly, offering a genuine apology and compensation without hesitation. "For instance," he continued, "I could craft you an amulet to shield your mind from mental attacks. How does that sound?" Ethan blinked in surprise. "Wait, can you read my thoughts?" "Oh, not at all," the mage replied, chuckling softly. "I simply surmised that such a thing might be foremost on your mind given the circumstances." His sharp, perceptive eyes gleamed beneath his kind exterior. Ethan paused, contemplating the offer. The old mage had suggested crafting the amulet so casually, as though it were a trivial task. Clearly, he was confident in his abilities as an enchanter. Still, Ethan didn't feel an immediate need for such a defense. As his own mental strength grew, he reasoned, most enemies wouldn't be able to breach his mind unless they were overwhelmingly powerful. And if someone with that level of strength wanted to harm him, no amulet in the world would make a difference. For now, Ethan decided to set the matter aside. "So, what should I call you?" Seeing that Ethan was willing to talk, the old mage smiled warmly. "My name is Merlin. You may call me that." Merlin. Ethan's brow furrowed. The name was iconic, synonymous with legendary tales of magic and myth. A powerful mage named Merlin. The implications were clear, but which Merlin was this? The name had appeared in countless works across various cultures and genres, from Arthurian legends to modern fiction. And while some versions were noble mentors, others were less savory. "Not the version with white hair and questionable morals, I can probably rule that one out. Doesn't look like he's carrying a staff made of futuristic tech, so another possibility eliminated." Ethan scratched his head in frustration. There were simply too many iterations of Merlin to narrow it down. Merlin, noticing Ethan's reaction, seemed intrigued. "Young man, do you recognize my name? Or perhaps you've encountered me, or someone like me, on another plane?" Ethan hesitated. Merlin's question caught him off guard, but it didn't take long for him to connect the dots. The fact that Merlin immediately identified him as a traveler from another plane suggested that the mage had a deep understanding of the multiverse, possibly even more than Ethan himself. Wait, a sudden thought struck him. Don't tell me, is the reason my teleportation circle brought me here because of you? Merlin froze for a moment before smiling knowingly. You're quick to catch on. I wasn't planning to hide it. In fact, even if you hadn't noticed, I would have told you soon enough. Ethan's expression darkened. His last encounter with a powerful mage had occurred when he traveled to the Marvel Universe. There, the Sorcerer Supreme, who guarded Earth from planar invasions, intercepted him. That experience taught Ethan that truly powerful beings could interfere with his teleportation. He hadn't expected to meet another such figure so soon. With this revelation, the prospect of using his teleportation circle to travel between planes became daunting. Who knew if next time he'd cross paths with someone who might kill him outright before hearing him out? Or, Merlin interjected, as though reading his unease, I could teach you how to better control that immense energy you wield, so it doesn't shine like the moon in a pitch-black night sky, drawing attention from others like myself. Ethan's frustration eased slightly. Merlin had hit on a sore spot, one Ethan was desperate to resolve. I really need to deal with that problem, Ethan admitted with a nod, but he wasn't about to let Merlin take full control of the conversation. That said, Your Excellency, Great Mage Merlin, what is it that you want from me? After all, you didn't bring me here by accident. Merlin had deliberately intercepted him, redirecting his teleportation to arrive at this very spot. That meant he had an agenda. Ethan had initially assumed Merlin might be similar to the Ancient One, a protector of this plane, but Merlin's repeated offers of help made Ethan reconsider. This is about something connected to me, Ethan murmured to himself, trying to analyze the situation. What could a legendary powerhouse like Merlin want from him? The only thing of value he had was his ability to travel between planes. However, Merlin's earlier words suggested he wasn't particularly interested in that. If he were, why offer to help Ethan better master his spatial energy instead of exploiting it? Why don't we talk somewhere more suitable? Merlin interrupted Ethan's thoughts. Surely, standing here all day isn't ideal. You're right, Ethan agreed. Then follow me, young man, Merlin said, turning to lead the way back into the magically hidden passage. As Ethan followed, he couldn't help but notice the powerful magical barrier he passed through. It felt like walking through a curtain of water, only instead of being soaked, he was washed in waves of magic. Strangely, the barrier seemed to replenish some of the mental energy he had expended during his teleportation. The passage wasn't long, and before long, the narrow path opened into a breathtaking valley. The scene was like something out of a dream. Flowers and trees filled every inch of space, their vibrant colors and fragrances merging into an intoxicating harmony. Ethan immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of the flora. This was no ordinary valley, everything here seemed to radiate life and magic. A paradise on earth, Ethan muttered in awe. Merlin smiled, clearly pleased by the compliment. This is my home, he said with a hint of pride. The only man-made structure in the valley was a modest-looking house. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary 3-story building. However, the moment Ethan stepped inside, he realized the space within was far larger than it seemed. Magic, of course. Without stopping, Merlin led Ethan to a reception room. Inside, a table was already set with an assortment of fruits, their vibrant colors as inviting as the valley outside. Please, have a seat, Merlin offered as he sat down himself, gesturing for Ethan to sit opposite him. Once Ethan was seated, Merlin continued, originally, I planned to spend some time conversing with you before revealing my intentions. But it seems you prefer a more direct approach, so I won't keep you in suspense. Just as he was about to explain, Merlin glanced at the blond boy standing nearby. Suddenly, as if recalling something important, he turned back to Ethan. Ah, forgive me, I'll need to take one more liberty with you before we proceed, Merlin said apologetically. Ethan tensed but remained seated, his hand unconsciously drifting toward his sword. There won't be any harmful side effects, Merlin assured him. You may feel a slight numbness in your head or a mild headache, but nothing more. Before Ethan could protest, Merlin raised his finger to his own forehead. A stream of glowing light flowed from his head to his fingertip. With a slow, deliberate motion, he pointed at Ethan, sending the light into him. Ethan froze. His body stiffened as the light entered his mind. The sensation was strange but not painful, it felt as though something had been carefully placed within his consciousness. Then it clicked. Ethan realized what Merlin had done. The old mage had transferred a portion of his own knowledge, specifically, a foreign language, directly into Ethan's mind. "Hello, my name is Arthur," the blonde boy said, stepping forward and introducing himself in the language Ethan had just learned. Ethan blinked, startled. He understood Arthur perfectly, despite never hearing the language before. Chapter 24, Arthur Pendragon. Even without the language package Merlin had transferred into his mind, Ethan would have recognized the boy's identity based on the pronunciation alone. Is this King Arthur? The realization left him mildly stunned. He was now certain that this world wasn't part of any movie universe he knew. If it were, movies about King Arthur, mostly produced by British and American studios, would have featured characters speaking English, not this unfamiliar language Merlin had taught him. Ethan's grasp of history wasn't exactly strong, most of it came from fiction and the occasional online deep dive. He knew King Arthur was a legendary hero of the British Isles, but the timeline of his existence was murky at best. In fact, it wasn't even clear if King Arthur had been a real historical figure. Here, however, there was no doubt, in this plane, Arthur was very real. Of course, the British Isles of this time period wouldn't use modern English or even Old English. Could it be Old Celtic? Ethan muttered, unsure. He turned his attention to the boy in front of him. Arthur's golden hair gleamed like the sun, his strong brows and bright eyes radiating sincerity and determination. His presence exuded an unshakable sense of righteousness. The phrase, like the sun at 8 o'clock in the morning, felt tailor-made for this young man. "Hello, Arthur. Nice to meet you. My name is Ethan," Ethan said, nodding politely as he introduced himself. Arthur returned the greeting with equal formality, performing a slight bow. "I am pleased to meet you as well, Your Excellency Ethan." With the introductions out of the way, Merlin, who had been quietly observing from the side, decided it was time to cut to the chase. "Now that the two of you are acquainted, let's get down to business," the old mage said, reclaiming control of the conversation. "Ethan, I'd like to ask for your assistance in something. That's why I stopped your teleportation." Ethan didn't interrupt, waiting for Merlin to explain further. Fortunately, the legendary mage didn't waste time on theatrics and quickly got to the point. Merlin explained that, after teaching Arthur for several years, he felt it was time for the young heir to the throne to expand his horizons. Arthur needed to see the world beyond his small corner of it, to gain knowledge and experience that would prepare him for the monumental task of ruling a nation. Initially, Merlin had intended to take Arthur on a journey across this plane to better understand the kingdom's current state. But then, Merlin noticed an enormous burst of spatial energy as Ethan's teleportation spell broke through the barriers between worlds. This inspired a bold new idea: why limit Arthur's travels to just one world when the multiverse was within reach? Merlin admitted that this idea had struck him suddenly, almost like a revelation. The overwhelming energy from Ethan's magic seemed to trigger the thought, and once it took root, Merlin couldn't shake it. Without wasting time, he acted, intercepting Ethan mid-teleportation to propose his plan. Ethan, however, was left speechless. "You're saying, you want Arthur to travel to other worlds with me?" Merlin nodded, completely serious. He believed Arthur could gain invaluable insights by experiencing the vastness of the multiverse firsthand. And while the idea was unconventional, even reckless, Merlin trusted his instincts. As a ruler, Arthur needs to know more than just this world. He must be prepared for challenges that others can't even begin to imagine, Merlin said. Ethan pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to process the sheer absurdity of what he was hearing. "You do realize that this is insane, right? Let's ignore everything else for a moment. What about his safety? You've seen my abilities. I can't guarantee I'll be able to protect him." Before Merlin could respond, Arthur stepped forward, his expression resolute. "If I lose my life on this journey, it will prove I'm unfit to inherit the throne," Arthur said firmly. After a brief pause, he added, "Besides, I've trained with Merlin for years. I'm more than capable of defending myself." Ethan stared at the young man, then turned back to Merlin, waiting for him to justify this madness. As Arthur said, Merlin reiterated, if he cannot survive the trials he faces, then perhaps he isn't meant to rule. Being a king means encountering dangers far beyond what most people can imagine. If Arthur is to lead, he must learn how to confront these challenges head-on. Ethan exhaled slowly. While he wasn't entirely convinced, Merlin's argument wasn't without merit. The world, or worlds, was a dangerous place, especially for someone destined to rule. Fine, but what happens if we leave this world and never return? You've seen it yourself, I can't control these spatial energies perfectly. There's no guarantee I'll be able to bring him back. Merlin smiled faintly, as though he had been waiting for this question. That is precisely why I intercepted you, Merlin said. Your control over those energies is, frankly, terrible. But I can teach you. I can help you master them. Ethan's eyes widened. He was taken aback by the sheer audacity of the offer. A legendary mage, offering personal guidance. It was an opportunity no aspiring spellcaster could refuse. Merlin continued, I will teach you everything you need to know about magic, and more. Not just the manipulation of space-time energy, but a comprehensive education in the magical arts. In return, you will take Arthur with you and ensure he gains the experience he needs. The offer left Ethan conflicted. On one hand, he desperately needed a mentor. Though he hadn't encountered any major obstacles yet, Ethan knew it was only a matter of time before his progress stalled. To prepare for that inevitability, he had been diversifying his studies, dabbling in potion making, magic circles, and anything else that might help him grow. But learning directly from Merlin, that was on an entirely different level. Everything about magic, Ethan asked cautiously, still grappling with the enormity of the proposition. Not just magic, Merlin said with a knowing smile. Ethan's hesitation began to melt away. This was an offer he simply couldn't refuse. More than anything, he hoped the transaction would be successfully finalized. If this had been a business negotiation, Ethan suspected he'd have to sign a long list of unfavorable agreements just to secure Merlin's help. Fortunately, no one present was a businessman, and this wasn't a commercial exchange. Everyone's moral compass seemed to be in the right place, so there was no need for formal contracts. Both sides reached a tacit understanding, their intentions clear. The next step was to deepen their understanding of each other. Whether it was to assist Merlin's teaching or build rapport with his future teammate, Ethan knew he'd have to explain certain details about himself. For now, let's set aside the specifics of your personal training, Merlin suggested. I believe what Arthur is most curious about is the nature of the worlds he'll be visiting. Ethan shrugged. He briefly recounted his experiences in the worlds he had visited so far. He glossed over the Marvel Universe, admitting there wasn't much to say since the Ancient One had intercepted him almost immediately. The time he spent there didn't allow for any significant exploration. He spent more time describing the Diablo world, focusing on the adventures he had experienced there. However, he limited his explanation to avoid overwhelming Arthur with unnecessary details. Finally, he talked about his home world, the vast, ocean-dominated world where floating islands dotted the sea. Ethan described how its inhabitants searched for magical islands and gathered materials to survive. This unique and fantastical world captivated Arthur. The young prince couldn't hide his fascination, his usual composure slipping to reveal a youthful enthusiasm. He squirmed in his seat, barely able to contain his excitement as he imagined the possibilities. When it came to discussing how he traveled between worlds, Merlin initially assumed Ethan possessed a powerful magical artifact. However, he quickly realized it was more akin to an innate ability, a talent that couldn't simply be taken or replicated. Merlin, despite his immense power, had no intention of trying to seize it. Ethan could only hope this trust in Merlin's character wasn't misplaced. So that's how it works, Merlin remarked after hearing Ethan's explanation. The old mage now understood why Ethan's mental strength, while above average for a normal person, wasn't particularly impressive for a mage. Nor did he have any magical reserves. Inspecting the time-space orb in Ethan's hand, Merlin frowned. The device was an enigma even to him. He couldn't discern its origins or its inner workings, much less the forces behind it. Still, he offered Ethan some practical advice. While I can't fully grasp the nature of this object or how it operates, I can tell you this: for any mage, energy, no matter how complex, can be controlled. The only variable is how difficult it is to do so. Merlin suggested that Ethan begin practicing energy control immediately. The massive reservoir of space-time energy within him was a resource Ethan was letting dissipate naturally. Instead of passively waiting for the energy to fade and trigger an unplanned teleportation, Merlin encouraged him to take charge. By controlling this energy, Ethan could potentially dictate when and how he traveled between worlds. If my theory is correct, Merlin said, as your control over space-time energy grows, your ability will evolve accordingly. Merlin wasn't entirely certain what form these changes would take, but Ethan's mind raced with possibilities. Could he learn to teleport with precision, traveling between worlds at will instead of being thrown into random ones? Perhaps he could store the energy within himself, using it only when needed. Maybe he could even return to specific worlds deliberately instead of leaving it up to chance. All of these ideas had crossed Ethan's mind before, but they had always seemed out of reach. Now, Merlin was pointing him toward a path to achieve them. Control over energy wasn't just useful, it was essential. Merlin's advice confirmed that Ethan's lack of mastery was the key limitation of his abilities. It also aligned with what Ethan had already started to suspect. Magicians, Merlin explained, must be especially cautious when absorbing new forms of energy. The first type of energy a mage interacts with often influences their development for life. Ethan hadn't begun practicing energy control earlier because he wanted his mental power to reach a certain threshold first, ensuring he had the strength to handle whatever consequences might arise. 5 comments 0 vote. Chapter 25. Ethan had read in many of the books he currently owned that when a mage first absorbs energy and converts it into usable magic power, it's a critical moment that demands caution. The choice of energy is especially important, as it not only determines how effectively the mage can wield magic but also impacts the mage themselves. For instance, elemental energy is a common starting point for new mages. Most begin by aligning with a specific element. This initial energy not only grants greater control over that element but also influences the mage's spiritual power, personality, and even physical state. In some cases, the assimilation is mild, but more extreme energies, such as fel energy, can severely affect a mage's character and thoughts. Over time, prolonged exposure to such energies might completely change who they are. This is why, despite the theoretical ability to use any energy as a magical source, most mages avoid certain extreme or corrupting energies at all costs. Ethan had initially considered choosing water element energy to begin his journey as a mage. One reason was practical. The first spell he learned, Water Creation, had a natural affinity for water-related abilities. The more compelling reason, however, was environmental. The ocean-dominated world he had been exploring was practically tailor-made for water element magic, which would receive substantial amplification in such a setting. Additionally, water's ice element variant offered incredible versatility. It was practical, powerful, and, in Ethan's opinion, undeniably stylish to wield. Of course, real magic wasn't like a game. Choosing a specific elemental energy didn't mean a mage could only use spells of that element. Instead, the efficiency of casting other elements depended on how compatible they were with the mage's chosen energy. For instance, a mage who used water element energy would find fire magic less efficient and more costly to cast. That said, some legendary mages, such as Isendra, mastered multiple elements. Such mages either fully controlled elemental energy, allowing their spells to contain more than one element, or based their magic on highly adaptable energies like arcane energy, which could shift to suit different spells. If I'm not mistaken, you intended to start your journey as a mage by absorbing water element energy and mastering elemental magic, Merlin said. Ethan nodded, slightly surprised by how accurately Merlin had assessed his intentions. In the world of magic, classifications like elementalist or arcanist were largely superficial. True archmages didn't limit themselves to specific schools or energies. They strove to eliminate any weaknesses in their magical knowledge, achieving the ability to freely manipulate spells and magic attributes as needed. However, the journey to becoming such a mage was heavily influenced by the initial energy a mage absorbed. This choice could dictate how far they could progress and even shape their ultimate potential. You're right, Ethan confirmed. By now, Ethan had spent 2 days under Merlin's roof. During that time, Merlin hadn't begun teaching but had instead conducted a thorough assessment of Ethan's abilities. Now, it seemed, the lessons were about to start. There's nothing wrong with your choice, Merlin said thoughtfully. If I were in your position, I might have chosen the same path. He paused, as if carefully considering his next words. That said, I have a proposition for you, a path that's far more challenging but offers immense potential. If you succeed, your future achievements could be extraordinary. Would you be interested? Ethan frowned slightly, puzzled by the vagueness of Merlin's proposal. How extraordinary are we talking? Merlin took a moment to think, likely searching for a frame of reference that Ethan would understand. Finally, he smiled and made a bold comparison. I can't predict how far you'll go, it depends entirely on your own determination. But if you follow this path and succeed, your achievements will at least rival my own. Ethan's heart skipped a beat. Despite his attempts to stay calm, the gravity of Merlin's statement made it difficult to suppress his excitement. Still, he managed to maintain his composure, refusing to embarrass himself in front of the legendary mage. Comparable to you? Ethan asked carefully. You mean the ability to observe endless planes, break through dimensional barriers, or even destroy an entire plane? The first two possibilities seemed entirely plausible. Merlin clearly possessed the strength to traverse the multiverse, and Ethan wouldn't be surprised if he could breach even the most fortified barriers. As for destroying a plane, that was harder to gauge. At the very least, Ethan suspected that Merlin, or someone like the Ancient One, who protected Earth from multiverse incursions, could easily destroy a planet if they unleashed their full power. While this didn't mean such mages could obliterate worlds with a single spell, their vast knowledge and cunning made them unpredictable and dangerous. For example, the Ancient One could theoretically summon Dormammu, plunging an entire plane into eternal darkness. Such an act would achieve the same result as outright destruction, showcasing the terrifying potential of powerful mages. That was what made mages so dangerous, the sheer unpredictability of their abilities. No one truly knew what they were capable of or what lengths they might go to achieve their goals. Ethan wanted to reach that level someday. The allure of becoming such a formidable mage made Merlin's proposal impossible to ignore. You should know that mages, at their core, are individuals who rely on powerful spiritual energy to manipulate magical forces and achieve their goals. Whether it's casting a fireball or performing advanced spells, the principles are fundamentally the same, Merlin began. Ethan nodded, waiting for him to elaborate. Spiritual power forms the foundation of all mages. The stronger your spiritual power, the more energy you can control, which in turn allows you to cast more powerful magic and pursue greater ambitions. Ethan was painfully aware of this. His spiritual power wasn't yet at the threshold required to qualify as a proper mage. He had been diligently working to improve it for years. Since acquiring the time-space orb, he'd also been exercising his spiritual strength through constant practice. But the power of spiritual energy does more than just allow mages to wield more energy, Merlin continued. It also determines the relationship between you and magic itself. What do you mean by that? Ethan asked, puzzled. Merlin explained in detail, and gradually, Ethan began to grasp the concept. The relationship between a mage and magical energy wasn't a simple master-slave dynamic. For a mage, understanding one's spiritual limit was crucial when absorbing energy. Without that awareness, absorbing too much magic could lead to severe consequences. The energy could start to invade the mage's mind, corrupting their thoughts and personality. Ethan recalled examples from the books he'd read. In milder cases, the mage's spiritual energy would be contaminated, leading to minor imbalances. In extreme cases, the mage's character and behavior would be fundamentally altered. For instance, Merlin explained, if a mage's spiritual power can handle 10 units of magical energy, but they try to control more than that, they'll begin to experience dangerous side effects. He clarified that this was a simplified explanation. While the quantity of spiritual energy mattered, its quality was just as important. Ethan started to piece it together. So, what you're saying is, I should focus on developing my spiritual power further before trying to absorb energy and convert it into magic. Merlin smiled and shook his head. Not exactly. The path I propose is far more unconventional. It requires you to avoid absorbing external energy altogether. Ethan froze, startled. He couldn't imagine how such a thing would work. Wait, you mean, no absorption at all? Merlin nodded. You see, mages don't necessarily need to rely on external energy. They can generate their own magic power. Ethan frowned, confused. He hadn't encountered this concept in the books he'd studied. From what he'd read, mages converted external energy into magic power and then stored it within themselves. While mages could naturally regenerate magic power over time, it was always assumed that this process was slower and secondary to external absorption. Seeing Ethan's confusion, Merlin explained further. The magic power generated by a mage internally is fundamentally different from that drawn from external sources. It's purer and far more adaptable. It can be molded to fit a variety of purposes with greater ease. Merlin sighed before continuing. Unfortunately, by the time most mages discover this truth, their spiritual power has already been tainted by the energies they've absorbed. The magic power they generate after this point naturally aligns with the attributes of the energies they were exposed to earlier. How strong this alignment is depends on the extent of the spiritual pollution. This was why mages referred to external energy's influence on their spiritual power as pollution. Even with countermeasures, eliminating this contamination was a time-consuming and resource-intensive process. Hearing this, Ethan felt a chill run down his spine. Reflecting on his previous plans, he realized how close he had come to making a grave mistake. With his still developing spiritual power, it was almost inevitable that absorbing water element energy would have polluted his mind. Worse, if he ever tried to incorporate other elements in the future, the conflict could weaken his ability to control space-time energy, or worse, render him incapable of it altogether. For the first time, Ethan was grateful for the delays that had prevented him from committing to his initial plan. Merlin's words felt like a lifeline, pulling him back from the edge of a precarious decision. So, Ethan said slowly, his understanding deepening, the path you're suggesting is for me to continue absorbing my spiritual power and rely entirely on it to generate my own magic energy. Merlin smiled, clearly pleased. Exactly. That's the path I believe is best for you. The implications of this path weren't lost on Ethan. It would be far more challenging than the traditional route. Without absorbing external energy, his progress in the early stages would be agonizingly slow. He'd be stuck with limited magical abilities, leaving him only marginally stronger than an ordinary person. Merlin watched Ethan carefully, expecting him to take some time to weigh the pros and cons of such a demanding choice. To his surprise, Ethan didn't hesitate. I'll choose this path, Ethan said decisively. 5-0 vote. Chapter 26. Merlin was surprised by how quickly Ethan made his decision and couldn't help but wonder why Ethan had chosen such a difficult path so easily. You said that as long as I stick to this path, I'll eventually reach a level of strength comparable to yours, right? Ethan asked. Merlin nodded. That's correct. As long as you persevere and don't die from some unforeseen accident, although this path is difficult, it doesn't have any significant bottlenecks. Ethan had sensed this as well, but that wasn't the only reason behind his decision. So, if I were to follow the path of an ordinary mage, where could I realistically expect to end up? Merlin smiled knowingly. Ah, young man, your thinking is very clear. This clarity will help you progress faster as a mage. I hope you can maintain that sharpness of mind. Ethan's decision was simple. One path would undoubtedly lead him to the level of a top magician like Merlin. It might be full of obstacles, but at least the endpoint was visible. The other path, however, was shrouded in uncertainty. He didn't even know where it would lead or what the destination would look like. Taking unnecessary risks on such a path was pointless. Although the path of an ordinary mage could allow him to become battle-ready more quickly, Ethan had never relied solely on magic. His methods of handling emergencies were not limited to the realm of magic. For self-protection, if it came to it, he could always prepare some advanced technology or gear. That alone would be enough to help him through the early stages of his journey. As long as I can control space-time energy, I'll have a higher chance of returning to the Marvel Universe. Maybe I can even trick Tony Stark into helping me out with some equipment, Ethan thought to himself. However, he recalled that Tony wasn't exactly the type to offer help for free. To gain anything from him, Ethan would need to offer something in return. At worst, there were plenty of firearms in various movie worlds that could help him handle many dangers. So, Ethan didn't mind how difficult this path might be at the start. He had always trained his spiritual power consistently, and he would just keep pushing forward. Actually, Merlin interjected, there's no need to worry too much. While the early stages are dull and monotonous, once you start generating magic power from within yourself, the process becomes smoother. As your spiritual power grows stronger, the magic you produce will increase in quality and quantity. At that point, it's not impossible to absorb external energy to enhance your magic power. You just need to be careful not to overdo it and contaminate your own magic. Merlin's explanation was straightforward. Think of it like the ocean, he continued. If your magic power is vast like the sea, absorbing a small amount of external energy is akin to adding a few drops of ink, completely inconsequential. But if your magic power is still as small as a pot of water and you pour in half a bottle of ink. The analogy was clear, and Ethan couldn't argue with it. Still, that scenario was far off. For now, Merlin began explaining the cultivation method in detail. Even though he only outlined the major steps, it still took considerable time. In short, the method was divided into several phases. 1. First, Ethan needed to strengthen his spiritual power while gaining precise control over it. This was an area where Ethan already held a natural advantage. 2. During this initial stage, external magical energy could not be absorbed, not even a little. Any external energy would pollute his spiritual power. 3. At the same time, Ethan needed to expand his knowledge by studying various subjects related to magic. According to Merlin, the magic generated from one's spiritual power wasn't inherently balanced across all attributes. It was influenced by the mage's understanding of different types of energy. For instance, a mage with deep knowledge of fire element energy would naturally produce magic with a strong affinity for fire. Even if they didn't actively absorb fire energy from the outside world, their magic would still lean heavily toward fire-based spells. Many mages used this principle to enhance their magical attributes. Their cultivated magic would, in turn, influence the energy they produced. If Ethan wanted his magic to be well-rounded, he would need to study an extensive range of magical knowledge. However, unlike most mages who could actively practice spells, Ethan couldn't even perform basic magic at this stage. He could only bury himself in theoretical learning. Just thinking about it made him feel frustrated. So, could I rely on magic circles or enchanted items instead? Ethan asked. Oh, that's perfectly fine, Merlin replied. Ethan nodded. It seemed like he would have to continue down the path of relying on props and external tools. Combined with his melee combat skills, Ethan wasn't so much a pure mage as he was an all-rounder, dabbling in many things but mastering none. Still, once he got through this initial stage, things would improve. When his spiritual power became strong enough and his knowledge base extensive enough, a unique transformation would occur during meditation. According to Merlin, this change would feel like a hidden spring welling up from the depths of his spiritual power. Once this happened, his magic would begin to flow out naturally, like water from a spring. At this stage, Ethan would no longer need to rely on external objects to cast magic. He could harness his own magic power instead. Of course, the spring would be small at first, and the magic it produced would be limited. During this time, his magic power would remain fragile and prone to contamination. Absorbing external energy would still be off the table. However, over time, the spring would grow into a stream, then a small lake, a river, and eventually a vast ocean. By that point, Ethan's magic would be deep and boundless. He would be able to cast spells freely without worrying about contamination, and he could replenish or enhance his magic by absorbing external energy. From Merlin's description, Ethan understood that achieving this ocean level of magic power required more than just time and effort. It demanded vast knowledge of magic and a deep understanding of various types of energy. Without this, it would be impossible to create magic capable of encompassing all attributes. Unfortunately, Merlin couldn't give him a concrete answer on how to achieve this. Sadly, I don't know the exact details, Merlin admitted. After all, no one has ever fully attempted this method. Ethan suddenly became curious. How had Merlin started his journey? Did he, like most common mages, begin by choosing an energy he was most familiar with? Oh, that, Merlin replied, suddenly flashing a smug smile. I'm not a pure human being. I was born with immense magical power. Seriously, all talent. It was only then that Ethan recalled the legends about Merlin. The famed magician supposedly carried the blood of a fae, which gifted him with a natural affinity for magic. There was simply no comparison between an ordinary human like Ethan, who couldn't even qualify as an apprentice, and someone like Merlin. Realizing he'd just been thoroughly outclassed, Ethan couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. However, this line of thought reminded him of something important. Being a mage required talent, often a lot of it. From this perspective, the path Merlin had proposed might actually be the only viable option for him to achieve success. If Ethan followed the standard approach most mages used, he'd likely hit an insurmountable wall eventually. At best, he might master a single attribute like water magic. But as his spiritual power became polluted with external elements, he'd find himself stuck, unable to advance any further. And with his late start and lack of natural talent, even his total magic reserves would be inferior to other mages at the same level. Granted, Ethan did have the space-time orb, which might help him find alternative ways to overcome talent-based bottlenecks. But relying on that alone came with far too many unknowns. Ethan didn't like uncertainty, so, when an opportunity presented itself, a path that might be grueling but promised concrete achievements, he seized it without hesitation. Although this method Merlin proposed only detailed how to reach the C level of magical power, Ethan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. The sea, vast and seemingly limitless, might be impressive, but it wasn't truly the largest scale he could envision. A sea was, at best, part of a single planet. What if he could cultivate a galaxy of magic, one containing countless planets? Not only would the depth of his magic be unparalleled, but its density and scale would utterly dwarf anything else. And why stop at a galaxy? What if countless galaxies could be forged into a colossal supercluster? Ethan even considered the idea of using magic to create an entire universe within himself, a self-contained realm of infinite possibilities. Wait, wouldn't that technically be a micro-universe? Ethan mused, briefly veering into the territory of Saint Seiya. Realizing how absurdly far his thoughts had wandered, he shook his head to refocus. Dreaming so far ahead wasn't helpful. What mattered now was absorbing the knowledge Merlin provided, step by step, and putting in the effort required to make steady progress. The time he had in this world was limited, just 10 days. After confirming the direction Ethan should take in his studies, Merlin focused on teaching him how to control space-time energy, as that was the most urgent matter. As for the spiritual cultivation method, Merlin planned to organize the relevant information and leave it for Ethan to practice on his own later. This, of course, meant Ethan was about to receive yet another stack of dense textbooks. Speaking of books, I actually have an idea, Ethan said, an idea suddenly forming in his mind. Do you think it's something you could help me with? Ethan thought back to the piles of books already cluttering his ship. Now, with Merlin preparing to hand him even more, the thought of lugging around so many volumes was starting to feel overwhelming. It was easy to foresee that as he continued to learn more about magic and its various attributes, the number of books he'd need to study would only increase. Was he supposed to bring along an entire ship just to store all this material? This made creating a magical tool for storing books a top priority. 7 comments 0 vote. Chapter 27, a magical tool that could store knowledge and information. Ethan's request wasn't unreasonable. In fact, many magicians had similar tools. However, Ethan added an extra requirement. The tool needed to be capable of absorbing, or copying, new books or materials he obtained so that he could review them later. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Merlin replied. But I'll need to study how it could be implemented. For a magician of Merlin's caliber, their immense mental power granted them an almost perfect memory. Even unfamiliar information could be memorized and retained flawlessly in a short time, making tools like this unnecessary for someone like him. But Ethan was far from reaching that level. For someone like him, a magical tool to manage and store knowledge was essential. Unlike many mages, Ethan didn't have the luxury of a fixed residence where he could build a library to store all his collected books. Based on the environment Ethan had described before, carrying and storing books was clearly going to be an ongoing problem. And now, with his need to acquire and study even more books, the issue had become one of his biggest headaches. It'd be helpful if I had a clear example to work from, Merlin said, pondering. Ethan knew the perfect example. Back in his previous life, he had used tablet computers, an incredibly convenient tool for managing information. He had even considered trying to replicate something similar, powered by magic stones. Such a device, if built, might even surpass the tablets he remembered. The problem, of course, was that Ethan knew next to nothing about how to work with magic stones. For now, this was merely a backup plan for the distant future. Instead, Ethan turned his attention to something Merlin could directly use as a reference, his wristband, a device that recorded information. How about this? Ethan asked, handing the wristband over to Merlin. Oh, Merlin examined the slim white strip. It was an unassuming item, usually hidden under Ethan's wrist guards, which explained why Merlin hadn't noticed it earlier. Now that he was holding it, Merlin immediately recognized its unique qualities. Interesting, he said, using this as a reference, I should be able to come up with some ideas fairly quickly. At that moment, Ethan remembered the magic stone he still had. Unsure whether its attributes aligned with Merlin's needs, he handed it over as well, hoping it might help. Merlin's eyes lit up the moment he saw the magic stone. Without another word, he grabbed the wristband and the stone and disappeared into his laboratory, completely engrossed in his work. Ethan stood there, momentarily taken aback. It was a reminder that, even as a legendary magician, Merlin still had the eccentricities common among his peers. When something piqued his interest, everything else seemed to fade into the background. Arthur, who had been quietly observing, explained with a polite smile, when Merlin becomes fascinated with something, he tends to focus on it completely, often ignoring everything else around him. Please don't take it personally. Oh, I don't mind, Ethan replied, waving his hand dismissively. I was just wondering how long it might take for him to make the tool I need. Arthur, confident in Merlin's abilities, responded firmly, it won't take long. You can trust in his skills. With nothing else to do, the two began chatting. Since they would be working together in the future, exploring worlds across different planes, it was a good opportunity to get to know each other better. Arthur, despite his mature demeanor, was still a teenager, only 14 years old, making him much younger than Ethan. His slender frame and voice, which had only recently begun changing, made his youth even more apparent. Compared to Ethan, Arthur seemed small and fragile, which left Ethan feeling like he might end up as a babysitter. Arthur, however, was no ordinary teenager. As the son of a king, he had received a privileged upbringing. Even though circumstances had kept him away from the castle, Merlin had taken him in and provided him with a well-rounded education. Noticing Ethan's subtle smiles during their conversation, Arthur quickly deduced what he was thinking. I'll tell you what, Arthur said, proposing a sparring match. Ethan raised an eyebrow. We've got time to kill, and this is as good a way to get to know each other as any. Besides, Arthur added, if we're going to be partners, it's important to understand each other's abilities. In a crisis, we need to know who can handle what. Otherwise, how will we know whether to trust our teammates to handle something alone or if we need to step in to help? Ethan couldn't argue with that logic. Nodding, he agreed to Arthur's challenge. And then, the result was embarrassing for Ethan. Arthur might have been young, but he was no ordinary 14-year-old. Though he'd lived away from the royal court, Merlin had personally overseen his training from a young age. Over more than a decade, Arthur had built a solid foundation in both physical combat and magical techniques. Ethan, by comparison, was woefully underprepared. A self-taught mage apprentice with a malnourished childhood, Ethan had only recently begun practicing basic swordsmanship. What little he knew of melee combat had been taught to him by a priest in passing. First, he'd been beaten by Merlin. Now, young Arthur was thoroughly thrashing him. Ethan couldn't help but feel dejected. Fortunately, Arthur's combat experience was still limited. His youth meant he lacked physical strength compared to adults, and he had little real-world battle experience. By exploiting these weaknesses, Ethan managed to win a few rounds later in their sparring session, salvaging some of his pride. You have a solid foundation. Your foundation is terrible. The two spent most of the day sparring, and, unsurprisingly, verbal jabs flew freely during their bouts. Each tried to distract the other, their words growing bolder as they got caught up in the heat of the match. I've only been practicing swordsmanship for a few months and all of that has been self-taught, Ethan admitted. Arthur nodded in understanding. Given those circumstances, Ethan's mediocre skills made sense. On top of that, Ethan was primarily a mage, which meant he'd likely spent more time studying magic than honing his swordsmanship. Considering that, it's impressive you've reached the level you have, Arthur said sincerely. Ethan gave a wry smile. He wasn't so sure about that. His progress might have seemed quick, but that could just be due to his lack of a proper foundation. He suspected he'd hit a bottleneck soon, one caused by his limited physical strength and natural talent. His growth, already stunted by his childhood environment, would only become harder to maintain. Meanwhile, Arthur, despite being only 14, wasn't much weaker than Ethan physically. Once Arthur matured and his body fully developed, Ethan doubted he'd stand a chance against him in a head-to-head clash. Maybe you should think about finding a way to improve your physical fitness, Arthur suggested. Ethan considered this carefully. The worlds he might explore in the future were unknown. A better ship would be one way to survive the challenges ahead, but a stronger body would also be a crucial asset. Another factor weighed on Ethan's mind: longevity. Now that he had the ability to travel between worlds, the possibility of extending his lifespan was no longer just a dream. Immortality might be out of reach, but living far beyond the years of an ordinary human seemed plausible. Time, however, moved differently across worlds. Ethan realized he could easily find himself aging too quickly while caught up in his travels. If he didn't address the issue, he might die of old age before achieving his goals. That would be such a waste, he muttered to himself. Ethan's seemingly aimless actions often hid deeper intentions. He constantly evaluated his priorities, adjusting his plans based on the unpredictable circumstances he faced. His initial focus had been survival, improving his strength to ensure he could protect himself. That goal was mostly complete. Next came finding a systematic method for advancing his magical training. Meeting Merlin had provided a much-needed breakthrough on that front. As for the magical tool to store knowledge and materials, that was more of a side quest, one that Merlin had already taken on. With those two priorities nearly resolved, Ethan's next focus would undoubtedly be physical fitness and longevity. The idea of extending his lifespan had been in the back of his mind ever since he discovered his ability to traverse planes. However, his immediate need for safety had taken precedence, forcing him to shelve the thought. Now, with the issue of physical limitations brought to the forefront, Ethan was re-examining the matter of longevity. Many worlds offer ways to extend a person's lifespan, Ethan mused. The real problem is whether I'll be able to visit those worlds. For now, his best option was to take things one step at a time, while continuing to work hard toward becoming a mage. In Ethan's mind, many mages likely possessed methods to extend their lives, whether through ancient texts or personal breakthroughs achieved during observation of the mysteries of magic. He believed that, as long as his magical skills advanced enough, he would eventually solve the problem of longevity on his own. Physical fitness, however, presented a bigger challenge. Improving his body could enhance his vitality, boost his combat abilities, and give him a greater sense of security in dangerous situations. Unfortunately, there were no shortcuts to building physical strength. For now, persistent training was his only option. This time, though, Ethan had a teacher, a very special one. The future legendary King of Britain, Arthur Pendragon. Arthur, for his part, seemed to enjoy playing the role of instructor. Nearly every day at dawn, he dragged Ethan out of bed and subjected him to the same grueling training regimen he had endured as a child. "Wait a second," Ethan said after 3 days of relentless practice. "Are you telling me this is the same training you did when you were 8 years old?" Arthur's sunny demeanor faltered for a moment, and for the first time, he looked a little sheepish. "Well," Arthur admitted, rubbing the back of his head, "I did make some adjustments. The original regimen wasn't this intense. I was too young to handle this level of training back then." Seriously, Ethan tilted his head back and stared at the sky, incredulous. The kind-hearted, young King Arthur, with his honest face and noble bearing, had turned out to be a mischievous little schemer. Unfortunately for Ethan, he didn't have much time to dwell on his revelation. Just as his disbelief started to fade, Merlin emerged from his laboratory for the first time in days. The legendary magician looked pleased with himself as he approached, and the good news he brought made Ethan's frustrations vanish instantly. "The tool you asked for," Merlin said with a satisfied smile, "is ready." 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 28, A Book. What Merlin placed before Ethan was a thick tome with a leather cover that felt both strange and unsettling to the touch. Ethan couldn't determine what kind of material the cover was made from, but it exuded an unusual sensation, something flowing beneath its solid surface, almost alive. Embedded in the center of the cover was a white magic stone, seamlessly fused into the book. It protruded slightly, though its presence defied logic. The cover was too thin to accommodate the full depth of the magic stone. Curious, Ethan tried to open the book, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. "You can't open it yet," Merlin explained. "You won't be able to use it until you've successfully imprinted your mental power into the core of the book." Ethan immediately understood. It was a process to recognize an owner. "How do I do that?" "Concentrate your mental power and transfer it into the magic stone, the core of the book. Once that's done, the book will guide you on what to do next." Following Merlin's instructions, Ethan channeled his mental power into the stone. The process went smoothly, and moments later, the book responded to his imprint. For the first time, it allowed him to open it. When he did, Ethan noticed that the pages on either side of the thick tome were perfectly symmetrical, as though he had turned directly to the middle of the book. However, to his dismay, the 2 pages presented to him were entirely blank. Frowning, he flipped forward through the pages, still blank. He flipped backward, also blank. Confused, Ethan noticed something odd. No matter how many pages he turned, the thickness of the pages on each side of the book never seemed to change. It was as though the book defied the normal rules of space. What's going on? He asked, his confusion turning to frustration. Merlin, clearly pleased with his work, refused to spoil the mystery outright. With a knowing smile, he offered a hint: try using your mental power to read it. Ethan followed the advice, and to his amazement, text began to appear on the previously blank pages. He quickly realized that the book didn't just require mental power to open, it also required it to read. Even more fascinating, the content of the book wasn't fixed. Instead, it seemed to respond to his thoughts, presenting information based on his mental queries. A magical encyclopedia, Ethan murmured, astonished. Curiosity piqued, he tried asking the book a question unrelated to magic. However, the pages remained blank, confirming that its purpose was exclusively tied to magic-related knowledge. Seeing that Ethan had figured out the basic usage, Merlin began explaining the book's other functions. I modeled this magic book after the wristband you gave me, combining its features with the properties of the white magic stone. I also took the liberty of copying my magical knowledge into it, so you'll have a reliable reference whenever you face magical problems in the future. Ethan looked up, startled. He hadn't expected Merlin to go that far. The idea that Merlin had transferred his entire repository of magical knowledge into the book left him momentarily speechless. It was an extraordinary gesture, the equivalent of passing down his full inheritance, something usually reserved for only the closest of disciples. This is too much, Ethan said, his voice heavy with gratitude. Merlin waved off the concern with a smile, placing a reassuring hand on Ethan's shoulder. I'm curious to see how far you'll go. If you manage to rise to the top with the help of this magic book, it'll make for a fine tale, one that might even bring me some recognition across the multiverse. Ethan chuckled awkwardly, still overwhelmed by the generosity of the gift. All right, Merlin continued, let me explain how to use this magic book properly. After all, you don't have much time left in this world. Time was indeed running out. Ethan still needed to learn how to control space-time energy from Merlin, as he had no grasp of that power yet. Unfortunately, the creation of the magic book had consumed several days, leaving only a short window before Ethan would have to leave. To make up for this, Merlin had recorded all the relevant knowledge about space-time energy in the magic book, organizing it into a dedicated chapter for Ethan to study later. As Merlin walked him through the book's features, Ethan realized just how remarkable it truly was. Not only did it contain all of Merlin's magical knowledge, but it also structured the recommended cultivation methods in a systematic way. The book became a critical tool for assisting Ethan in his magical training. Every interaction with the book required mental power, opening it, reading it, and even progressing through the training exercises recorded within. The book included numerous minor spells designed to strengthen mental power. These spells were structured like a game, requiring Ethan to complete certain tasks or meet specific requirements before unlocking the next stage of training. This design prevented him from skipping ahead recklessly and harming his foundations. Additionally, the magic book had the ability to scan and absorb the contents of other books. Once absorbed, their information would be stored within its pages, allowing Ethan to access them freely. This feature alone was a lifesaver, sparing him the burden of lugging around stacks of heavy tomes. With this ability, Ethan could transfer the contents of all the books on his ship into the magic book, turning it into a portable library. Any books he acquired in the future could also be stored in the same way. But what truly astonished Ethan was that these were just the basic functions of the magic book. Of course, someone as powerful as Merlin wouldn't have spent days crafting a simple magical tool. The time and effort he had poured into this creation hinted at far greater capabilities yet to be revealed. This book is far more than a simple tool for learning magic, Merlin began. It's made from rare and durable materials, rendering it nearly indestructible. Neither physical force nor magical attacks can leave a mark on it. To ensure its preservation, I've also inscribed restorative magic circles into the book. Even if someone somehow manages to damage it, the book will automatically repair itself. Ethan stared at the tome in awe. It wasn't just a learning tool, it was a top-tier defensive artifact. He had clearly underestimated Merlin. Of course, I didn't stop at durability and self-repair, Merlin continued, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The book also has a built-in magic shield, which you can activate using your mental power to defend yourself. Ethan blinked in disbelief. The shield can operate as a single-user barrier, but if you channel more mental power into it, it can expand to protect multiple people. Ethan didn't know what to say. Internally, he gave Merlin a silent thumbs up. The shield's energy came from the magic stone embedded in the book's cover. Merlin had ingeniously designed an array to recharge the stone's energy continuously, ensuring the shield wouldn't run out of power mid-battle. And that's not all, Merlin added. The book enhances offensive magic as well, allowing you to cast spells faster and with greater power. Ethan's excitement grew, but Merlin quickly tempered it with a caveat. To encourage you to work harder, I've made one adjustment, Merlin said. The offensive boost isn't tied to the magic stone's energy. If you want to use the book to amplify your magic, you'll have to rely on your own power. You've really thought of everything, Ethan muttered, feeling equal parts impressed and overwhelmed. By the time Merlin finished explaining, Ethan realized this magic book wasn't just a tool or artifact, it was a masterpiece. If I had a stat screen, Ethan thought, my luck stat would definitely be maxed out. Probably S rank with 3+ signs. He glanced down at the tome in his hands, unable to suppress a grin. At least. Ethan was already reluctant to let the book out of his grasp. He wanted to hold onto it even while sleeping. So, Ethan asked, does this book have a name yet? Merlin shook his head with a smile. It's your book. You should be the one to name it. Ethan hesitated for a moment, then stared intently at the tome in his hands. Finally, he made up his mind. Merlin's Book of Inheritance. How does that sound? He looked up at Merlin, as if seeking approval, or perhaps something more. Merlin didn't give a direct response. Instead, he said, as I said, it's your magic book. The name is yours to decide. Ethan sighed, thinking Merlin had rejected the name. But then the great mage added. That said, I do think it's a good name. I look forward to the day when your name and this book's name spread across countless worlds. I'll make sure it happens, Ethan declared, his resolve hardening. With treasures like the time-space orb and Merlin's magic book in his possession, Ethan knew he had been given opportunities most people couldn't even dream of. To squander them would be unthinkable. As a traveler between worlds, I've already been granted a powerful start. If I can't make something of myself with all this, it just means I'm not working hard enough. This kind of opportunity, it couldn't be better. Ethan's mind was set, he would practice, grow stronger, and rise to the top. For the next few days, Ethan threw himself into intense study and training. Even the time-space energy manipulation he had planned to learn gradually began to show signs of progress, much to his surprise. It helped that Ethan's stay in this world had been extended by an additional week, giving him more time to absorb Merlin's teachings. Despite Merlin's insistence that he wasn't Ethan's official teacher, Ethan had already come to see him as a mentor. In Ethan's view, the benefits he had received from Merlin far exceeded the scope of their original agreement. Gratitude alone compelled him to treat the legendary mage as his teacher, regardless of Merlin's own perspective. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 29. Is this your boat? Young Arthur was still marveling at everything around him. Having spent most of his life in the secluded valley with Merlin, the vastness of the sea and the sight of the boat filled him with excitement and curiosity. After spending extra time on Arthur's plane, Ethan had returned to the Sea of Calm once more. This time, however, he wasn't alone. The young King Arthur had accompanied him, and Ethan had finally figured out how to bring someone back through the magic circle. For sentient beings, as long as they stood within the magic circle's range and willingly chose to follow Ethan, they could travel together. However, for non-sentient objects, like oars, water, or books, Ethan couldn't simply leave them within the circle or even touch them to transport them. He needed to consciously bring them with him, which made the process more deliberate and intentional. So that's how it works, Ethan murmured, finally understanding the mechanics. With his growing control over time and space energy, new information had surfaced. Ethan suspected that as his mastery improved, he'd uncover all the secrets of the magic circle. Perhaps one day, he wouldn't even need the time-space pointer to activate it. He might be able to use his own magic power to do so. As his thoughts wandered, his gaze drifted to the hourglass nearby. The sand inside had barely moved, as if time had just begun flowing again. So, every time I travel, time here stays frozen. He shook his head, correcting himself. No, it's more likely that the moment I return is synchronized closely with the time I left. This magic circle isn't just about plain travel, it's tied to the realm of time as well. Turning back to Arthur, Ethan observed the boy's new appearance. Arthur had trimmed his long blonde hair before their departure. Ethan had casually mentioned that long hair could be inconvenient, especially for travel, and Arthur had taken his advice seriously. However, the short haircut had an unintended quirk. A small tuft of hair stubbornly refused to lie flat, sticking out awkwardly. Arthur also sported gear gifted by Merlin, a set of silver-white light armor paired with a blue shirt, and a massive two-handed broadsword over a meter in length. As for the other items Merlin had given him, Ethan wasn't entirely sure what they all did. The only thing he did know was that Merlin had cast a special blessing on Arthur to ensure he wouldn't drown in the sea. Neither Ethan nor Arthur fully understood the specifics of this blessing. Before long, Arthur had explored the entire ship and even noticed the smaller boat being towed behind it. "Is that your trophy?" he asked, pointing at it. "No, this ship is my trophy," Ethan corrected, gesturing to the caravel. He had briefly explained the situation of the Sea of Calm to Arthur before, but he hadn't gone into much detail about his adventures there. "It seems this world has plenty of shameless villains," Arthur remarked. "When there are no rules or restrictions, people tend to push the boundaries of morality," Ethan replied. The caravel's interior was spacious, with various designated areas for different purposes, including a captain's cabin and a crew quarters. But with only 2 people aboard, there was more than enough space. Ethan decided to use the captain's cabin as a shared lounge for the 2 of them. As for the bed arrangements, Arthur, despite being the heir to a kingdom, had grown up with a practical lifestyle. While his needs had always been met, he hadn't developed the extravagance often associated with royalty. The cabin's modest setup didn't bother him in the slightest. "I'd recommend taking off that armor and storing it," Ethan suggested. "Wearing it all the time is just asking for trouble." Ethan himself had shed his armor as soon as they returned to the ship. If he'd kept it on for too long, the relentless sun of the Sea of Tranquility would have turned it into an oven. The weather here was usually calm, with the sun shining brightly most of the time. Under such conditions, metal armor could become unbearably hot in less than an hour. Arthur, the naive boy, was already drenched in sweat but hadn't thought to take off his armor until Ethan suggested it. Once Ethan spoke, Arthur hurriedly removed his armor and let out a long, relieved sigh. Seeing this, Ethan concluded the boy had yet to grasp the practicality of life at sea. "But isn't it dangerous here? Shouldn't we wear armor all the time, just in case?" Arthur asked, still hesitant. "Don't worry," Ethan reassured him. "The good thing about being at sea is the wide open view. You'll usually spot other ships from far away, giving you plenty of time to decide if they're a threat and prepare accordingly before any potential fight." Ethan spoke from experience, having learned these lessons not too long ago. Now, he was passing on this knowledge to Arthur, using it as an opportunity to teach him the basics of surviving at sea. After explaining this, Ethan encouraged Arthur to organize his belongings. The young king in training had brought along an impressive amount of luggage, several large chests filled with items. Meanwhile, Ethan headed to his storage area, where he retrieved Merlin's Book of Inheritance. Holding the book in his left hand, he activated it with his mental power, causing it to float in front of him. Its pages glowed with white light as it began absorbing the other books one by one. The Book of Inheritance had 2 methods for recording data. It could either fully absorb a book or simply copy its contents. Copying data required more time and mental effort, while full absorption was far easier. A beam of light would envelop the selected book, which would then vanish completely as its contents were transferred to the magic book. When Ethan read the absorbed material later, it felt identical to reading the original, as if the book had simply changed its cover. "This is incredibly useful," Ethan remarked, satisfied. He knew his collection of books would only grow in the future, especially given how much he still needed to learn. Even with an improving memory, he couldn't possibly keep everything in his head, nor could he carry a library everywhere he went. The Book of Inheritance solved all those problems. After finishing his task, Ethan returned to the deck, feeling accomplished. He found Arthur standing on the poop deck, scanning the surroundings. The boy's attention alternated between the calm sea, the cloudless blue sky, and the occasional fish that leapt out of the water. Eventually, Arthur's gaze settled on the ship itself. "How hard would it be to build a ship like this?" he asked, turning to Ethan. Ethan hesitated, unsure of how to answer. He knew next to nothing about shipbuilding, especially the techniques available in this world. He could only rely on vague memories and impressions. "I can't say for sure," Ethan admitted, "but judging by the level of productivity in your world, it would probably be very difficult if you relied solely on manual labor without magical assistance. Not to mention, the wood used for shipbuilding isn't exactly easy to come by. Ethan's knowledge came from the novels he'd read in his previous life, some of which touched on the process of building sailing ships. For a ship like this, the choice of wood was critical. Even if the right wood was found, it had to undergo extensive treatment and preparation before it could be used. The keel, the backbone of the ship, demanded even higher quality materials. Arthur nodded thoughtfully, processing the explanation. After a moment, he posed another question. This ship, it's not the best kind of ship, is it? Arthur's initial impression of the caravel had been awe. It could sail steadily across the sea, even while carrying cargo and towing another boat. In his mind, such a vessel would be unrivaled in his kingdom's waters. But upon recalling that Ethan had seized the ship from a group of mere robbers, Arthur began to reconsider. If this ship were truly exceptional, why would it have been in the hands of such ordinary criminals in a lawless world? Ethan had reached a similar conclusion. There had to be better ships out there, ships capable of crossing the Sea of Storms. Using the caravel for such a journey would be suicidal. Ethan shared his thoughts with Arthur, shifting the conversation to ships from other worlds. He explained the concepts of steam engines, internal combustion engines, and even nuclear-powered vessels. Hearing about these incredible technologies, Arthur's eyes lit up with excitement. "I see why Merlin insisted I travel with you," he said. "There's so much to learn from you." Even after just one day, Arthur felt his decision to join Ethan was already paying off. In the days that followed, Ethan adjusted his schedule. In addition to his existing training plans, he incorporated sparring sessions with Arthur into his routine. He continued to focus on enhancing his spiritual power and mastering time-space energy. The former was scheduled for nighttime practice, while the latter had to be put on hold. The time-space energy stored in the pointer had been depleted, so Ethan would have to wait until he could collect more. Life aboard the caravel settled into a monotonous but productive rhythm. That was, until one day, as they approached State Island, something broke the tranquility. Ethan was preparing to introduce Arthur to the central hub of the Sea of Calm when they noticed a large ship on the horizon. Ethan quickly grabbed his binoculars to get a better look. The ship was at least twice the size of the caravel, and it seemed to be heading straight toward them. But size wasn't the most concerning thing. The ship's behavior made its intentions clear. As soon as its crew spotted Ethan and Arthur, they adjusted course and began sailing toward them at full speed. From the bow of the ship, something resembling a cannon emerged, further confirming their hostile intent. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 30. Fire a warning shot in front of that ship, Sean ordered, his tone calm as he observed the approaching vessel. Upon receiving the command, the sailors stationed near the bow hurried to action. They pushed the magic stone cannon into position, loaded a magic stone, aimed, and fired. Boom! The deafening roar of the cannon reverberated across the water, startling even the crew who had been bracing for it. Despite their preparation, the sheer power of the blast sent shivers through many of them. "Strange," Sean murmured, his sharp eyes fixed on the distant ship. "That coward Angus didn't stop when he saw us. Did he really think he could outrun us?" Standing beside him was his second-in-command, Kino, a man who had been with Sean since the very beginning of his pirating career. Over the years, many of the sailors Sean had recruited had either died on the Sea of Calm or saved enough to leave and strike out on their own, only to meet Sean again and die under his blade. But Kino had stayed, earning Sean's trust and rising to the position of first mate aboard the Flame Sovereign. Sean, the Fire Hand, was one of the most infamous adventurers in the Sea of Calm, and one of its most feared pirates. Anyone unlucky enough to attract his attention was left with few options: abandon all their valuables in hopes of escaping with their life, or risk losing both. Ruthless and greedy, Sean's reputation was built on his unrelenting pursuit of wealth and power. He wielded both his formidable ship and his magic stone cannon with brutal efficiency, dominating the seas with little opposition. "The situation seems off," Kino remarked, his gaze following Sean's. "Maybe Angus stumbled onto something big and isn't willing to give it up this time." The ship in question was one Sean recognized well. It was a mid-sized vessel known across the Calm Sea, and its captain, Angus, was infamous in his own right. Sean referred to him as that coward Angus, but to others, he was known as the vicious dog of the Calm Sea. Angus preyed on novice adventurers and the weak, yet he would adopt a submissive and respectful demeanor when faced with someone stronger, particularly Sean. Over the years, Angus had survived multiple encounters with Sean by surrendering his loot without resistance. On occasion, he even went so far as to proactively send Sean gifts to stay on his good side. Today, however, something was different. Sean's eyes narrowed as he studied Angus's ship. It was heavily loaded, its deep draft betraying the weight of its cargo. The smaller boat it towed behind was also burdened with goods. Clearly, Angus had scored big recently. But despite being caught in such a vulnerable position, Angus hadn't reacted the way he usually did. Instead of slowing down or signaling surrender, he had tried to continue on his way. This uncharacteristic behavior unsettled Sean. Was Angus hiding something? Fire another shot. If he doesn't stop, aim for the smaller boat next, Sean instructed, his voice low and dangerous. The more Sean thought about it, the more certain he became that Angus had found something valuable, perhaps even a magic stone of extraordinary quality. Maybe it's a top-tier combat magic stone, Sean speculated aloud. That's the only reason he'd act so recklessly. Determined not to let Angus escape, Sean ordered another cannon shot. Boom! The second fireball exploded much closer to Ethan's caravel and the smaller boat it towed. The resulting spray of seawater drenched Ethan and Arthur, who were standing on the deck. Ethan spat out the salty water that had gotten into his mouth, his mood darkening further. Great, another bunch of pirates, he muttered bitterly. Ethan didn't recognize the ship in the distance, nor did he know its captain's infamous reputation. All he knew was that they had fired a warning shot, then followed it up with another that nearly hit them. The next one would likely target their ship directly. Arthur, on the other hand, was already fully armed and ready for a fight. Can't we fight back? Are we just going to let them attack us like this? Ethan gave him a wry look. How exactly are we supposed to fight back? We don't have cannons. He had suspected this world might have similar technology to his own, but seeing it in action was still a surprise. The cannons weren't like the ones he remembered from Earth. They fired compressed fireballs infused with magic energy, likely developed using magic stone technology. Then what should we do? Arthur asked, gripping his sword tightly. Ethan glanced at the Book of Inheritance in his hand, briefly considering using its magic shield function for large-scale defense. But even that wouldn't hold up forever against continuous bombardment. Maybe we should toss all the ore overboard and try to outrun them at full sail. Arthur suggested, his frustration evident. Ethan shook his head. That won't work. The wind direction isn't in our favor, and this ship's acceleration isn't fast enough. Even if we dump all the ore, we wouldn't gain enough speed to escape their range in time. Judging from the range and accuracy of the previous two cannon shots, Ethan realized their ship would likely be blown apart before they could even finish dumping the ore overboard. His mind raced, weighing every option in mere seconds before coming to a decision. Reel in the sails and stop the boat. What? Arthur was visibly surprised by Ethan's command. But he moved quickly, trusting his companion, and soon understood Ethan's reasoning. Will this really work? Arthur asked. The first shot was a warning for us to stop. The second one came closer, but it still wasn't a direct attack. If we stop the ship, they're less likely to keep firing at us. Ethan couldn't guarantee the plan would work, but he preferred this to being passively bombarded from afar. If nothing else, stopping the ship might lure their attackers closer, giving them a chance to counter. As their ship slowed to a halt, Ethan's gamble seemed to pay off. The other side ceased firing. On board the enemy ship, Sean was briefly taken aback when he saw the caravel stop. They stopped. Why now? Kino, standing beside him, tried to make sense of it. Maybe Angus was asleep earlier and didn't notice us. Possible, Sean muttered, though the explanation left him dissatisfied. He had been so certain that Angus's defiance was due to some valuable discovery. Now it seemed more likely he had imagined the whole thing. Annoyed but resigned, Sean adjusted his plans. Kill him? No, forget it. Angus has always been useful in his own way, Sean thought to himself. But I'll take that ship off his hands. He just got a new boat, after all. With his decision made, Sean's mood improved noticeably. He waved his hand and barked out his next orders, full speed ahead. Board them. That ship is our last prize before we return to State Island. Oh, the crew cheered enthusiastically. For them, this meant they could relax and enjoy themselves for a while after this job. Recognizing their target as the so-called coward Angus only boosted their morale further. They saw no risk in this operation. That coward will definitely grovel before the captain again and hand over everything, one sailor sneered. Ha ha ha, maybe he'll even kiss the captain's boots. Another joked. You think if I point a knife at him, he'll kiss mine too? Probably. Let's make him kiss all of ours. Count me in. Laughter erupted among the crew as they bantered, fully confident in their success. Sean listened but made no effort to stop them, indulging their crude humor. If anything, he found their antics amusing. This should be entertaining, Sean thought, looking forward to the scene that awaited him. Meanwhile, on the caravel, Ethan and Arthur observed the enemy ship's approach. When they saw the cannon fire stop, they knew their plan had worked. But now, another problem loomed: how to fight back. Arthur, full of youthful passion and an unshakable sense of chivalry, took his place at the most visible spot on the deck. With his two-handed sword drawn, he stood tall, exuding an aura of quiet resolve as he waited for the battle to come. Ethan, however, felt a headache coming on. His original plan had been for them to hide and wait for the enemy ship to come close enough to board. Once on board, they could fight directly and nullify the threat of the magic stone cannon. But Arthur, ever the knight, refused to act dishonorably. Ethan sighed. It wasn't that he disliked the idea of head-to-head combat, there was something undeniably satisfying about defeating an opponent in a straightforward duel. But facing a ship armed with a massive cannon was another matter entirely. Fine, Ethan muttered, giving in. At least when they board us, they won't have time to adjust the bow cannon to fire at the side. I don't see any other gunports on their ship, and the deck looks clear of weapons. If the enemy somehow managed to reposition the bow cannon, Ethan was prepared. With time to prepare, he could use the magic shield from the Book of Inheritance to defend them. He also doubted the attackers would dare fire the cannon at such close range; it could damage their own ship or harm their crew. Arthur, noticing Ethan's frustration, spoke up. You know, you don't have to stand here with me. You're free to follow your original plan. I'm not forcing you to uphold the principles of knighthood. Ethan chuckled, shaking his head. It's not that, it's just too late to hide now. 5 comments 0 vote. Chapter 31. Ethan pointed at the ship steadily closing the distance between them. Now, both sides could clearly see each other's situation. The opposing ship was larger and positioned higher, giving them a better vantage point than Ethan and Arthur. The two of them stood openly on the deck, and it didn't take long before both sides noticed one another. Sean frowned in surprise. He hadn't expected to see two unfamiliar faces, let alone two young men. The dark-haired one appeared slightly older, but the blonde one, he wasn't a kid, was he? Since when could children wander freely in the sea of calm? Sean's expression darkened further. The more things veered from his expectations, the more irritable he became. And when he was unhappy, someone always paid the price. In his mind, the two youths standing before him had already been sentenced to death. Should we wait until they come aboard and then deal with them? Arthur's gaze remained locked on the man standing proudly at the bow of the opposing ship. He was tall and muscular, a formidable presence even compared to full-grown adults. Arthur's yet to fully mature frame looked small in comparison. He's a tough opponent. Arthur had come to this world alongside Ethan for two reasons: to broaden his horizons and to test himself against stronger opponents. Each fight was an opportunity to hone his skills and grow stronger. Far from feeling fear in the face of a powerful adversary, Arthur felt a surge of excitement. His blood boiled, and his body trembled ever so slightly as anticipation coursed through him. Don't let the excitement get to you, it'll throw off your strength and precision. Ethan's calm tone broke through Arthur's thoughts. While adrenaline could provide a boost in power and speed, it also diminished stability. Against a dangerous opponent, such recklessness could prove to be a fatal flaw. You're right, I need to stay focused. Although Ethan lacked formal training, his time spent fighting dark creatures in the Diablo world had honed his instincts and taught him invaluable lessons through countless battles. These experiences were precisely what Arthur lacked. In many ways, their strengths and weaknesses complemented each other perfectly. Until they reached a higher level of power, working together was undoubtedly their best option. Arthur took a deep breath and calmed himself, his composure returning. By this time, the enemy ship had closed the distance and locked itself to Ethan's vessel with grappling hooks. The opposing crew, armed with weapons, began leaping onto their deck. At the bow of the other ship, the tall man stood unmoving, looking down at Ethan and Arthur with disdain. Where's that coward Angus? Isn't this his ship? Ethan hadn't expected the first words out of their mouths to be about someone named Angus. He thought they'd immediately demand surrender or valuables. Angus, he vaguely recalled killing someone by that name earlier. Are you talking about that bastard who liked to rob people? Ethan asked coolly. Sean's interest was piqued. He studied the dark-haired young man in front of him with a glint of curiosity. So, you're not one of his men? Ethan smirked in contempt. Why would I ever work under trash like him? You killed Angus. You took this ship from him, didn't you? Sean pointed at the sailboat beneath Ethan's feet, then gestured toward the front of the hull. Don't bother denying it. I doubt anyone else would be dumb enough to name their ship Mad Dog except that coward. The ship's name was carved into the side of the hull. Ethan hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but when he eventually noticed, he'd thought about changing it when they got back to State Island. However, he hadn't gotten around to it yet. Now, faced with Sean's accusation, Ethan wasn't the kind of person to cower or back down. What about it? Sean suddenly burst out laughing. Doesn't matter. This ship will be mine soon, anyway. He pointed at the smaller boat being towed behind it. And that one too. Then, turning his attention back to Ethan and Arthur, Sean's expression became mockingly playful. As for you two, his eyes swept over their equipment, narrowing slightly when he noticed how well made and striking their gear was. Hand over everything you've got, and maybe, if I'm in a good mood, I'll keep you alive as servants aboard my ship. Ethan glanced up at Sean, who still hadn't left his position on the opposing vessel. A plan formed in his mind. If he could lure Sean onto his boat, it would make things easier. Capture the leader, and the rest would fall apart. Who are you supposed to be? Why should I hand over anything? Sean let out a derisive snort. Who am I? You don't know who I am. He seemed almost offended at first but then paused, as though realizing how young Ethan and Arthur looked. Ah, so you're just a couple of rookies. Let me enlighten you. I'm Sean, the Fire Hand. Fire Hand. Ethan's gaze instinctively dropped to Sean's hands. Sure enough, his left hand was adorned with a unique glove, somewhere between a gauntlet and a regular glove. Though partially concealed by his sleeve, Ethan caught the faint glow of a magic stone embedded in it. A fire attribute magic stone. For combat, can it manipulate fire element energy? Ethan's sharp mind quickly pieced together the truth about Sean's equipment. Sean, oblivious to Ethan's deductions, continued to smirk, confident in his perceived advantage. The glove, equipped with an inlaid fire attribute magic stone, was Sean's ace. It allowed him to channel and control fire elemental energy. In the Sea of Calm, where magic stone equipment was rare, this glove had made him a terror to his enemies and earned him his nickname. Unfortunately, it was his only piece of magic stone equipment. Sean had long dreamed of finding another high-quality magic stone to craft a matching glove and strengthen his power further. If he could accomplish that, he planned to challenge the Sea of Storms. When he suspected that Angus might have found a rare magic stone, Sean had grown excited at the prospect. But now, seeing Ethan and Arthur, a new idea formed in his mind. These two managed to kill Angus. Do they have magic stone equipment of their own? Sean's eyes flickered with greed as he considered the possibility, and his previously casual demeanor became more guarded. Suspicion kept him quiet for a moment. On Ethan's end, his focus remained on baiting Sean to come aboard, so he also chose to stay silent. The tense atmosphere hung in the air, broken only when one of Sean's sailors decided to make a move. Did you hear that, boys? The sailor sneered, stepping forward arrogantly. Our captain is Sean, the flame sovereign of the Sea of Calm. You better surrender now before it's too late. Ha ha ha. The sailor raised a hand to shove Ethan's head in an attempt to humiliate him. Having been in the Sea of Calm for years, these sailors assumed that Ethan and Arthur, surrounded as they were, wouldn't dare to resist. In their eyes, the two youths had no choice but to kneel and plead for mercy. As for their gear, the sailors couldn't help but covet it, though they knew Sean would claim it for himself. If they were lucky, Sean might reward them with something afterward. Unfortunately for the sailor, Ethan wasn't the type to cower. With a swift kick, Ethan sent the man flying backward, slamming into his stomach with enough force to knock him down like a rolling gourd. The unlucky sailor collided with several of his companions, sending them sprawling as well. Go, Ethan shouted to Arthur. He had no intention of waiting for Sean to descend. It was clear the man wasn't planning to step onto the deck anytime soon. Additionally, with so many sailors already aboard, the enemy ship was unlikely to launch a cannon attack. The confined space of the deck worked to Ethan and Arthur's advantage. Rather than being overwhelmed by sheer numbers, the limited space meant they'd face 2 or 3 enemies at a time, at most. For someone like Ethan, who had an arsenal of tools at his disposal, handling 2 or 3 opponents simultaneously was hardly a challenge. The first sailor who charged at him ended up unconscious on the deck, felled by a sharp blow to the head. The man would likely wake up with a severe concussion, if he woke up at all. Arthur, meanwhile, had already moved to cover the other side of the deck. The two had barely spoken but instinctively coordinated their actions. Arthur's movements were faster than Ethan's. He immediately held his ground and cut down 4 enemies in a matter of seconds. Despite his young age, Arthur's swordsmanship was exceptional. None of the sailors could match him in a one-on-one fight. Even when they attacked in groups, they struggled to keep up with the relentless flurry of his strikes. Screams filled the air as more and more sailors fell to the deck. Sean, still standing on his ship, was momentarily stunned by the sight of his men being cut down so easily. The continuous cries of pain jolted him out of his daze, and his face turned an ugly shade of red. Veins bulged on his neck as rage overtook him. "Get out of my way." At Sean's command, the remaining sailors instinctively backed off, retreating to let their captain handle things. However, a few who had already engaged Ethan or Arthur found themselves unable to escape so easily. One desperate sailor tried to hit Ethan with a club and then retreat. He turned his back on Ethan, hoping to avoid a fatal counterattack. What he hadn't anticipated was the iron rod in Ethan's hand sparking with a sudden burst of lightning. The magic stone embedded in Ethan's weapon discharged a surge of electricity, which coursed through the sailor's body. The man froze, paralyzed by the current. Although it wasn't strong enough to kill him outright, it left him utterly defenseless. A moment later, a blade pierced through his chest, ending his life. Magic stone equipment. At that moment, Sean's fury was replaced by unrestrained greed. He no longer cared about the lives of his men. His focus was entirely on the iron rod in Ethan's hands, crackling with electric light. 4 comments 0 vote. Chapter 32. Sean's eyes widened, gleaming with greed as they locked onto the iron rod in Ethan's hand. They practically glowed like 2 bright light bulbs, fixated on the arc of electricity that danced along the weapon. Just as I thought, these 2 kids really do have magic stone equipment. His gaze shifted to Arthur, who wasn't far off. Sean scrutinized the blonde boy's large sword, but it didn't seem special. So, it's not his weapon, no matter. Both of them are going to die anyway. With his mind now entirely focused on murder and plunder, Sean's earlier playful demeanor was gone. All that remained was a cold and ruthless resolve. "TCH, Ethan muttered, seeing through Sean's thoughts. He didn't like this greedy pirate leader in the slightest. There was no reason to hold back. Ethan had deliberately showcased the lightning ability of his iron rod earlier, knowing it would catch Sean's interest. Someone who made their living by robbing others would undoubtedly be drawn to such a unique weapon. That was the bait. The goal was to lure Sean into action. After all, wasting energy on Sean's crew wasn't worth the effort. Ethan could have dispatched these grunts easily with just his longsword. He didn't need to rely on his magic stone equipment. Arthur had spent weeks drilling swordsmanship fundamentals into him, and those lessons had already made a difference. But defeating the minions wasn't the objective. What if Sean realized things weren't going in his favor and ordered his ship to fire its cannons? The safest course of action was to eliminate Sean himself. Even in the chaos of battle, Ethan's mind remained sharp. Every action he took was calculated and deliberate. And so far, everything was playing out just as he'd planned. "Do you want this?" Ethan taunted, spinning the iron rod in his hand like a baton. A small jolt of lightning surged through it, crackling audibly as it traced arcs of light in the air. The sound alone was enough to make the nearby sailors flinch and retreat a step, even though they were already well out of range. "If you want it, you'll have to prove you're strong enough to take it." Ethan's provocation finally made Sean snap. The promise of a powerful magic stone weapon was too much for him to resist. "Boy, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Sean didn't immediately use the magic stone glove on his left hand. Instead, he reached behind his back and pulled out a large, double-edged battle axe. Its sheer size had been hidden by Sean's towering frame, and its sudden appearance took Ethan by surprise. The weapon gleamed as Sean swung it experimentally, the heavy axe head cutting through the air with a menacing whistle. Ethan instantly recognized the force behind it. The man wasn't just large, he possessed terrifying strength. "You can't clash with that directly," Ethan realized. He adjusted his stance, gripping his longsword firmly. When Sean swung the axe with all his might, Ethan's blade moved in to intercept, only to suddenly shift at the last moment. Instead of meeting the axe head-on, Ethan twisted his wrist, allowing his sword to glide along the path of the strike, redirecting the force harmlessly. At the same time, Ethan sidestepped, narrowly dodging the thunderous blow. His true counterattack came immediately after. His left hand brought the iron rod crashing down onto the axe. Lightning surged from the rod, crackling as it struck the metal weapon. The flash of electricity stunned everyone watching. For a moment, the deck seemed to freeze in time. When the spectators regained their senses, Ethan and Sean had both retreated a few steps, leaving a gap between them. The sailors' eyes darted to their captain. To their shock, the usually unstoppable Sean wasn't looking so invincible. His right hand, still gripping the axe, trembled slightly. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his face turned an angry shade of red as he gritted his teeth. "Damn you, I'll tear you apart," Sean bellowed, raising his axe for another swing. In truth, Ethan hadn't done much damage with that last strike, it had merely made Sean lose his composure. The numbing shock of the lightning had spread through his arm, forcing Sean to instinctively stagger back. His vast combat experience had saved him from a worse fate, otherwise, he might have been fatally struck in the chaos. The violent burst of lightning Ethan had unleashed earlier wasn't just powerful, it had an almost blinding effect, like a flashbang going off. Most of Sean's crew had been momentarily stunned, their vision blurred. A few managed to recover quickly, but even they exchanged uneasy glances, clearly shaken. Despite their unease, none dared let their expressions betray them further. Sean's towering authority weighed heavily over his crew, and no one wanted to risk his wrath. Instead, they stiffened their postures and avoided making eye contact with their captain. Arthur, however, was under no such obligation to hide his reaction. The blond boy stood to the side with a subtle but amused smile tugging at his lips. Though a knight by nature and not one to mock others openly, Arthur was still a teenager. He couldn't help finding the sight of Sean, a hulking figure of brutality and confidence, now thrown into such a humiliating position, highly amusing. Arthur stifled his laughter, but the trace of amusement on his face didn't escape Sean's notice. Combined with the suppressed reactions of his own subordinates, Sean's simmering rage reached a boiling point. Unable to bear it any longer, Sean erupted in fury, launching a series of vicious attacks on Ethan. The intensity of Sean's assault forced Ethan into a defensive stance. The pirate's axe now swung much faster and harder than before, making it impossible for Ethan to dodge as gracefully as he had earlier. Though Ethan's quick mind allowed him to read Sean's movements clearly, his physical speed lagged behind. He was forced to make rapid trade-offs, parrying and deflecting blows in ways that minimized damage to himself, but at the cost of increasing strain on his body. With each swing of Sean's axe, the sound of metal colliding reverberated louder and more frequently. Arthur's earlier relaxed expression grew tense as he watched the battle unfold. Arthur knew Ethan's limitations well. Despite being older by a few years, Ethan had only started training in swordsmanship recently. Years of poor nutrition during his youth had left his body underdeveloped, and his physical condition lagged far behind what it could have been. If not for Ethan's youth and the potential to recover and build his strength, Arthur would have advised him to abandon swordsmanship entirely and focus on other survival skills, such as crafting magic tools, which he excelled at. Ethan clearly had talent in that area, and arming himself with specialized equipment might have been the safer path. Right now, however, Arthur could see that Sean still retained some semblance of composure amidst his anger. The pirate leader was attacking with strategy, not wild recklessness, which meant Ethan was at an increasing disadvantage. Still, Arthur wasn't overly worried about Ethan's safety. In the short time they'd spent together, he had already come to understand Ethan's nature well. Ethan was the type to hide his true hand, always holding something back. At the moment, he was only using his swordsmanship and the lightning rod to fight Sean. Part of that was to test how much his training had improved, but Arthur could tell he was also biding his time, waiting for the right moment to land a decisive blow. If Ethan could hear Arthur's thoughts, he'd probably nod in approval. That was exactly what he was doing, testing his skills and waiting for an opening to end the fight. However, Sean's relentless and precise attacks had so far left no room for a counterstrike. If there's no opening, I'll just have to create one, Ethan thought. Sean took a wide step forward, bringing his axe down in a powerful sweep toward Ethan's longsword. This time, However, Sean struck not with the axe blade but with the flat side, intending to disarm Ethan by knocking his weapon out of his hands. "You're trying to knock my weapon away." Ethan's eyes lit up. Perfect. He deliberately slowed his reaction, making it seem as though his strength was flagging after the prolonged battle. His body language suggested he was straining to muster enough power to parry Sean's attack. Feigning desperation, Ethan made an exaggerated effort to avoid losing his weapon, as if it were his last line of defense. Seeing this, Sean's confidence surged, and he put even more force into his swing. The axe collided with the longsword in a heavy blow, sending the blade flying out of Ethan's grip. The sword spun through the air before embedding itself with a loud thunk into the mast behind them. "Die!" Sean roared. Without pausing to gloat, the experienced pirate immediately transitioned into another attack. Using the momentum from his previous swing, he raised his axe high and brought it down in a devastating strike aimed squarely at Ethan. This was Sean's strongest attack yet, a strike meant to either kill Ethan outright or leave him completely exposed if he managed to dodge. In his mind, there was no way the young man could escape or block such an overwhelming blow. As Sean swung, he even began contemplating how he'd reforge Ethan's iron rod into a weapon more suited to his strength. "Maybe a thunder axe would suit me perfectly," he mused, picturing himself wielding a weapon that combined his fire-imbued glove with lightning. To Sean, Ethan was already dead, but to his shock, Ethan didn't try to evade. Instead, he calmly raised his left wrist, placing it directly in the path of the oncoming axe. A last-ditch effort, Sean sneered inwardly, "as if a single arm could stop me." He fully expected the axe to cleave through Ethan's wrist without resistance. But then something entirely unexpected happened. A semi-transparent, icy blue shield materialized in front of Ethan's wrist. The faintly glowing barrier exuded a chilling aura, freezing the momentum of Sean's supposedly unstoppable strike. "What? That's impossible." Sean's eyes widened in disbelief as his axe came to an abrupt halt against the shield. The shock of the impact and the force he had poured into the blow left Sean's body rigid and immobile, unable to recover quickly. He stood frozen, watching as Ethan calmly extended his empty right hand toward him. With an eerily composed expression, Ethan uttered, "Farewell, hand of fire." 5 comments 0 vote. Chapter 33. A burst of orange-red light exploded with a deafening roar, leaving everyone dazed as the shockwave rippled through the air. The sheer force sent several sailors tumbling across the deck like rag dolls, and a few unlucky ones were thrown overboard. Fortunately for them, years spent living at sea had honed their swimming skills. Though they hit the water hard, they wouldn't drown so easily. But no one was paying attention to those sailors now. All eyes were on Ethan and Sean. Fire attribute magic stone equipment. Wait, that kid actually has 2 pieces of magic stone equipment. No, remember that translucent shield that blocked the captain's attack earlier? So, that's 3. Impossible. Since when did magic stone equipment become so common in the Sea of Calm? Ethan stood a short distance away, staring at Sean, who had been blasted backward by his fireball. The pirate captain lay sprawled on the deck, groaning in pain but still alive. Ethan frowned. This guy can really take a hit, huh? He hadn't expected Sean to survive that attack. The fireball had hit him squarely at close range, and the resulting shockwave had even knocked Ethan back, forcing him to stabilize himself against the deck. Protected by his ice shield, Ethan hadn't taken any damage, but he'd assumed Sean would be dead, or at least critically injured. Before the fireball, everything had gone according to Ethan's plan. Step by step, he had maneuvered Sean into a vulnerable position, baiting him into a false sense of dominance before delivering what he thought would be a finishing blow. He'd expected to either blow Sean to pieces or leave him barely clinging to life. But to his surprise, Sean had endured it. Ethan's fleeting sense of pride in his tactics was replaced by frustration. "Looks like I underestimated him," he thought grimly. Even so, Ethan wasn't about to give Sean a chance to recover. Without hesitation, he strode toward the fallen pirate, his eyes cold and focused. Sean was barely breathing and looked like he could drop dead at any moment, but Ethan wasn't going to take any risks. "Finish him while he's down," Ethan reminded himself. He hadn't forgotten Sean's nickname, the Hand of Fire. That glove on Sean's left hand was clearly a fire attribute magic stone weapon, and judging by Sean's reputation, it wasn't something to take lightly. Ethan had deliberately crafted his plan to prevent Sean from using it, lulling the pirate into thinking he could win without relying on his magic stone equipment. But as Ethan closed the distance, a sudden sense of danger shot through his mind. His instinct screamed at him to move, and he reacted without hesitation, twisting his body to the side just in time. A glint of steel whizzed past his face, narrowly missing his forehead by a hair's breadth. A flying knife had come out of nowhere, aimed directly at him. Cold sweat broke out on Ethan's back as he reflexively raised his wrist and fired a short arrow toward the direction the knife had come from. Only then did he turn his head to see who had attacked him. Standing on the deck was a thin man, slightly taller than Ethan but nowhere near as imposing as Sean. His build was ordinary, and he wore a plain vest. However, the vest was lined with throwing knives, each carefully tucked into place. 2 knives were already in his hands, their blades gleaming in the sunlight. The moment Ethan fired, the man reacted instinctively, hurling one of his knives toward the incoming arrow. Boom! The knife and the arrow collided midair, resulting in a small explosion that made everyone on the ship flinch. Exploding arrows. The knife thrower's forehead was damp with sweat. His reaction had been pure instinct. Normally, he would have tried to dodge or block the projectile. But at such close range, the explosion would have left him gravely injured, if not dead. Was that what took out the captain? He wondered, glancing at Sean's battered form. From his position, he hadn't seen the fireball clearly. All he'd caught was the explosion, leading him to assume that Ethan's short arrow had been the weapon responsible for Sean's injuries. His eyes drifted toward Ethan's right wrist, where the arrow had been launched. The seemingly unremarkable wrist guard suddenly drew everyone's attention. But Ethan didn't waste time. As the crew was distracted by the explosion, he dashed toward Sean again, determined to end the fight. Sean, however, proved more resilient than Ethan anticipated. Despite his injuries, the pirate captain forced himself to his feet, stumbling as he retreated toward his own ship. He collapsed near the thin man with the throwing knives, his breath ragged but his voice sharp with authority. "Kino, use the magic stone cannon." Sean barked. Kino nodded curtly. "Understood, Captain." But as he stepped forward, Kino's expression changed. The knife in his hand glinted as he suddenly slashed it across Sean's throat. A spray of blood arced through the air, painting the deck in crimson. "You're already dead," Kino murmured coldly. Sean's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He clutched at his throat, trying to stem the blood pouring from the fatal wound, but it was futile. His knees buckled, and he crumpled to the deck, lifeless. Even as he lay dying, Sean's mind reeled. He had survived Ethan's attacks, only to be killed by the subordinate he trusted most. After killing Sean with a single knife, Kino calmly bent down and removed the glove from Sean's left hand. With a deliberate air, he adjusted the glove and slid it onto his own hand. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Kino's voice carried a mix of suppressed resentment and satisfaction as he stood over Sean's lifeless body. It seemed years of pent-up frustration were finally being unleashed. Now wearing the glove, he began speaking directly to the corpse, as if Sean could still hear him. "You fool, did you really think I would stay your obedient lackey forever?" Kino spat, his voice rising. "Did you ever stop to think about how you treated us? How you treated everyone who followed you? Over the years, hundreds of men have served under you, and how many of them met a good end?" He paused, then roared, "Not a single one." Kino's anger boiled over as he shouted at the dead man's face. "You treated us like garbage. Like tools to be used and discarded. Why shouldn't I kill you? Why do you look so surprised?" Sean's lifeless body offered no response, of course, but the expression frozen on his face, wide eyes filled with disbelief, only fueled Kino's rant. When no reply came, Kino gradually calmed down, his voice leveling into something colder, almost indifferent. "This glove, such excellent magic stone equipment, what a waste in your hands. This glove, this ship, these men, they're all mine now." Kino turned his attention to Ethan and Arthur. A sly smile spread across his face as he addressed them. "You two, young, talented. How about joining my crew? I'll even make you my first mates." Ethan and Arthur exchanged wary glances. They were still reeling from the sudden betrayal, unsure whether to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate Kino and the remaining crew or to see where this situation led. Kino's sudden invitation was baffling. After all, they'd just slaughtered a good portion of the crew and nearly killed the captain. But as Ethan glanced at the surrounding sailors, he noticed something odd. None of them seemed particularly angry or vengeful about Sean's death. In fact, they looked almost relieved. Judging by their reactions and Kino's earlier tirade, it seemed Sean's subordinates hadn't exactly been loyal to him. Still, Ethan didn't trust any of them. "This doesn't sound very appealing," Ethan replied flatly, making no attempt to hide his distaste. Kino's expression darkened briefly, but he quickly replaced it with a look of feigned disappointment. "What a shame," he said, shaking his head. "You're both too young to understand how dangerous this world truly is. Do you really think you can survive out here, just the two of you? Even if you cross the Sea of Storms, do you know what kind of world awaits you there?" His tone shifted, becoming almost persuasive as he took a step forward. "It's a world that's wider, more dangerous, and full of treasures. But for every treasure, there's someone stronger than you ready to take it. Do you think you can face that alone?" Kino gestured toward Sean's body. "Do you know why that idiot Sean stayed in the Sea of Calm for so long? Because he knew the truth. Out there, this glove is nothing. A single piece of magic stone equipment won't save you. That's why he spent so long scavenging the calm sea, hoping to gather enough magic stones to arm himself before making the crossing." Kino's expression grew serious, his gaze sharp and calculating. "That's the reality. You need power to survive. You need magic stone equipment to face what's out there." Ethan and Arthur exchanged another glance, both quickly picking up on the underlying threat in Kino's words. The tension between the two parties grew heavier, and Kino's smile turned predatory. Ethan, ever pragmatic, decided to spell it out. "You mean to say that since we won't join you, you'll just take our equipment instead?" Kino chuckled darkly, nodding. "Exactly. You're sharp, I'll give you that. And now I'm glad you didn't accept my offer." He waved a hand toward the surrounding sailors, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "Sink their ship. Use the magic stone cannon. Don't bother conserving those cheap magic stones, just blow them to pieces." Ethan, who had been silently watching Kino, shook his head in mock pity. "I knew you'd try something like this. Do you really think I didn't notice you stalling for time?" As he spoke, Ethan pulled a thick leather book from behind his back. The cover was embedded with white magic stones that began to glow faintly as he opened it. Channeling his magic through the book, Ethan activated a spell, summoning a white barrier between the two ships. Almost simultaneously, the magic stone cannon on Kino's ship fired. A fiery orange-red projectile shot through the air, roaring as it raced toward Ethan's vessel. Chapter 34. Boom! The orange-red energy projectile slammed into the magic shield conjured by Ethan. The resulting explosion rocked the air with a deafening roar, scattering fiery sparks and generating a powerful shockwave. While Ethan's shield absorbed the blast and kept his ship protected, the unshielded Flame Sovereign bore the brunt of the impact. The enemy ship creaked ominously as the force pushed it backward, the hull groaning under the strain. The hooks securing the two ships together were ripped free, causing the distance between them to widen. "Not good." Ethan's expression hardened. If the gap between the ships became too large, their position would become a major disadvantage. Kino could simply sit back and bombard them with cannon fire, forcing them into a helpless defensive position. "Should we abandon the ship?" Ethan muttered, already calculating the worst-case scenario. If it came to that, he and Arthur could use the smaller boat at the stern to escape, leaving their main ship as a decoy to absorb enemy fire. But even as he considered this grim possibility, Ethan refused to dismiss other options. Raising his gaze to the Flame Sovereign, he maintained the magic shield, carefully increasing its energy output to widen its range. Arthur approached, having just finished off the last of the remaining sailors on their own ship. He stood beside Ethan, his sword still in hand. "What's the plan?" Ethan's lips tightened. "Not much we can do unless you can somehow leap onto their ship and take them out." Arthur glanced at the widening gap and shook his head. "I can't jump that far." Ethan rolled his eyes. "Of course, you can't." That wasn't a serious suggestion. But to his surprise, Arthur's expression turned thoughtful, almost hesitant. "Actually, I think I might be able to make it." "What?" Ethan blinked. "You have a plan?" Arthur scratched the back of his head, his hesitation evident. "I'm not sure. It's more of a feeling. Like I could make it if I tried." If Ethan had heard this kind of reasoning in his past life, he would have dismissed it as baseless wishful thinking. But after experiencing numerous strange, instinct-driven moments in this world, many of which had saved his life, he wasn't so quick to discount Arthur's gut feeling. "You're sure about this?" Ethan asked, eyeing him skeptically. Arthur adjusted the straps on his armor, straightening up with determination. "I can't guarantee it, but do we have a better option?" "I'll make the jump. Just drop the shield when I go. Ethan exhaled sharply. Fine, but I'm not letting you faceplant into the shield, so don't miss your timing. The magic shield wasn't selective in what it blocked. Anything trying to pass through, friend or foe, would hit an impenetrable barrier. Ethan would need to lower it at just the right moment to let Arthur through. Arthur strode confidently toward the edge of the deck. As he prepared to leap, Ethan dismissed the shield, timing it perfectly with Arthur's motion. Arthur launched himself into the air, only to plummet straight down. The golden-haired knight barely cleared the edge of the deck before gravity took over. Wearing heavy armor and still growing into his full strength, there was no way he could have made the jump on raw physical ability alone. But no one laughed. Neither Ethan nor Kino's crew found the sight amusing. Instead, they stared in stunned disbelief. Arthur didn't crash into the water as expected. Instead, as he descended, the sea beneath him seemed to shift. The water rippled and dented under the weight of his fall before springing back to support him. Arthur now stood firmly atop the surface of the water as if it were solid ground. "This is impossible," one of Kino's sailors cried out, his voice trembling with shock. "Can humans even stand on water?" The ordinary sailors were visibly shaken, their understanding of the world shattered by the sight. Kino's reaction, however, was markedly different. As the newly self-proclaimed captain of the Flame Sovereign, his eyes burned with greedy calculation. His first thought wasn't disbelief but recognition. "Magic stone equipment," Kino growled, his expression twisting with desire. "It has to be some kind of magic stone gear that lets him walk on water." In a world dominated by vast oceans, such an ability was priceless, its utility unmatched. Kino could hardly contain himself. "Kill him, target the blonde with the cannons." As Kino barked orders, his thoughts raced. "Forget the lightning rod, that's nothing compared to this. That magic stone is mine." But practical issues quickly arose. Arthur was moving too nimbly for the cannons to track him, especially as the distance between the ships continued to shrink. "Use bows and arrows," Kino snapped. A few sailors scrambled to obey, but even this presented a problem. Unlike Sean, whose command had been ironclad, Kino's leadership was still untested, and the chaos of the situation made it worse. "Captain," one sailor stammered, clearly uncomfortable, "we've already used up most of the arrows. There aren't enough left." Kino's jaw clenched in frustration. He wanted to lash out but stopped himself, knowing that wasting time on anger would only worsen the situation. "Then focus on the cannons," Kino barked. A different sailor hesitated, nervously adding, Sir, the magic stones for the cannons are nearly depleted. We've only got enough for 4 more shots." Kino's eyes were bloodshot, frustration burning in them as he watched the possibility of seizing the magic stones slip further and further away. The blonde boy running effortlessly across the surface of the sea was already closing in on the Flame Sovereign, and every second brought him closer. The treasure he so desperately desired was slipping through his grasp. But as the reality of the situation sank in, Kino forced himself to calm down. Clenching his fists, he finally made up his mind. Watching Arthur sprint toward him, he barked out an order. "Set the sails. Full speed ahead." "What?" The sailor standing closest to him froze in shock, unsure if he'd misheard. "Retreat." That wasn't something they expected from their new captain. Frustrated by the hesitation, Kino kicked the sailor aside and snarled, "I said raise the sails. Forget the boy, move now, or we're all dead." Though retreating felt like swallowing a bitter pill, Kino understood that it was the only logical choice. He couldn't win this fight. Sean had failed to take down the 2 young men, and Sean had been far stronger than he was. If Kino stayed and fought, he'd be killed, there was no doubt in his mind. His strength lay in his crew and his ship. But now, his crew was disorganized, and the Flame Sovereign had taken enough damage that a single well-placed strike could doom them all. If Arthur somehow managed to breach their hull, there would be no escape. Reluctantly, Kino admitted to himself that today was not the day to get what he wanted. Continuing to engage would only lead to disaster, so he made the hard choice to flee. The sails of the Flame Sovereign unfurled, catching the wind. While the process of fully raising the sails was cumbersome, the earlier impact from the magic shield had already created some distance between the ships, giving Kino just enough time. As the ship began to pull away, the cannon fire that had hindered Arthur's progress earlier also bought Kino a precious few moments to retreat. "Next time we meet, I'll be stronger," Kino muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on Arthur, who had stopped his pursuit and stood motionless on the water. He turned to his remaining sailors and barked, "Get us out of here now." Kino wasn't planning to return to State Island anytime soon. He knew Ethan and Arthur would likely head there to resupply. Instead, Kino planned to find a nearby island to repair his ship and regroup. He'd use the time to recruit new men and figure out ways to grow stronger. Sean's death had left a power vacuum, but it had also removed the person who had once overshadowed Kino's ambitions. Now, with his weakness laid bare, Kino was desperate to rise above it. On Ethan's ship, he watched the Flame Sovereign retreat, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. The fact that Kino didn't fire the cannon again confirmed Ethan's suspicion. "They're out of ammo," he muttered. He touched his chin, pondering aloud. So the magic stone cannon is an expendable weapon after all. It's not the type of continuous energy weapon I thought it was, where magic stones power repeated shots. Ethan's gaze followed the fading ship, and his theory began to solidify. If they're low on resources, it probably means each shot consumes a magic stone. And considering how desperately these captains fought for the equipment we have, it's safe to say high-quality magic stones are hard to come by, at least here in the Sea of Calm. Satisfied with his deduction, Ethan lowered the rope ladder to help Arthur climb back onto the ship. As the two regrouped, the adrenaline of the battle began to fade, replaced by the dull routine of cleaning up after the skirmish. For a while, they worked in silence, each lost in thought about the fight that had just ended. Despite their victory, there was a lingering sense of frustration. It felt unfinished, almost anticlimactic. "Arthur," Ethan said suddenly, breaking the silence. "Yeah, we need to figure out what all that stuff Merlin gave you actually does." Arthur nodded. "Agreed, I've been thinking the same thing." Before this journey, they'd spent most of their time exploring and learning about each other's abilities. They hadn't taken the time to fully investigate the enchanted items and spells Merlin had gifted Arthur, one of which had clearly allowed him to walk on water. "If we'd known that spell could do this," Ethan said, shaking his head, "we could have planned this differently. Kino wouldn't have gotten away so easily." Ethan wasn't a bloodthirsty person by nature, but he understood the dangers of leaving an enemy alive. A foe like Kino, who had already demonstrated ambition and cunning, could easily come back to haunt them at the worst possible moment. "If you let an enemy like that survive," Ethan said quietly, "you're only asking for trouble later." This time, the enemy had escaped. And Ethan knew exactly why. It wasn't Kino's cunning or skill. It was their own lack of preparation. His jaw tightened, dissatisfaction churning in his chest. "Still not strong enough," he muttered. If he'd been strong enough, Sean wouldn't have even been a threat. The crew wouldn't have had the opportunity to regroup. Kino wouldn't have been able to retreat. If he'd been stronger, he could have ended this fight decisively before it ever became so chaotic. Arthur looked over, sensing Ethan's frustration. "Back to training?" he asked with a wry smile. Ethan exhaled sharply, nodding. "Yeah, let's keep pushing forward." 13 comments 0 vote. Chapter 35. After finally cleaning the deck, Ethan and Arthur had no choice but to throw the bodies of the dead sailors into the sea. Keeping the corpses aboard wasn't an option. In this weather, disease could spread in just a few days, and while Ethan had learned to make basic potions for minor illnesses, plagues were far beyond his ability to handle. "Born to the sea, return to the sea," Ethan murmured. To ensure the bodies didn't float back to the surface, Ethan tied them together with ropes and weighted them down with heavy chains before sending them overboard. "Maybe one day, I'll end up sinking to the bottom of the sea like this," Arthur said quietly. It was the first time Arthur had seen so many dead, and most of them had fallen by his own hand. The experience stirred complicated emotions within him, and he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Ethan, on the other hand, was more pragmatic. "That's not guaranteed. If we cross paths with the wrong enemies, they might chop us into pieces and toss us into the sea, or they might grind us into dust and leave no bodies at all." The stark bluntness of his response caught Arthur off guard, but Ethan wasn't interested in sugarcoating reality. He had no illusions about the kind of people who inhabited this world. "Let's focus," Ethan continued, brushing off the morbid topic. "We've cleaned up. Now it's time to get moving. Over the next few days, we'll take stock of what we have and figure out how to maximize our current capabilities." Arthur, still caught up in his thoughts, looked at Ethan curiously. "Is State Island really that dangerous? Are there going to be a lot of enemies? Isn't it a safe place?" Ethan gave a dry chuckle. "Safe? Not really, especially for two people like us. You're young, we're traveling alone, and we've got a large ship loaded with supplies. That kind of thing attracts attention. Greedy eyes are going to notice, and there'll be plenty of people who'll want to try their luck." He paused, recalling Sean's earlier actions. Think about it, Sean targeted us even before knowing who we were. Why? Because he saw our ship was heavily loaded, guessed we were carrying valuable goods, and decided to attack. Add our weapons and armor into the mix, and he didn't hesitate to go straight for the kill. People here don't have much in the way of morals. If they want something, they'll take it, simple as that. Arthur frowned. "And the island, what about security there?" Ethan's expression grew thoughtful. "There's some measure of law on State Island, or at least enough to keep things from devolving into chaos. When I was there last, people kept themselves in check, mostly. But I wouldn't call it safe. And even if it's safer than open water, we can't count on it." He gestured at Arthur. "That's why we're organizing ourselves, not just for defense, but to prepare for what's ahead." Arthur tilted his head, confused. "You mean to say, we're not just defending ourselves?" A sharp glint appeared in Ethan's eyes. "Exactly. This time, we're the ones picking a fight." Arthur blinked, surprised. His impression of Ethan up until now was someone focused on survival, someone careful and pragmatic. But this was something else. Ethan continued, his tone firm. "I'm not the type to let things fester. This idea of waiting years to settle a grudge, it's nonsense. If someone threatens us, we deal with it now. No games, no delays." Arthur hesitated. "But is it really necessary? If they come after us again, we'll handle it. There's no need to hunt them down first." Ethan's gaze hardened, and his voice dropped, colder now. "You're thinking like someone who's never been harassed relentlessly by enemies. Let me tell you something, if we let Kino get away without consequences, he'll come back, stronger and better prepared. Even if he doesn't pose a real threat, he'll still make our lives difficult, constantly showing up to cause problems. Why let him have the chance? If you can crush a threat completely, you do it. End of story." Arthur fell silent, mulling over Ethan's words. Ethan, meanwhile, was already thinking ahead. "The supplies we brought back are more than enough to keep us well stocked on the island for a while. You'll need that time to work on a few things, starting with the language." Arthur grimaced, realizing the truth in Ethan's words. His struggles with the local language were a constant obstacle, making communication difficult in every situation. Ethan nodded. "Exactly. State Island's the best place for you to learn. It's also the information hub of the Sea of Calm. Everything we need to know is there: maps, trade routes, rumors, intelligence. If we want to plan our next move, we'll need time to collect and process all of that. No more flying blind." His tone sharpened. "And while we're there, we wait. Quietly. Because Kino will come back. And when he does, we'll make sure he doesn't leave again." Arthur shifted uncomfortably. This wasn't the kind of calculated strategy he was used to. In his mind, fighting was meant to be straightforward, a clash of strength, skill, and honor. This felt more ruthless, almost vindictive. "Is it really necessary to go that far?" he asked, his voice uncertain. "If he shows up again, we can just deal with him then. We're strong enough to handle him, right?" Ethan immediately shook his head, waving his hands emphatically to underline his denial of Arthur's suggestion. "Absolutely not. Your way of thinking is completely wrong. You need to understand something very clearly: showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to yourself." "Is that really the case?" Arthur frowned, still feeling Ethan's stance was overly harsh and unnecessary. Looking at the young King Arthur, Ethan realized he'd need to explain his reasoning in a way the boy could truly grasp. He decided to put it in the simplest terms possible. "You might think I'm being too extreme," Ethan began, his tone steady but firm. "But in reality, this approach is the smartest and safest choice." Arthur hesitated, unsure but listening closely. "Let's start with this," Ethan continued. "Do you think Kino is a good person?" Arthur shook his head decisively. "No, not at all. He's no better than Sean, maybe even worse. A man like him, robbing ships and terrorizing people at sea, can't possibly be called good." "Exactly," Ethan agreed, nodding. "And do you think someone like him will just give up after this?" "No," Arthur replied without hesitation. "He doesn't seem like the kind of man who would let it go." "So then, it's safe to assume he'll come after us again," Ethan said, watching as Arthur slowly began piecing it together. Arthur nodded reluctantly. "And if we know that a confrontation is inevitable, Ethan pressed, why would we wait for him to strike on his terms? Why not deal with him on our own terms instead? Arthur frowned, his youthful idealism struggling against the logic of Ethan's argument. He was still young, and while he'd been taught the basics of leadership and strategy, his worldview hadn't fully developed. Under Merlin's guidance, he might have grown into an optimistic, idealistic king, a shining beacon of hope. But Ethan wasn't Merlin, and he didn't believe naivety and idealism were enough to prepare Arthur for the harsh realities of rulership. A good king could be kind, even inspiring, but too much optimism and trust in others could lead to disaster. Kindness is a strength, Ethan thought, but naivety is a weakness. Ethan decided to shift his approach. Arthur, I want you to think about this from another angle. Let's say you're in Kino's position. If someone defeated you and left you alive, wouldn't you do anything, to get revenge on them if you were that kind of person? Arthur paused, unsure, but eventually nodded. I guess so, if I were, like him. Now imagine this, Ethan said, his tone more serious. You return to your world someday, and you face a similar situation. You let an enemy go because you think they'll leave you alone. But instead, they come back, not to attack you directly, but to hurt the people you care about, your parents, your wife, maybe even your children. What would you do then? Arthur's expression tightened, his jaw clenching as Ethan's words sank in. Remember, Ethan added, not everyone fights with honor. Enemies like Kino don't care about chivalry. They'll use whatever methods they can to make you suffer, even if it means targeting innocent people. Arthur remained silent, his brow furrowed in thought. He understood now what Ethan was trying to say. If he let Kino live, the risk wasn't just to himself, it was to everyone around him. So, to prevent things from spiraling out of control, Ethan concluded, the smartest move is to eliminate the threat completely before it has the chance to grow. Arthur nodded slowly, finally grasping the weight of Ethan's argument. You're right, Arthur admitted. It's better to end it now. Ethan let out a small breath of relief. Arthur was sharp enough to understand, but Ethan still felt his own communication skills had grown rusty from years of isolation. Thankfully, Arthur had the intelligence to follow his reasoning. So how long are we staying on State Island? Arthur asked. Ethan smiled faintly, though there was a cold edge to it. As long as it takes. I don't like the idea of someone like Kino lurking out there, waiting for the right moment to strike. I don't sleep well with that kind of danger hanging over my head. Arthur shuddered slightly at Ethan's expression, realizing just how determined his companion was. He made a mental note. Don't ever get on Ethan's bad side. At the same time, Arthur couldn't help but feel sorry for Kino. The man had made a critical mistake in crossing Ethan, and now his fate was sealed. Ethan's plan was simple. Kino might have escaped today, but he wouldn't stay hidden for long. Even if he avoided returning to State Island immediately, he'd eventually have to dock there to repair his ship and resupply. That moment would be Kino's last. So, Ethan said quietly, staring out at the horizon, one way or another, this ends with Kino dead. 7 comments 0 vote. Chapter 36. After several months, Ethan returned to State Island. Compared to his last visit, the changes in him were drastic. The once frail fisherman boy had transformed into a mage apprentice, someone who had begun to grasp the mysterious forces of magic. His new equipment ensured that he could travel the Sea of Tranquility freely, no longer needing to constantly fear for his safety. So, this is State Island. Arthur stood on the ship's poop deck, looking out at the bustling port in curiosity. Behind him, Ethan was negotiating with the port's staff about docking and other formalities. This time, Ethan had arrived with 2 ships. One was slightly smaller, and he planned to sell it back to the Adventurers Guild. The larger ship, which had once belonged to Angus, would be repaired and refurbished for his own use. He had already decided to rename it the Goddess of Dawn and register it under his name. This time, let's make it something that lasts a bit longer, Ethan muttered to himself. Unlike his last fleeting visit, he knew he'd be staying on State Island for quite some time. There was much to do. The cargo on the ship needed to be unloaded, sorted, and sold, which alone would take days. The larger ship, meanwhile, needed a thorough inspection and repairs. Ethan wasn't even sure how long Angus had used it without proper maintenance. The condition of the hull made it clear that it had been neglected for far too long. He couldn't afford to risk sailing a poorly maintained ship. Out on the open sea, even minor problems could quickly turn fatal. Ethan decided he would spare no expense and have the vessel undergo a complete overhaul. And make sure the old name is removed, Ethan added to himself. Do you already have a new name in mind? And where should it be engraved? Asked one of the staff. Ship names were usually engraved onto a removable wooden board and then affixed to a designated spot on the ship. This made it easier to change the name without damaging the hull itself. State Island's shipyard handled all the shipbuilding, repairs, and maintenance work in the Sea of Calm. It was a monopoly, but one with a fair reputation. The prices were reasonable, and their craftsmanship was excellent, unsurprising, given that nearly every ship in the region was built there. Adventurers often lacked the skills to maintain their vessels themselves, making the shipyard indispensable. As soon as Ethan's docking was cleared, the shipyard sent a young man in his 20s to meet him. The man, Margot, would oversee the inspection, confirm Ethan's requirements, and ensure everything was recorded properly to avoid disputes later. Ethan appreciated the professionalism. Seems like this shipyard actually knows how to do business, he thought. The name will be Goddess of Dawn, Ethan said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Engrave it on the stern. Oh, and there's one more thing. Margot tilted his head slightly, waiting for Ethan to continue. I want a figurehead added to the bow, Ethan said. A statue of a praying goddess. Margot blinked in surprise. His expression, previously neutral and businesslike, finally shifted. Figureheads are purely decorative, Margot said cautiously. Most people don't bother installing them anymore, and they do add to the cost. I know, Ethan replied with a faint smile. But I still want one. Can it be done? Margot hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, of course, we can arrange it. While figureheads had fallen out of fashion, they were still an option for those willing to pay. For most sailors, they were an unnecessary expense with no practical purpose, but Ethan had his own reasons. For him, the figurehead wasn't just for decoration. Over the past few months, Ethan had learned and practiced a great deal at sea. Now, he wanted to take his experiments to the next level. His plan was to inscribe magic circles onto the figurehead, turning it into a conduit for magical energy. If successful, it could grant his ship unique abilities, essentially transforming it into a magical warship. The figurehead was a test, a relatively safe component to experiment on without risking damage to the hull. If the experiment worked, it would be a game changer. As Ethan explained his request, Margot couldn't hide his curiosity. For a shipbuilder, such a task was unusual, and he couldn't help but wonder why Ethan wanted something so specific. Still, it wasn't his place to question a paying customer. Understood, Margot said, pulling out a notebook to record the details. Anything else you'd like to add? Not at the moment, Ethan replied. As Margot jotted everything down, he glanced again at Ethan, his initial routine demeanor now replaced by genuine interest. A ship with a custom figurehead, especially one as elaborate as this, wasn't something he dealt with every day. Margot couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw the ship, the Mad Dog of Angus. The vessel had a reputation on State Island, and as part of the shipyard responsible for maintaining nearly every vessel in this sea, Margot had seen it multiple times before. Of course, while the Mad Dog was known, its reputation wasn't exactly stellar. To people like Margot, who were familiar with the sea's bigger players, the ship was merely average. It wasn't shocking to hear that Angus had met his end, whether due to bad luck, crossing the wrong person, or simply overestimating his strength. But what intrigued Margot was the fact that this young man, Ethan, not only intended to keep the Mad Dog for himself but also planned extensive renovations. It was clear that Ethan wasn't just strong, he also had considerable resources at his disposal. Is there anything else besides the bow figurehead and routine maintenance? Margot asked, his professional curiosity piqued. He glanced around the ship. Though it bore the scars of battle, the damage was superficial and didn't require major repairs. Still, Margot saw an opportunity. If this young man had the funds, why not offer additional upgrades? What kind of modifications do you offer? Ethan asked. Margot's face brightened at the question. Oh, there's quite a lot we can do, he replied enthusiastically. I won't be able to list everything here, but if you're interested, I recommend visiting the shipyard in person. We have a detailed catalog, and we can even show you samples of the modifications. That'll give you a better understanding of what's possible. Ethan was surprised by the shipyard's level of service but nodded in agreement. I'll stop by after the cargo is unloaded. Satisfied, Margot made a note in his ledger. Since Ethan was willing to visit the shipyard, there was no need to linger. For now, all he needed to do was record the necessary details and wait for the ship to be brought in after the unloading was completed. Well then, Ethan of the Dawn, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Ethan replied. As Margot departed, Ethan returned to overseeing the unloading process. The workers hired by the port administrator had already begun moving the cargo, ore from the ship's hold, onto ox carts. Watching the workers, Ethan learned something new. The ore he'd recovered was a type of raw ore containing multiple metals, including iron and copper. Though it wasn't rare, it was highly in demand. Even the islanders who didn't sail relied on a steady supply of these metals for daily needs, ensuring the ore's value remained high. If we unload all of this, we won't have to worry about money or supplies for quite some time, Ethan mused. The ore was so valuable, in fact, that even the shipyard was willing to accept it as payment for repairs and modifications. While the total cost of the renovations depended on what Ethan ultimately decided to do, he was confident the ore would more than cover it. Are we sending all of it to the guild? Arthur asked. Yes, it'll be stored there for now, Ethan confirmed. The Adventurers Guild had already sent a representative to oversee the transaction. Such a large amount of ore naturally drew their attention. Do you want larger accommodations this time? The guild clerk asked. He was a shrewd man and knew that someone bringing in this much material deserved extra attention. As long as it's close to the guild, Ethan replied. By the way, does the guild have a place where people can train? There's a public training ground, the clerk answered. It's free to use, but it's a shared space, so it can get crowded. Sometimes, unpleasant encounters happen. The warning was vague but clear enough. Ethan nodded. That's fine, just make sure our accommodations are close to the training ground. Understood. The guild representative's job wasn't just to arrange lodging. He also recorded all of Ethan's property under his name and ensured it was logged in the guild's database. This allowed Ethan to use his stored assets to access guild services, purchase supplies, and trade for items he needed. While the Sea of Calm's guild still relied on barter rather than currency, it was far more convenient than carrying everything personally. I'm glad I joined the guild, Ethan thought. The advantages were undeniable. Without the guild's resources, he would have spent far more time and effort managing his materials. The more wealth an adventurer contributed to the guild, the more benefits they received. The clerk even explained some of the perks Ethan could now access: priority information, new ship availability, rescue assistance in emergencies, and basic materials to help recover from bankruptcy. The more you bring to the guild, the better the treatment you'll get, the clerk added with a smile. Ethan raised an eyebrow. That includes information on the Sea of Storms and what lies beyond. The clerk's expression shifted slightly, and he leaned in, lowering his voice. Yes, that's something you can access through the guild as well. Ethan's interest was immediately piqued. He'd planned to gather information during his stay, but this revelation made things significantly easier. Interesting, he murmured. I wasn't expecting such a well-timed opportunity. Still, a question lingered in Ethan's mind. Why were the clerks so eager to share these details with him? This wasn't the first time he'd noticed a guild representative subtly feeding him useful information. What's their angle? Ethan wondered. Are they just being helpful, or is there something they want from me? Unable to puzzle it out, Ethan set the thought aside for now. By the time the unloading was finished, the ore and remaining supplies had been handed over to the guild for storage or sale. The leftover food and water were used to pay the laborers, and anything surplus was converted into longer-lasting goods and added to Ethan's account. With everything handled, Ethan and Arthur headed to their assigned room for some much-needed rest. We'll check the guild's archives tomorrow, Ethan said after a quick shower. Arthur nodded, and the two settled in for the night. As Ethan sat cross-legged on the floor, practicing his mental control, a wry smile crossed his face. I didn't expect Merlin to leave me another challenge, even in something like this. 5 comments 0 vote. Chapter 37. IMG Ethan. IMG Arthur. Before Arthur arrived in this world, Merlin had given him a collection of items, an assortment of oddities that seemed to lack rhyme or reason. Without guidance, they were a puzzle waiting to be solved. If it hadn't been for the frustration caused by Kino's escape, Ethan might not have thought to finally sift through those items. And without that effort, he wouldn't have discovered something hidden among the collection, a small, seemingly insignificant piece of metal that turned out to be exactly what they needed to solve Arthur's language problem. The talisman was so ordinary in appearance that it was easy to overlook amidst the clutter. Yet its function was extraordinary. It could transfer knowledge from one person's mind to another. Essentially, it was a tool version of the magic Merlin had once used to instill language into Ethan. On the surface, it seemed simple: activate the talisman, and Arthur would instantly learn a new language. But things were never that easy. The talisman wasn't a standalone device. It was merely an auxiliary tool, designed to stabilize the casting process. The actual magic still required a mage's direct control, and in this case, that responsibility fell squarely on Ethan's shoulders. So, it's more of a safety net than a shortcut, Ethan muttered as he inspected the talisman. With his current level of mental strength and magical control, casting such a spell was challenging. The talisman wouldn't do the work for him but would ensure any mistakes he made wouldn't harm either him or Arthur, a safeguard, not a solution. Another test from Merlin, Ethan sighed. It was clear now that this was part of Merlin's design. First, Ethan had to recognize the talisman's importance among the countless trinkets. Then, he needed to rely on his own magical ability to make it work. If he succeeded, not only would they solve Arthur's language problem, but Ethan's own magical skills would improve significantly. It's just like the training regimen in the Book of Inheritance, Ethan realized. The book's mental exercises operated on a similar principle, presenting Ethan with reachable but progressively challenging goals. Each time he succeeded, he grew stronger, and the incremental victories kept him motivated. This approach ensured he never grew complacent or overwhelmed. Merlin and this book must be in cahoots, Ethan muttered with a wry grin. This time, the goal was clear. If he could master this spell using the talisman, not only would Arthur gain fluency in the local language, but Ethan would gain a valuable new tool for future use. The spell itself wasn't overly complex in principle, but its potential applications were vast. As Ethan traveled to different planes, encountering countless languages, the spell would allow him to bypass communication barriers with ease. It could be the perfect solution, Ethan thought. I'll make a language pack spell and hand one out to any new recruits. Problem solved. It took him most of the morning to fully understand the talisman. By noon, he had unraveled the mechanisms behind it and had begun practicing the accompanying spell. By the time evening rolled around, Ethan was still hard at work, his determination unwavering. When he finally called Arthur over for dinner, his progress was noticeable but far from complete. After they ate, the two decided to check out the guild's training ground. Ethan had envisioned something well-equipped, with various tools and sections for different types of practice. Instead, they found a barren expanse, a giant open space with no divisions, no equipment, and no real infrastructure. That's underwhelming, Ethan said flatly. The guild didn't provide weights, weapons, or even training dummies. If adventurers wanted to train, they had to bring their own gear. The field was simply a public area for exercising. Arthur shared his disappointment, but neither lingered on it. After a brief and routine session, they left the training ground, finding little reason to stay. Their next stop was the guild's reference room. Ethan spent the rest of the day combing through archives and documents while Arthur practiced basic language skills. The young knight worked hard, diligently memorizing vocabulary and pronunciation, but the process proved grueling. Learning a completely new language isn't easy, especially one so different from your own. After half a month, Ethan had successfully mastered a small spell called knowledge sharing. Meanwhile, Arthur was still struggling, miserably relying on a handful of hastily scribbled notes with basic vocabulary. Arthur was smart, and his memory wasn't bad, but because he didn't train mental power like a mage, his memory was far from photographic. Just memorizing the pronunciation and common vocabulary of a new language had driven him nearly insane. After a few attempts, he barely scraped by, and that wasn't even counting the challenge of proper pronunciation. In the end, Arthur gave up and simply waited for Ethan to perfect the spell. Finally, the day came when Ethan told him they could try it, and Arthur breathed a long sigh of relief. Not being able to speak was honestly torture. Ethan couldn't help but laugh at that. To avoid raising suspicion, Arthur had pretended to be mute this whole time. Whenever there were other people around, he had to suppress the urge to speak to Ethan. The Sea of Calm only had one common language, and while there were slight differences in accents, they didn't affect comprehension. Arthur's situation, however, was completely unprecedented. If he suddenly started speaking but didn't understand the world's language, people might grow suspicious. If they dug deeper, Ethan's biggest secret could come to light. To stay safe, Arthur claimed he'd recently injured his throat and couldn't speak. Pretending to be mute wasn't ideal, but it was a necessary precaution since it wouldn't be long before communication would become possible. Today, however, those miserable days were finally coming to an end. "Don't celebrate too soon," Ethan warned. "My control over the spell might not be perfect yet. There's still a chance it could fail." Arthur's smile was radiant. "I believe in you. You'll succeed." But in Ethan's eyes, Arthur's optimism was almost blinding, like sunlight so harsh it might burn. "All right then, I'll make sure to succeed," Ethan declared, somewhat exasperated. Oddly enough, it suddenly didn't seem so intimidating anymore. Avoiding Arthur's overly enthusiastic gaze, Ethan focused all his attention on mobilizing his mental power to cast the spell. This particular spell didn't require mana but instead relied solely on precise mental energy. However, manipulating mental power directly came with significant risks. Any mistake could cause irreversible damage to both the caster and the recipient. The process required extreme precision, like performing delicate surgery, with no room for error. Thankfully, the amulet provided by Merlin acted as a safeguard. If Ethan made any mistakes, the spell would be halted immediately, and his mental energy would be returned in a relatively gentle manner. As for Arthur, he was even safer. Once the spell succeeded, the amulet would record the knowledge and transfer it directly to Arthur without complications. Essentially, as long as Ethan succeeded in casting the spell, Arthur had nothing to worry about. Ethan's brows furrowed as sweat began to bead on his forehead. Arthur, sensing that the critical moment had arrived, held his breath. He didn't dare make a sound, afraid of distracting Ethan while he concentrated. But if Arthur had been able to read Ethan's thoughts at that moment, he would have likely drawn his sword on the spot, demanded a duel, and taught Ethan a proper lesson. This is easier than I expected. Everything's going so smoothly. Have my mental control abilities improved? Ethan mused as he stared at the glowing amulet in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. Maybe it's because Arthur and I discovered the amulet a bit late. After all, we didn't check our inventory immediately after arriving at the Sea of Tranquility, and we were drifting for quite a while. Unable to come to any solid conclusions, Ethan looked up and saw Arthur anxiously watching him. He smiled brightly. "It worked. The rest is simple from here." Arthur let out a deep sigh of relief. His days of pretending to be mute were finally over. As Ethan promised, the rest of the process was straightforward. He managed to transfer the language knowledge to Arthur successfully. Ethan briefly considered passing on the other languages he knew, like English and Chinese, but the sight of Arthur rubbing his temples in a daze made him reconsider. Arthur's mental strength was incredibly resilient, but he wasn't a mage. The difference in their mental capacities was vast. Receiving such a significant influx of new knowledge all at once was taxing, and Arthur needed time to process and adapt before they could try again. Overloading him could cause real harm. "Well," Ethan said, "it looks like we'll need to wait a while before transferring another language to you." Arthur, still slightly dizzy, nodded in understanding. He hadn't expected such serious side effects, and now he just wanted to rest. "I think I need an early night," he muttered, bidding Ethan farewell before heading off to recover. Ethan, however, wasn't ready to sleep just yet. With Arthur's language issue resolved, it was time to deal with his own priorities. He turned his attention to the guild's database. Over the past few days, he had skimmed through its extensive directory and identified the information he wanted to study or record. Unfortunately, much of the content couldn't be removed from the premises and could only be accessed within the archive. With that in mind, Ethan planned to spend the night in the reference room. "I'll bring the Book of Inheritance to copy anything important for future use," he decided. While his memory was exceptional, he wasn't at the level of elite mages who could recall every detail effortlessly. Occasionally, even he found himself struggling to remember specifics. In simpler terms, his memory was just that of an ordinary person with some enhancements. To ensure he didn't overlook anything vital, recording key information in the Book of Inheritance was the safest option. Just as he stepped out of the accommodation area, he overheard two middle-aged men standing nearby, their conversation immediately catching his attention. "Did you hear? Hand of Fire Sean is dead. His name and his equipment have been passed on to Kino, his former first mate." "Oh, are you sure?" Word around the port is that an adventurer encountered the Flame Sovereign and had to sacrifice half his supplies just to escape. Damn, so even with a new owner, the Flame Sovereign is still as ruthless as ever. Exactly. Best to steer clear of the Flame Sovereign in the future. I hear he's been raiding adventurers returning from the sea lately in these waters. Really now? 3 comments 0 vote. Chapter 38. As Ethan slowly walked away, the voices of the two men faded into the background, becoming barely audible. Outwardly, he seemed indifferent, as though their conversation hadn't piqued his interest. Without hesitation, he moved on to focus on his own tasks. But when he entered the reference room and sat down in front of the documents and records he'd planned to study, he found himself mulling over whether he should take the initiative to act. If I only stock food and water, the caravel sailboat will be at its fastest and most agile, making it hard for Kino to catch up in a sea chase, he thought. However, after considering it further, he realized this strategy left him vulnerable to Kino's magic cannons. If his recently repaired and even remodeled ship sustained heavy damage, it would be a serious setback. Last time, they ran because they were out of ammunition, Ethan recalled. But who's to say they haven't restocked by now? After weighing his options, he concluded that fighting on the open sea would still leave him at a disadvantage. Waiting until Kino and his crew came ashore would be a smarter approach. It would eliminate the threat of magic cannons and negate the lack of naval combat experience on his part. They can't stay at sea forever. Patience is key, he reminded himself. A good hunter must know when to wait. Impatience only gives prey a chance to escape, or worse, to counterattack. Repeating this mantra in his mind, Ethan forced himself to refocus. He took a deep breath and began sifting through the information in front of him. Soon, he was completely absorbed. Through the data stored in the guild's archives, Ethan learned an interesting fact. The Sea of Tranquility was connected to another ocean on the far side of the Sea of Storms. The existence of a passage through the Sea of Storms wasn't exactly a secret. However, for most adventurers in the Sea of Calm, navigating this passage was a daunting and dangerous challenge. Stronger, more experienced adventurers with better ships, sometimes outfitted with advanced magical technology Ethan was only vaguely aware of, had managed to traverse the passage. While it was still risky for even the most seasoned sailors, it wasn't an insurmountable obstacle for them. These elite adventurers, however, rarely returned to the Sea of Calm. The primary reason was its lack of resources. Compared to other regions, the Sea of Calm was barren, earning it the nickname, the Barren Sea, among more powerful adventurers. For them, it wasn't a place worth staying in. At best, it served as a training ground for rookies to learn basic navigation and survival skills. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Ethan felt his suspicions confirmed. The Sea of Calm really was a beginner's zone. There was no point in trying to dominate it. His ultimate goal had to be breaking free of this sea and reaching the next one as soon as possible. The guild, as it turned out, was even more expansive than he had expected. It wasn't just the central hub of life in the Sea of Tranquility, it also had a presence in the neighboring ocean. A significant portion of the supplies collected by the guild in the Sea of Calm was transported to their stations in the next sea. There, these resources were exchanged for items more useful in this region, things like food, basic necessities, and low-grade magic stones. High-quality magic stones, on the other hand, were incredibly rare in the Sea of Calm. A major reason for this scarcity was the guild itself, which collected these stones and shipped them out to the next sea. Few adventurers in this area had the wealth or power to hoard high-quality magic stones anyway. Most were more concerned with acquiring daily necessities. Food and water, in particular, were always in high demand. Ethan reflected on his own situation. If not for the time-space pointer, a cheat, of sorts, he would have struggled with the same issues. Learning the water conjuring spell had been a game-changer, solving the critical problem of drinking water. Even food, which could be sourced from the sea in emergencies, wasn't as essential as water. Once again, Ethan realized just how fortunate he had been. Time and again, he had managed to acquire exactly what he needed most. Unconsciously, his gaze shifted to his left hand. Once or twice might be luck, he murmured. But 3 or 4 times? Maybe this isn't as random as I thought. This was proving difficult to navigate. With no new space-time energy to replenish his reserves, there was no way for Ethan to continue practicing. After making sure no one else was around, he summoned the time-space orb. He wasn't expecting anything extraordinary, certainly not to stumble upon new space-time energy in the middle of the night while still on the island. He'd mostly brought it out to pass the time. But surprises always came when least expected. Space-time energy, Ethan murmured, staring at the orb, which clearly indicated a single direction. With a wry smile, he added, I must have been overthinking it before. It's probably just dumb luck. The discovery caught him completely off guard. Without hesitation, Ethan decided to leave the reference room. He'd already used the Book of Inheritance to copy the documents he needed, so there was no pressing reason to linger. Besides, the mysteries of space-time energy still eluded him. There was no pattern to their appearance, not in location, intensity, or timing. It all seemed utterly random. Returning the documents to their proper places, Ethan left the archives. By now, it was the dead of night. The moon hung high in the sky, round and luminous, casting its pale glow over a nightscape dotted with countless stars. It was breathtakingly beautiful, like a scene painted by a master artist. Unfortunately, Ethan wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. He fixed his gaze on the direction indicated by the pointer and began to follow it. After walking a short distance, he paused to double-check the pointer, ensuring he stayed on track while confirming no one was watching. I wonder if it's still on this island, he muttered to himself. Based on the single arrow on the pointer, the energy wasn't far, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that it might be just beyond the island's borders, out at sea. If that were the case, tonight's search would be in vain. His luck, however, seemed to hold steady. Ethan had barely left the guild archives, he hadn't even exited the guild complex, when the pointer led him straight to the space-time energy. There it is, he said, slightly surprised. Doesn't seem like much this time. Fortunately, Ethan no longer needed to absorb the energy on the spot, which had previously triggered the activation of the teleportation circle. Those moments had been both conspicuous and passive, forcing him into action. But now, after some practice, his control had improved. He could absorb the energy into his body without immediately triggering the magic circle. Once absorbed, the energy concentrated within the intricate circle etched on the back of his left hand. The magic circle began to faintly glow, a clear sign that it had been activated. While the energy didn't overwhelm his mental faculties, its presence was undeniable, like a tightly contained storm waiting to be unleashed. Ethan studied the glowing circle and mused aloud, the last time I trained with this, the energy was stable because most of it had already been spent during the initial teleportation. What remained was calm, making it easier to practice. But this new batch is much more volatile. The intensity is lower, and there's less of it, which is the only reason I've been able to suppress it. If it were stronger, I might have been teleported away against my will. Satisfied that the energy was temporarily under control, Ethan decided not to strain himself further. Instead, he returned to the dormitory and knocked on Arthur's door. He expected a delay. Arthur, after all, had been dizzy earlier due to the knowledge transfer spell, and most people would be in a deep sleep at this hour. But to his surprise, Arthur appeared fully dressed and ready for action shortly after the knock. The young king stood before him, armed and alert, with not a trace of exhaustion on his face. "You're quick," Ethan commented. "If you're knocking on my door at this hour, something unexpected must have come up. When I rest, I keep all my gear within arm's reach." "Makes things faster," Arthur replied. Ethan nodded approvingly. Given their current circumstances, staying vigilant was a necessary habit. "There's no need to rush," Ethan said. "Take a moment to double-check your gear and meet me in my room. We'll talk there." Arthur shook his head. "No need. My equipment's packed. Everything I might need is in this bag." He gestured to a heavy backpack at his feet. "Let's go now. I'll have time to wash my face on the way." Ethan couldn't help but smile at Arthur's preparedness. Together, they walked to his room. Once inside, Ethan locked the door and braced it with a chair for good measure. A fleeting thought crossed his mind that the setup seemed overly cautious, but considering their situation, it wasn't entirely unwarranted. Arthur, now fresh-faced after a quick rinse, stood with his backpack still slung over his shoulder, waiting for Ethan to explain. "I found space-time energy on the island," Ethan began. "We might be looking at another plane trip." As he spoke, Ethan raised his left hand, revealing the faintly glowing magic circle. Arthur immediately understood why he'd been called in the middle of the night. "There's space-time energy on this island?" Arthur asked, intrigued. "This is my first time finding it on land. I thought it only appeared at sea, but I guess it can manifest on floating islands too. Something to keep in mind for the future." Arthur nodded thoughtfully. Given that Ethan had only experienced a handful of plane shifts, there was still much to learn about space-time energy and its quirks. "Well then," Arthur said, his tone steady, "let's get to it." Unlike Arthur, Ethan took a few moments to double-check his equipment before activating the magic circle. As the teleportation began, the now familiar brilliance of the magic circle enveloped them, though it felt less overwhelming than before. Ethan's growing control over the process ensured the release of space-time energy was more restrained, no longer like a blazing beacon in the dark. When the light finally faded, Ethan and Arthur found themselves standing in an entirely new environment. However, the large, ominous sign in front of them immediately soured Ethan's mood. "Welcome to Raccoon City." Chapter 39. Ethan stared at the signboard in front of him and felt a sudden urge to turn around and walk in the opposite direction. Raccoon City, a name infamous to anyone familiar with Resident Evil. Whether directly or indirectly, it had appeared in nearly every entry in the series, synonymous with catastrophe. Ethan frowned, considering the possibilities. The first question was, which version of the story had he stumbled into? If it was the game version, Raccoon City should be a small town in the northwestern United States, not a sprawling city. In that timeline, Umbrella Corporation had established a secret research facility here that went undiscovered for years. In this case, Ethan wasn't overly concerned about his or Arthur's safety. Despite the terrifying nature of biohazard outbreaks, they were usually contained within specific, manageable areas. As long as they avoided the immediate epicenter, the rest of the world would remain relatively safe and not all that different from the Earth Ethan had lived on in his past life, albeit slightly more advanced in technology. The movie version, however, was a completely different beast. If this was that timeline, it wouldn't matter if Ethan and Arthur turned around and left immediately, the virus would inevitably spread and spiral into a global disaster. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. When they'd crossed into this plane, Ethan had strengthened his control over the energy, ensuring that it was stored safely within the magic circle on his left hand. The downside was that the energy was now locked, and Ethan couldn't trigger it again to send them back to the Sea of Calm, not until the energy stabilized. All he could do was ensure it didn't overflow or dissipate. Ethan turned his gaze toward the city in the distance. The silhouettes of towering skyscrapers gleamed faintly in the moonlight. Their presence alone was enough to confirm which version of Raccoon City this was. "I'm pretty sure the game version didn't have cities this advanced or so many skyscrapers," he muttered to himself. Turning to Arthur, who was standing quietly nearby, Ethan's eyes caught on the gleaming armor the young king was wearing. "We'll need to change clothes first," Ethan said. "What?" Arthur looked confused. He understood that Ethan had the ability to travel between planes but was still unfamiliar with how prepared Ethan seemed to be for these journeys. "Is this world dangerous?" Ethan hesitated. Explaining this fully would mean revealing secrets he hadn't shared with anyone, things he preferred to keep buried deep in his heart. Instead, he vaguely replied, "We're more likely to attract attention dressed like this." "Then should we wear something simpler?" Arthur offered. That question immediately gave Ethan a headache. The casual clothes he had with him were all of ancient designs, just as conspicuous as Arthur's armor. In a modern city like this, they'd stand out no matter what. After thinking it over, Ethan sighed. "Forget it, let's stick with the armor." If anyone asked, they could simply pretend to be two teenagers heading to a comic convention. Such events were common in this world, particularly in this part of the world, rivaling those in Asia. With Ethan appearing to be under 18 and Arthur looking around 14, it wouldn't be too strange for people to assume they were cosplayers. The only issue was making sure no one got too close and realized their gear was the real deal. "Where to now?" Arthur asked, his voice calm and focused. "There," Ethan replied, pointing toward the edge of the city faintly visible in the distance. "That city is Raccoon City." Just as they were about to head out, Ethan stopped and turned to Arthur. "How's your dizziness?" Arthur shook his head. "Still there, but it won't affect me in a fight." Hearing that, Ethan abandoned any thoughts of using the spell to teach Arthur English. For now, Arthur would just have to pretend to be mute. Feeling slightly dejected, Arthur followed Ethan as they began their trek toward the city. Ethan knew they could leave the area entirely. Even if the Resident Evil crisis was inevitable and could escalate into a global disaster, it wouldn't happen overnight. The spread of the virus would take time. He could easily avoid the worst of it simply by staying away from the main outbreaks and departing this plane long before it reached apocalyptic levels. But that wasn't why he traveled between planes. He didn't do this just to scavenge food or water. That would be a waste of his abilities. No, the true purpose of his plane hopping was to collect unique resources from each world and use them to grow stronger. The Resident Evil universe might be rooted in science fiction, but that didn't mean it lacked anything useful to him as a mage. The viruses developed by Umbrella Corporation, for example, could be valuable raw materials in the hands of a mage. Ethan was particularly interested in the T-virus from the movie version, which had a small but real chance of significantly boosting spiritual power. How could he not be intrigued? His only concern was whether the virus might taint or corrupt spiritual energy. Other side effects weren't as worrisome. His magical training in potion making allowed him to extract specific traits from raw materials. He could isolate the mental power boosting properties of the T-virus while discarding the undesirable ones. At least, that was the theory. Whether it would actually work remained to be seen. First, he needed to acquire a sample of the virus. Second, he had to determine the current timeline to understand exactly what stage of the story he'd landed in. From what Ethan could observe, Raccoon City was still functioning normally. The increasing number of cars and pedestrians confirmed that the Resident Evil crisis hadn't yet erupted. By the way, did Merlin prepare any gold or valuables for you when you left? Ethan asked Arthur as they walked. They were in a functioning city, and surviving here would require money, especially since they needed food, clothing, and a place to stay. A little gold, Arthur replied. Merlin had indeed been thoughtful. He had anticipated that copper and silver coins wouldn't hold much value in other worlds, so he had given Arthur some gold instead. But even in this world, converting gold into usable currency turned out to be more troublesome than Ethan had expected. Regular stores wouldn't accept gold from two teenagers without proper identification, especially gold of unknown origin. Finding someone willing to buy it came with challenges. After some searching, they located a few private shops willing to take the gold off their hands, though at terrible prices. The low offers made Ethan's stomach turn, but he sold it anyway. They urgently needed cash, and bargaining with profiteers wasn't a luxury they could afford right now. Unsurprisingly, selling gold so openly attracted unwanted attention. Even after completing the sale, Ethan and Arthur were still carrying cash, which made them prime targets. Before long, a group of burly men surrounded them, clearly intent on robbing them. The result was predictable. Ethan and Arthur didn't hesitate, and the fight was over quickly. If not for Ethan's desire to avoid interactions with Raccoon Town's police, those men wouldn't have been let off so easily. One unexpected benefit of the encounter was the handgun Ethan found on one of the thugs, a Beretta, fully loaded with 15 rounds. As expected of the so-called land of the free, Ethan muttered, inspecting the weapon before putting it away. The gun reminded him that this world had an abundance of firearms, many of which could be very useful to him. Back in the Sea of Tranquility, no one had the means to counter firearms. Collecting a few could significantly increase his combat options. After dealing with the gangsters, Ethan and Arthur found a small hotel nearby. Without any form of ID, they had to pay extra to secure a room, which made Ethan realize a glaring issue. When entering modern worlds, establishing some form of identity would be essential in the future. Over the next few days, Ethan focused on preparing for their stay. He bought modern clothing for himself and Arthur, as well as various conveniences this world offered. Having lived in a world reminiscent of ancient times for years, Ethan found himself missing the practical luxuries of modern life. Every new item he came across sparked a desire to buy it and take it back to the Sea of Calm. Of course, he knew this wasn't realistic. Many modern conveniences wouldn't work in the Sea of Calm, and consumables like toilet paper couldn't be stockpiled indefinitely. He also spent time at Raccoon City's library, using the Book of Inheritance to copy vast amounts of modern knowledge. He focused particularly on books about navigation, ship design, and engineering, information that could prove invaluable back in his home world. Initially, Ethan planned to visit the outskirts of the city at night to search for the mansion that served as the entrance to Umbrella Corporation's hive facility. However, as he was leaving the library one afternoon, a woman stopped him. She had short brown hair, wore dark blue tactical pants tucked into black boots, and paired it with a simple blue t-shirt. Her face looked familiar, and after a moment of study, Ethan recognized her. Jill Valentine. The name clicked in his mind. Jill Valentine, a key member of the Raccoon City Police Department's elite Special Tactics and Rescue Service, STARS. Ethan's impression of Jill was stronger from the games than the movies, which was why it took him a moment to identify her. she wasn't wearing the iconic skirt from the film adaptation. Raccoon Police, Jill Valentine, she introduced herself, holding up her badge before gesturing for Ethan to step aside for a private conversation. "All right, officer," Ethan said amiably, moving to the side. Once there, he glanced at her curiously. "Is there something you need?" "You've been accused of causing bodily harm and theft," Jill said bluntly. "Excuse me," Ethan blinked. He had half expected trouble stemming from selling the gold or using cash at the hotel without identification, but assault and theft. The gangsters. Ethan immediately thought of the men they had beaten up earlier. "Really?" he muttered, at a loss for words. Apparently, those thugs had decided to call the police out of spite. Jill narrowed her eyes. "I'd suggest keeping your thoughts to yourself. It's easy to see from your expression that you're considering alternative solutions." Ethan looked back at her and shrugged. "I didn't say anything, and I haven't admitted to anything. You say someone's accused me. Are you here to arrest me?" "No," Jill said, her expression serious. "I know exactly who those guys are. I want to know who you are." 7 comments 0 vote. Chapter 40. Who am I? Ethan repeated the question, pretending to consider it seriously for a moment. "My name is Ethan." Jill continued to stare at him, clearly expecting more. Her expression made it evident that she wasn't going to let him off with such a simple answer. After a brief pause, Ethan smirked and added, "I'm the savior of this world." Jill's gaze changed almost instantly. Gone was the sharpness, replaced by a look of someone trying to humor a delusional fool. "A savior," she repeated, as if testing the absurdity of the word. Ethan spread his hands nonchalantly. "You asked who I am, and I gave you an honest answer. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Without waiting for her reaction, he turned and walked off. Those words weren't entirely nonsense. Ethan had long since set his sights on the T-virus hidden within the hive. If his plans went smoothly, he might very well stop this world's apocalypse. Calling himself a savior wasn't completely unfounded. As for whether Jill believed him, that wasn't his concern. He didn't know her, after all. Any fondness he might have had for Jill came from the version of her character in the original games, not the movies. That faint affection wasn't enough to make him go out of his way for her. The next few days passed uneventfully. Ethan continued to gather information, using every opportunity to deepen his understanding of this world. Once Arthur's dizziness subsided and his energy returned, Ethan used the knowledge-sharing spell again to teach him English. "This is awful," Arthur groaned, clutching his head. "Why do I have to go through this twice in such a short amount of time?" Ethan shrugged, his expression helpless. "Because you don't want to be a permanent mute in this world." In truth, Ethan himself was dissatisfied with the spell's current limitations. When Merlin had used it on him, his mental power had been no better than Arthur's now, perhaps even worse. Yet when Merlin cast the spell, it had been almost instantaneous, with no significant side effects or aftereffects. In comparison, even with the talisman to assist him, Ethan's casting left Arthur dealing with lingering dizziness and fatigue. This discrepancy only highlighted how much Ethan still needed to refine his technique. "Maybe I could alter the transmission process into a segmented system," Ethan mused aloud. Instead of dumping everything in one go, the spell could transfer knowledge piece by piece. That way, it wouldn't overwhelm the recipient and could avoid these side effects. Arthur nodded in agreement. "That sounds like a much better approach. Even though it would take longer, it's safer. If something happened now, my current state would absolutely affect my ability to fight." "You're right," Ethan admitted. "It's a risk we can't afford." Still, adjusting the spell would have to wait. For now, Ethan focused on his immediate goal, collecting resources and knowledge. At the public library, he couldn't simply scan every book into the Book of Inheritance. That would have drawn too much attention. Instead, he used a subtler approach. He selected a few useful books each day, stacked them with the Book of Inheritance at the bottom, and let it quietly copy the contents over several hours. Though slower, this method avoided the conspicuous flashes of light and shadows that accompanied the spell's faster casting. Ethan also visited a few gun shops around Raccoon City. True to its reputation as the land of the free, firearms were displayed openly on counters and shelves, available for anyone to browse. However, there were noticeable restrictions. Larger, more prominent stores carried only civilian-grade firearms, with no sign of automatic weapons. Their selection was limited to pistols, shotguns, and other basic firearms. Ethan observed a few customers shopping for guns and quickly realized that buying through official channels was a hassle. It required a mountain of paperwork, proper identification, and going through a lengthy process. On the surface, it seemed like this country was making a genuine effort to regulate firearms. But Ethan knew better. Behind the scenes, private gun shops often sold special items to attract buyers, while mobile arms dealers operated with complete disregard for the law. These dealers would sell anything, no questions asked. In short, the sheer abundance of firearms in this country was staggering, to the point of hopeless saturation. After observing for a while, Ethan realized he had an overwhelming number of options for collecting hot weapons. It was something he could plan more carefully once he was ready to leave this world. If I can't stop the spread of the bioweapon virus, I'll just stock up. If I can stop it, maybe I could take advantage of the chaos. No, scratch that, there should already be plenty of weapons stored in the hive. Having gathered most of the information he needed, Ethan decided he wouldn't return to the library for now. If things went smoothly and he managed to prevent the bioweapon apocalypse, he could always come back and collect more information. But if the crisis couldn't be avoided, he'd have to move on to another city to survive. Recently, he'd been keeping an eye on Alice, the protagonist of the movie series, and had discovered that she was already living with Spence, the first movie's main antagonist, under the guise of a married couple. This discovery was a clear sign that the plot was about to begin. Ethan spent his nights staking out the mansion on the outskirts of Raccoon City, waiting for events to kick off. If the timeline didn't progress as expected and he wanted to access the T-virus, his only option would be to force his way in. But that was far from ideal. Umbrella's security, combined with their modern defense systems, would make the hive a fortress. Worse, reinforcements could arrive endlessly. Unless he wanted to sign his own death warrant, a frontal assault was out of the question. Hopefully, I won't have to wait too long, Ethan muttered. Returning to his hotel, Ethan was surprised to see Jill waiting for him again. Since their last encounter, where he'd made the bold claim of being the savior of the world, Ethan had assumed she'd written him off as a lunatic. When she didn't follow up in the days after, he figured she'd dropped the matter entirely. Yet here she was, standing in front of his door. The only explanation was that she had been investigating him. And Jill had, indeed, been looking into Ethan. Initially, her curiosity stemmed from hearing about a young man under 20 managing to take down a dozen gang members and allegedly stealing one of their guns. The gang hadn't outright accused him of robbery, but the missing firearm was clear evidence. Jill even briefly considered recruiting Ethan into STARS. However, their conversation about saving the world had made her second-guess her instincts. He seemed off. The more Jill thought about it, the more suspicious Ethan became. She began a personal investigation into him. What she uncovered only deepened her intrigue. No matter how thoroughly she searched, it was as though Ethan had appeared out of nowhere. There were no records of him prior to his arrival in Raccoon City. His outfit had also caught her attention, prompting her to investigate local and regional events. Were there any comic conventions nearby that might explain his strange attire? The answer was no. Jill didn't believe a person could simply pop into existence, so she concluded that someone had deliberately erased Ethan's background. That raised even more questions. Why would anyone go to such lengths to cover up someone's past? What kind of person needed their entire history wiped clean? Growing increasingly unsettled, Jill expanded her search. She tracked down security footage of Ethan entering Raccoon City, only to find that he had seemingly appeared out of thin air. There was no record of him traveling to the city, he had simply walked in one day. The pattern was equally strange. Ethan sold gold of unknown origin for cash, checked into a cheap hotel that didn't require ID, and spent his days wandering the city. He spent half his time reading books at the library and the other half aimlessly walking. At night, he returned to his hotel without incident. It seemed innocent enough on the surface. He acted like an ordinary traveler. But what kind of tourist spent hours buried in a library, day after day? Unable to make sense of it, Jill decided her best shot at answers was to confront Ethan directly. As for his blonde-haired companion, she hadn't seen the boy speak, so she assumed he wouldn't be a useful lead. Sergeant, we meet again, Ethan said as he approached his room. Just call me Jill, she replied, stepping in front of him to block his path. I've been thinking about what you said before. I'm curious, can you tell me more about your plan to save the world? Ethan raised an eyebrow. He doubted Jill actually believed he was some kind of savior. More likely, she suspected he was planning something illegal and wanted to stop him before it escalated. Still, this could be interesting. He didn't intend to do anything harmful. In fact, if his plan worked, he really would save this world from disaster. Having a witness to his actions might even make it more satisfying. And if Jill documented everything, perhaps she'd be motivated to go after Umbrella's surviving leaders once he dealt with the Hive. Are you really interested? Ethan asked, studying her carefully. Yes, Jill replied, her tone a little too eager. Her exaggerated curiosity reminded Ethan of a child fawning over a celebrity. Ethan smirked. I have to say, your acting could use some work. It's a good thing you're a cop and not an actress, you wouldn't last long in Hollywood. Waving for her to follow, he added, if you really want to know, come along. It's not like this is some big secret. I actually need a witness. A witness? Jill asked, falling into step behind him. Her eyes darted around the hall, taking in the surroundings with a professional wariness. What are you trying to prove? Ethan opened the door to his room, gesturing for Jill to enter before closing it behind them. Prove that I saved the world.